Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Ariana. I tighten my grip on Gabriel's small hand as we weave through the bustling New York sidewalks. The city pulses around us, familiar yet different, like a song I once knew played in a minor key. "Mama, look!" Gabriel points at a street performer juggling flaming batons, his hazel eyes wide with wonder. "Pretty cool, right?" I smile down at him, cherishing the excitement on his face, while my eyes continue scanning the crowd. Old habits die hard. 2 months free from Brandon's controlling grip, and I still catch myself looking over my shoulder. The way he'd track my movements, demand to know where I was every minute. It started small. A text when I was 5 minutes late. A call when I was out with friends. Then came the accusations, the explosions of anger, the walls closing in until I could barely breathe. "Can we get hot dogs?" Gabriel tugs my hand, pulling me back to the present. "After we check out our new apartment, deal?" I ruffle his curls, those beautiful spirals that remind me so much of Eric. Eric, a name I've kept locked away, except in the quiet moments when I look at our son and see glimpses of his father. The shape of his jaw, the dimple when he smiles. 6 years since that intense summer before college, when what started as a vacation fling became something deeper. 6 years since I discovered I was pregnant, only to find his number disconnected, his social media gone dark. A taxi honks loudly, making me nearly jump out of my skin. I yank Gabriel closer to my side, my heart hammering against my ribs like it's trying to escape. "You okay, Mama?" His voice is small but steady. Those big hazel eyes looking up at me with concern no 5-year-old should have to carry. "Just fine, baby." I force my breathing to slow, counting silently like my therapist taught me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just thinking about our adventure. That's all. That's what I've been calling this whole escape, an adventure. Sounds a hell of a lot better than running from your mother's psycho ex-boyfriend who punched a hole through the wall when he found out we were planning to leave. More kid-friendly at least. The memory of Brandon's face that night still chills me to my core, sending icy fingers creeping up my spine. The way his features had contorted, twisting from the charming mask he wore in public to something monstrous and raw. "You think you can just take what's mine?" he'd snarled, his pale eyes cold as ice, empty of anything resembling love. His fingers had dug into my arm, leaving fingernail marks that scratched through my skin. The fact that Gabriel wasn't even biologically his never seemed to register in that warped mind of his. He'd claimed us both as possessions, items on an inventory list that belonged to Brandon Desmond exclusively. We cross at the light, and I mentally review our new beginning. Apartment lease, job lined up at a graphic design firm that agreed to remote work until I'm settled. Gabriel enrolled in kindergarten. "Do you think I'll make friends at my new school?" Gabriel asks, hopping over a crack in the sidewalk. "The best friends, I promise. And you'll love the park near our place. It has this amazing playground with a rocket ship slide." His face lights up. "For real?" "For real." I tap his nose, feeling a surge of fierce love. This is why I left. Why I packed our lives into 2 suitcases while Brandon was at work. Because Gabriel deserves better than growing up walking on eggshells. Better than watching his mother shrink into herself day by day. We turn onto our new street, and I take a deep breath of city air. Exhaust, coffee, and possibility. Brandon doesn't know this neighborhood, doesn't have friends here. We can start fresh. Just Gabriel and me. And somewhere out there, unknowing, is Eric. A ghost from my past, the father of my child, a man who has no idea he has a son, with my eyes and his smile. The apartment building stands tall before us. Weathered red brick with an ornate entrance that speaks of faded grandeur. My chest lightens at the sight. This is it, our sanctuary. Something about those old stones promises protection, like they've weathered 100 years of storms and still stand proud. This place is nothing like the sleek modern building Brandon preferred, which is exactly why I chose it. Is this really our new home? Gabriel bounces on his toes, tugging my hand with that restless energy only 5-year-olds possess. His eyes scan upward, taking in all 6 floors of possibility. Yep. 5th floor, apartment 503. I guide him through the heavy door, appreciating the solid click as it locks behind us. That sound, it's safety, finality, a barrier between us and everything I've left behind. My shoulders drop an inch, releasing tension I didn't realize I was carrying. The lobby has a vintage charm, with marble floors worn smooth by decades of footsteps, an old brass mailbox wall with tiny scratched windows, and a surprisingly functional elevator with an accordion gate that Gabriel finds absolutely fascinating. The air smells of furniture polish and history, nothing like the antiseptic cleanliness Brandon insisted upon. This is like a time machine. Gabriel runs his fingers along the metal as I pull it closed. His eyes are wide with wonder, taking in every detail of our new beginning. He presses his face between the diamond-shaped openings, letting out a delighted giggle that echoes through the small space. Careful with your fingers, baby, I warn, though I can't help smiling at his excitement. Even the most mundane things look magical through his eyes. It's a gift I'm trying to relearn. The elevator creaks upward, and I rest my head against the wall, allowing myself a moment of pure relief. We made it. We actually made it out. Our apartment key turns easily in the lock. I push the door open, and Gabriel darts inside, his excited footsteps echoing through our new space. It's huge! His voice bounces off empty walls. It's not really. A modest 1-bedroom with faded hardwood floors and windows that need cleaning. But after our cramped place in Charlottesville, constantly under Brandon's watchful eye, it feels expansive. Freedom always does. Check out your sleeping nook, I call, following him as he explores. The previous tenant had built a charming alcove off the living room, just big enough for a child's bed and a small dresser. I get my own room. His eyes grow impossibly wide. Sort of. We'll hang some curtains for privacy. Gabriel runs to the window, pressing his face against the glass. I can see the whole world from here. Not quite, but the view of the neighboring buildings and slice of street below offers its own urban poetry. I join him, wrapping my arms around his small shoulders. What do you think? Is it home? He nods vigorously. Can I put my space posters up? Absolutely. We unpack the essentials. Sheets for the mattresses we'll sleep on until our furniture arrives, Gabriel's stuffed dinosaur, my sketchbooks. There's something liberating about our belongings fitting into so few boxes, like we've shed more than just Brandon's presence. As Gabriel arranges his toys along the windowsill, my mind drifts to Eric. Did he stay in New York after that summer? Is he walking these same streets, maybe just blocks away? Does he have a family now? A wife? Other children? The thought sends an unexpected pang through my chest. I remember how he'd talk about his dreams over midnight pizza, gesturing with those expressive hands, opening community centers, creating spaces for kids to be safe and creative. Philanthropy had always been his passion. which surprised me since I always figured he was just a rich kid with nothing else to do. But no, that stuff really drove him forward. "I'm starving," Gabriel announces, interrupting my thoughts. His small hand tugs at the hem of my shirt, those hazel eyes wide and imploring. I shake away the ghosts of the past and Eric's memory that lingers like a stubborn perfume. No use dwelling on what-ifs when my present is staring up at me with hunger written all over his face. "What do you think about ordering pizza to celebrate our first night?" Proper New York homecoming tradition, right? With extra cheese? He hops from foot to foot, curls bouncing with each movement, practically vibrating with excitement. Like the super extra cheesiest they have. The cheesiest they've got. So much cheese, they'll have to warn us about it. I pull out my phone, quickly finding a local place with good reviews. Something about the name, Geno's, tickles a memory, but I push it aside. As I order, Gabriel spins in circles in the empty living room, arms outstretched like airplane wings, his socks sliding on the hardwood floors. His laughter bubbles from him like music, echoing off the bare walls and filling every corner of our new beginning. It strikes me then. This is the most I've heard him laugh in months, maybe even a year. Here in this bare apartment, with nothing but mattresses on the floor and hope in our hearts, he seems lighter, freer than he ever did in Brandon's suffocating space. 20 minutes, I tell him, slipping my phone back into my pocket. "Hey, I've got an idea. Let's make a blanket fort while we wait. Turn this empty room into something magical." "Yes?" He punches the air victoriously, nearly losing his balance in his enthusiasm. "Can we make it big enough for both of us? And sturdy enough to eat pizza in?" We drape sheets over the couch cushions that came with the apartment, securing them with books and shoes. It's wobbly and imperfect, but as we crawl inside together, it feels like the strongest shelter I've built in years. This is all I need. Gabriel and I. What more could I ever want in this world?
Chapter 2. Eric. I step off the train into Grand Central's cavernous main concourse, shouldering my way through the sea of bodies. The terminal's familiar buzz hits me like a physical force. Thousands of conversations blending into white noise, footsteps echoing off marble, the occasional announcement cutting through it all. Home. Technically, though it doesn't feel like it anymore. The celestial ceiling stretches overhead, those painted constellations my father used to point out when I was a kid. "Look up there, Eric," he'd say. "When life gets too heavy, remember how small we are in the grand scheme." Poetic, Dad. Doesn't make me miss you any less. I check my watch, which is in Italian leather, a graduation gift from my mother. I've got an hour before I need to be at Wilson Athletics for my welcome meeting with Dallas, my cousin, my new boss. Jesus Christ. The businessman slams into my shoulder without breaking stride. "Watch where you're going," I mutter, but he's already disappeared into the crowd. New York, city of dreams and jerks. I find a relatively quiet corner and pull out my phone, scrolling through emails I've already read twice on the train. All from Dallas Wilson, CEO of Wilson Athletics and my mother's nephew. Full of corporate jargon and expectations for the exciting new chapter of my life. What would Dad think of this? His son, the one who'd spent 4 years at Columbia, talking about community outreach programs and urban development, taking a cushy executive position at a sportswear company. "It's just temporary," I told Mom when she suggested the job. "Until I figure out my next move." "Your father would want you to be practical," she'd replied, her voice strained with that familiar mix of grief and determination. "Dallas is family. He's offering you an opportunity most people would kill for." I know she's right. Sort of. Dad was an idealist, but he was also pragmatic. He'd built his architecture firm from nothing, balancing profit with passion. But our plan had always been to launch a foundation together after I graduated, urban community centers in underserved neighborhoods, something that mattered. Then came the accident, a drunk driver, a rainy night, and suddenly I was standing at his funeral instead of celebrating my graduation with him. My phone buzzes with a text from Dallas. Can't wait to get you settled in the corner office. The team's excited to meet you. I pocket the phone without responding. The corner office. Like I've earned it. Like I'm not just some nepotism hire with a famous last name. A family passes by. A father, mother, and a little boy about 5 or 6. The dad hoists the kid onto his shoulders, and the boy's laughter rises above the station noise. Something twists in my chest, sharp and unexpected. I force myself to look away, scanning the massive board of departures and arrivals instead. People coming, people going, leaves intersecting for brief moments before spinning apart again. My thoughts drift to Ariana. Does she still live in New York? It's been, 6 years? Our summer together burns bright in my memory, those few intense months before I started college and she headed to art school, before Dad died and everything went downhill in my life. We lost touch after that summer. I figured I needed a fresh start since I was going to college in a different city. Changed my number, withdrew from everything and everyone. By the time I came up for air, she was gone. No social media presence I could find, like she'd vanished. I shake my head, trying to dislodge the memory. Ancient history now. The station's famous clock reads 2:15. Time to move. I grab my bag and join the flow of people heading toward the exits. Outside, the city assaults my senses. Car horns, construction noise, the smell of hot dog carts mixing with exhaust. Midtown Manhattan in all its chaotic glory. I flag down a taxi, sliding into the back seat with my bag. The Wilson Athletics building, I tell the driver. As the cab pulls into traffic, I watch the city scroll past the window. Gleaming towers and gritty streets. All that potential energy. All those people with their own stories. Dad would say I'm exactly where I need to be. Mom would say I'm making the smart choice. But as we approach the sleek glass building with Wilson emblazoned across the entrance, I can't shake the feeling that I'm betraying something essential about myself. 1 year, I promise silently. Give Dallas 1 year. Then figure out how to honor Dad's memory properly. The taxi stops. I pay the driver and step out onto the sidewalk, straightening my tie. I step through the massive glass doors of Wilson Athletics and immediately feel underdressed despite my tailored suit. The lobby soars 3 stories high with a kinetic sculpture of runners in motion suspended from the ceiling, their metallic forms caught mid-stride. Digital screens showcase athletes wearing Wilson gear, sprinting across finish lines and leaping toward basketball hoops. Mr. Kellington? A receptionist approaches. Mr. Wilson is expecting you. Let me take you up. We bypass the security line, and I catch the envious glances as we head toward a private elevator. The doors are emblazoned with the Wilson W logo in brushed silver. Dallas has really transformed this place, I comment. He's a visionary, she says, swiping her badge. 3 years ago, this company was about to go under thanks to the schemes of Dallas's father, Oswald. I'm sure you've heard that story before. The man almost sunk this place to the ground. Now we're giving Nike and Adidas a run for their money. The elevator ascends silently to the executive floor. The doors open to reveal a space that feels more like an upscale sports lounge than an office. Reclaimed wood floors, exposed brick, and abstract murals of athletes in motion. Trophy cases display shoes worn by Olympic medalists and signed jerseys from NBA stars. Eric Kellington! Dallas Wilson strides toward me, arms outstretched. He shed the scrawny frame I remember from family gatherings when we were teenagers, now built like the athletes he sponsors. Look at you, cousin, he says, pulling me into a bear hug. Columbia's golden boy finally joining the real world. The building's impressive, I say, genuinely meaning it. Last time I saw you, you were as small as a toothpick. Ouch. Not cool, Kellington. I'm your boss now. He smirks, gesturing to the space around us. You're lucky you're my favorite cousin. Come see your office. We walk past glass-walled conference rooms and open workspaces, buzzing with activity. People look up as we pass, curiosity in their eyes. The nepotism Heir has arrived. Dallas leads me to a corner office with huge, spotless windows overlooking Manhattan. My name is already on the door. Eric Kellington, Director of Community Engagement. This is a lot, I say, taking in the custom desk, the ergonomic chair, the private bathroom. Only the best for family, Dallas claps my shoulder. Your mom told me about those community development ideas you had in college. Figured we'd put that bleeding heart to good use while teaching you the business. The view from the windows captures a slice of Central Park in the distance. Below, people rush along the sidewalks, anonymous from this height. How many community centers could fit in this building? How many after-school programs could run with what this office renovation cost? I appreciate the opportunity, I say, setting my bag down, especially after everything with Dad. Uncle James would be proud, Dallas says, his voice softening. He always said you had the brains and the heart in the family. I swallow hard, not trusting myself to respond. Listen, Dallas continues, leaning in close. Take today to get settled. Tomorrow morning I'll introduce you to your team. We've got $10 million earmarked for community projects this fiscal year. Sports programs in underserved neighborhoods, fitness initiatives in schools without funding. Your playground, basically. My attention snaps back to him. 10 million? Tax write-offs are beautiful things, he says with a wink. But seriously, we want real impact. Good optics, sure, but genuine change, too. That's where you come in. For the first time since stepping into the building, something inside me unclenches. Maybe I can make this work after all. I've already got ideas, I say, my mind racing with possibilities. Community basketball courts in neighborhoods where parks have been neglected. Running clubs for at-risk youth. Partnerships with schools that have lost their athletic funding. That's what I want to hear. Dallas checks his Rolex. Strategy meeting in 20. Want to sit in? Get a feel for things? I nod, glancing again at the city sprawled below. Somewhere out there are the neighborhoods Dad and I used to visit, the communities we plan to serve. Maybe I haven't strayed as far from our dream as I thought. I'm in, I tell him, turning away from the window. Let's see what we can build.
Chapter 3. Ariana. The notification ping from my banking app sounds like a tiny celebration. First paycheck from the new remote design job, right on schedule. I tap the screen, watching the numbers change, a concrete sign that we're building something new. 2 weeks of work, I murmur to the empty apartment, letting my voice fill the quiet space. And we're officially part of New York again. The silence feels peaceful with Gabriel at kindergarten. No dinosaur stomping, no superhero sound effects, just the gentle hum of the city beyond our windows. I've got 3 more hours before pickup, plenty of time to sort through our finances and face the music. I grab my laptop and settle at the small table by the window, sunlight streaming across my budget spreadsheet, illuminating numbers that seem to mock me with their inadequacy. I take a deep breath, feeling the warm rays on my skin as I scroll through the columns I've meticulously created. The numbers stare back at me, stubbornly refusing to cooperate no matter how many times I rearrange them. I input the new deposit and watch as the calculations adjust automatically, the little animation almost cheerful compared to the reality it represents. My stomach tightens into a knot I've become all too familiar with. Damn. The word escapes before I can catch it, hanging in the empty room. After rent for this shoebox apartment, utilities that seem to climb every month, Gabriel's ever-growing list of school supplies, and the minimum payments on my credit cards, cards I swore I wouldn't rely on but had no choice during our hasty exit from Brandon's place, were going to be stretched thin for groceries this month. Mac and cheese dinners again, maybe peanut butter sandwiches for lunch, instead of the healthier options I'd promised myself I'd provide for Gabe. I dragged my fingers through my hair, tugging slightly at the roots, feeling the tension in my scalp. A habit I've developed whenever stress builds to unbearable levels. The spreadsheet doesn't lie, no matter how many times I tweak the formulas or juggle the numbers between columns. Math doesn't care about single motherhood or fresh starts or promises made to 5-year-olds about better days ahead. I clicked through the expense categories, searching for anything to trim. Internet, non-negotiable for remote work. Phone, already on the cheapest plan. Transportation, I've been walking everywhere possible already. There's nothing left to cut, I tell the empty room. The apartment responds with the faint hum of the refrigerator and the occasional car horn from 5 stories below. I tap my fingers against the table, thinking of the food pantry I spotted 3 blocks over. Pride is a luxury I can't afford right now. Brandon's voice floats unwelcome through my memory. Baby, why are you stressing? Just let me handle it. How many times had he paid the bills, handed me spending money, then used it as leverage later? After everything I do for you and the kid, I slam my laptop shut harder than intended. The sharp crack echoes off the bare walls. Never again. Financial dependence is just another kind of trap. I'd rather eat ramen for a month than give anyone that kind of power over me and Gabriel again. I learned that lesson the hard way, the night I'd mentioned wanting to take a graphic design course, and Brandon had laughed, saying, "What's the point? I take care of you." 2 weeks later, he'd accidentally broken my laptop during an argument. I pushed back from the table and walked to the window, pressing my forehead against the cool glass. 5 stories below, New York continues its relentless forward motion. A woman walks her dog. A delivery guy zooms past on an electric bike. A construction worker in an orange vest drinks coffee on his break. None of them know I'm up here, trying to stretch dollars like chewing gum. None of them care. There's something comforting in that anonymity. "We'll make it work," I whisper, fogging the glass. "We always do." I return to the laptop and open it again. This time, I create a new tab in the spreadsheet labeled Side Hustle Ideas, freelance design gigs, logo creation for small businesses, maybe even picking up weekend shifts at a cafe while Gabriel has playdates. My phone pings with a text from Gabriel's teacher. A photo of him proudly holding up a painting of what appears to be a rocket ship, with our apartment building balanced precariously on top. His smile is wide and gap-toothed, those familiar dimples on full display. Something loosens in my chest. This is why we're here. This is why we left. So he can paint ridiculous rocket apartment hybrids and smile without walking on eggshells. I save the photo, then turn back to my budget with renewed determination. We might be eating a lot of pasta this month. We might need to visit that food pantry, but Gabriel will never go to bed hungry, and he'll never know how tight things are. I update the grocery column with a more realistic figure and close the spreadsheet. The numbers don't lie, but they also don't tell the whole truth. They can't measure the value of freedom. They can't calculate the worth of Gabriel's laughter echoing off these walls. I check the time again. 2 hours until pickup. Enough time to finish the freelance proposal I've been working on. Another line to add to the income column. Another small step towards stability. One day at a time, I tell myself, fingers already flying across the keyboard. One damn day at a time. I finish the proposal and click save, stretching my arms above my head. The apartment smells of nothing but dust and potential, which won't do for our first official day. Coffee. I need coffee to make this place feel like home. I pull out the small drip machine I'd carefully wrapped in Gabriel's dinosaur pajamas during our hasty packing, one of the few kitchen items I'd prioritized. Brandon had always complained about my coffee. Too strong, too weak. Why can't you make it like the cafe down the street? Nothing ever satisfied him. I set it up on the counter and breathe in the familiar scent as it brews, claiming this space as ours with every passing second. The rich aroma fills the kitchen, erasing the staleness in the air. I pour the steaming liquid into my chipped mug, the one Brandon hated because it wasn't part of a matching set. The one I'd hidden in my desk drawer after he'd accidentally knocked 3 others to the floor during one of his rages. I take a sip, closing my eyes as the warmth spreads through me. For a moment, I'm transported back to that kitchen with its gleaming countertops and state-of-the-art appliances. The kitchen where I'd learned to move silently in the mornings, terrified that the coffee grinder would wake him and start the day with his scowling face and biting remarks. Jesus, Ariana, how hard is it to be quiet? Some of us worked late. The memory hits like a punch to the jaw. How many mornings had I tiptoed around, muffling every sound, measuring my breaths? How many times had I poured his coffee with shaking hands, praying I'd gotten the ratio of cream right so he wouldn't throw it down the sink while staring me dead in the eyes? I grip my mug tighter, feeling the heat against my palms. That's not my life anymore. That kitchen isn't mine. Those eggshells beneath my feet have been swept away. Screw him, I whisper to my coffee. The words feel good, forbidden, and necessary. I think about the night Gabriel had a fever, 103.4 on the thermometer, and I'd wanted to take him to the ER. Brandon had blocked the door. You're overreacting. Give him some Tylenol and stop being dramatic. I'd begged, pleaded as Gabriel whimpered in my arms, his small body radiating heat. When Brandon finally fell asleep, I'd snuck out with Gabriel wrapped in blankets, calling an Uber with shaking fingers. Ear infection. The doctor had given us antibiotics and a concerned look when I'd flinched as he reached toward Gabriel to check his ears. I'd made up some excuse about being jumpy from lack of sleep. I'd take another sip of coffee, letting the bitterness wash away the memory. That's when it clicks, the full realization of what we've escaped. Not just an angry man, not just a controlling boyfriend, a prison, a slow death, a future where Gabriel would learn that love means fear, and that women should be silent, and that men can break things when they're angry. Never again, I say to the empty kitchen, my voice steady and sure. Heat rises in my chest, not the old familiar fear, but something new. A rage, an exasperated rage in recalling what I put myself through under the guise of romance. I set my mug down with a decisive click against the counter. I pull out my laptop again and open a new document. Freelance graphic design won't be enough. I need more clients, more work, more options. I start typing furiously, creating a business plan for myself. Logo packages, social media templates, website designs, every skill I've developed in secret, every tutorial I've watched while Brandon was out, every online course I squeezed in during my lunch breaks. My fingers fly across the keyboard, fueled by coffee and the burning certainty that I will never let Gabriel or myself be trapped again. I'll work 18-hour days if I have to. I'll design until my eyes blur and my wrists ache, whatever it takes. Because the alternative, going back to a man who thinks he owns us, letting Gabriel grow up watching his mother shrink, having to ask permission for basic necessities, I'd rather live in this empty apartment forever. I'd rather eat nothing but ramen and peanut butter. I'd rather work myself to exhaustion every single day than spend one more minute being someone's possession. I glance at the clock. 45 minutes until I need to leave for Gabriel's school. I save my work and stand, a plan forming. After I pick him up, we'll go to the park with that rocket slide. Then the discount grocery store I researched. Then home for mac and cheese and fort building. I'll work after he goes to sleep, building our future one design at a time. My coffee's gone cold, but I finish it anyway. The bitterness tastes like freedom.
Chapter 4. Eric. I slide another carton of milk across the folding table to the elderly woman with weathered hands. Here you go, ma'am. Would you like some fresh bread too? Just came in this morning." She nods gratefully, adding the loaf to her collection of groceries. Her eyes crinkle at the corners when she smiles, a gesture that hits me somewhere deep in my chest. "God bless you, young man." "Just doing what matters," I say, meaning it more than she could know. Behind me, Tyler from the volunteer coordinator's office snickers. He's been making comments under his breath all morning. I've been ignoring them, but my patience is wearing thin. "What was that, Ty?" I finally ask, turning to face him as the woman moves down the line. Nothing. He holds up his hands in mock surrender. Just wondering if the silver spoon gets in the way when you're handing out those cans. A few of the other volunteers glance over, some looking uncomfortable, others hiding smiles. "Get off," I say, keeping my voice low enough that the people in line can't hear. "I'm here same as you." "Yeah, except I'm not doing this as some rich boy's field trip. Some of us actually grew up needing food banks." I take a deep breath, fighting the urge to tell him about the nights after Dad died when I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, couldn't function. But how giving back was the only thing that made the world make sense again. Instead, I grab another crate of canned vegetables from the stack behind us. "Think whatever you want about me, man. I'm just here to work." The line stretches around the corner of the community center. Mothers with children balanced on hips. Elderly couples supporting each other. College students with the hollow-eyed look of someone choosing between textbooks and dinner. I focus on each person, making eye contact, offering a genuine, "How are you today?" Sometimes they look surprised, like they expected to be invisible. Mr. Kellington making his yearly charity appearance? Another volunteer, Jessica, I think, joins in as she restocks the bread station. "I volunteer 3 times a week, actually," I say, not looking up from sorting cans. "And it's Eric." Just Eric. "Hear that? Just Eric. So humble," Tyler stage whispers. I slam a can down harder than I intended, the sound cutting through the murmur of the food line. "Look," I say, turning to face them both. "I don't give a damn what you think about me or my family or how much money I have. This work right here, this is what actually matters in life. Not corner offices, not expense accounts, not any of that nonsense." The line has momentarily paused, people pretending not to listen. My father taught me that real wealth isn't what you have, it's what you give. So yeah, I'm fortunate. And that's exactly why I'm here. Tyler and Jessica exchange glances, but I've already turned back to the line, plastering on a smile for the young mother approaching with a toddler on her hip. "Hi there. Would you like some canned vegetables? We've got green beans, corn, and mixed peas and carrots today." She looks exhausted, dark circles under her eyes, but she smiles at my interaction with her son, who's reaching for the colorful cans. "Corn, please," she says softly. "It's the only vegetable he'll eat without a fight." "Smart kid," I say, grabbing 2 cans. "Better take an extra. Battle's worth fighting and all that." She looks surprised, then grateful. "Thank you." After she moves on, I feel Tyler's presence beside me again. But his tone has shifted. "You're not what I expected," he admits grudgingly. "Yeah, well, most people aren't. We work in silence for a while, the rhythm of passing food, offering choices, seeing relief in tired faces, creating its own kind of peace. This is what I should be doing full time. Not sitting in that glass tower playing at corporate philanthropy." "You're good at this," Jessica comments later, as we're breaking down empty boxes. "The way you talk to people. Like they're people." "That's because they are," I say simply. She studies me for a moment. "You know, we could use someone like you on the planning committee. We're trying to expand services, maybe add some job training programs." And just like that, something clicks into place. A small opening, a chance to do something real. "I'd like that," I say. "I might even have some connections that could help." Dallas's words echo in my mind. 10 million earmarked for community projects. Maybe I can bridge these worlds after all. The afternoon rush hits after my conversation with Jessica, and I'm too busy handing out food to think about committees or connections. My back aches from lifting boxes, but there's something satisfying about physical work, tangible results, immediate impact, no corporate stuff, no metrics to analyze. A little boy with a dinosaur backpack grabs his mom's hand at the entrance, pointing excitedly at the fruit section. Something about his curly hair and animated gestures reminds me of kids I've worked with at other community centers. His mother kneels beside him, whispering something that makes him nod solemnly. I glance up as they approach my station, and the world screeches to a halt. We have corn, green beans, or mixed veget. The words die in my throat. Those eyes, I'd know them anywhere. Deep brown with flecks of amber when the light hits them just right. Ariana. She freezes, recognition flooding her face before something else replaces it. Embarrassment, maybe. Her eyes dart to the exit, like she's calculating an escape route. Eric. Her voice is exactly as I remember it. I didn't expect to see you here. The little boy tugs at her hand. Mama, can we get corn? Mama. The word hits me like a punch to the gut. Yeah, of course, I say automatically, reaching for the cans. Corn is definitely the superior vegetable. Smart kid. Our fingers brush as I hand her the cans, and she withdraws quickly, tucking them into her reusable bag. 6 years since I've seen her. 6 years. And my heart's hammering like I'm 19 again. The memory hits hard, making it difficult to breathe normally. How many would you like? I ask, trying to sound professional, like I'm not standing here with 1,000 questions exploding in my brain. Like I'm not wondering where she's been, what she's been doing, and most importantly, about the little boy holding her hand. 2 is plenty, she says, not quite meeting my eyes. Her lashes flutter down as she adjusts her grip on her bag. Thank you. Are you sure? I can add more. I'm rambling now, desperate to extend this moment, to keep her here just a little longer before she disappears again. 2 is fine. Her tone is firm, but not unkind. There's that familiar stubbornness I remember, the quiet determination that made me fall for her in the first place. The line behind her grows restless. A woman with a walker sighs loudly and someone else checks their watch. I don't give a damn. I grab a few extra cans anyway, tucking them into her bag before she can protest, my fingers moving with purpose. Growing boy, I say with a nod toward her son, who's now examining a volunteer's name tag at the next station with intense fascination. Trust me, I was a human garbage disposal at that age. Could eat my mom out of house and home in a single afternoon. The hint of a smile tugs at her lips, softening her guarded expression. Thank you, she says, and this time there's a warmth in her voice that makes my chest tighten with hope. As she moves to the next station, I signal to Tyler. Hey, can you cover for me? 5 minutes. He raises an eyebrow but nods. Sure, man. I catch up to Ariana at the bread table where her son is very seriously debating between white and wheat. Wheat has more nutrients, I tell him, crouching to his level. But white makes better PB&J sandwiches. It's a real dilemma. He studies me with intelligent eyes. I like peanut butter and jelly. Solid choice. I hand him the white bread, then stand to face Ariana. I get off in an hour. Any chance we could grab coffee, catch up? She glances around nervously. I don't think... Please, I say, lowering my voice. No pressure. Just... coffee. It's been a long time, and honestly, it's really good to see you. Something in her expression softens. I guess we could. There's a cafe on Monroe Street that's kid-friendly. Perfect, I know the one. 4 o'clock? She nods, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, a gesture so familiar it makes my chest ache. I'll be there, I promise. And Ariana? It really is good to see you. She smiles then, a real smile that transforms her face. You too, Eric. As she and her son continue through the line, I return to my station, ignoring Tyler's curious look. Old friend? I explain. Huh? He says skeptically. That kind of old friend, huh? Shut up and pass me those green beans. For the next hour, I work on autopilot, my mind racing. Ariana Morgan, here in New York, with a son who looks about 5 or 6. The math isn't lost on me, but I push that thought away. One thing at a time. What happened to her art school dreams? Why is she at a food bank? And why did she look so damn ashamed to see me? The hour crawls by. When my shift finally ends, I change out of my volunteer t-shirt in the bathroom, checking my reflection in the cracked mirror. I smooth my hair, straighten my collar, and laugh at myself. Jesus, Kellington, it's just coffee with an old friend. But as I walk toward Monroe Street, my heart knows better. Ariana Morgan was never just anything.
Chapter 5. Ariana. Who's that man again, Mama? Gabriel asks, skipping beside me as we head toward the cafe. His curls bounce with each step, catching golden rays of the afternoon sunlight. His little hand feels warm in mine, fingers curling trustingly around my palm, in that way that still makes my heart swell. I tighten my grip on his hand instinctively, painfully aware of Eric, walking just a few steps behind us. The weight of his presence feels like gravity, pulling at me from behind. An old friend from a long time ago, I answer, trying to keep my voice light and casual. From before I was born? Gabriel's innocent question hits like a sucker punch to my gut. His hazel eyes peer up at me with that boundless curiosity that never seems to quit. My heart skips and stutters. I swallow hard, forcing a smile that I hope looks more genuine than it feels. Yes, baby. From before you were born. The half-truth tastes bitter on my tongue. How do you tell your 5-year-old that the stranger walking behind us is actually his father? That the old friend is the man whose features are mirrored in his own face? The kid-friendly cafe on Monroe appears ahead of us like an oasis, its cheerful blue awning a welcome sight against the urban landscape. Thank God for distractions. Colorful chalk drawings decorate the concrete sidewalk outside, like elaborate hopscotch squares, smiling cartoon characters, and rainbows that look like they were created with loving care by the tiny hands of regular customers. They have a play area. Gabriel's eyes widen dramatically at the glimpse of toys through the large front window. His whole body practically vibrates with excitement, momentarily forgetting all about the stranger walking with us. He presses his face against the glass, leaving smudgy fingerprints as he takes in the wonderland beyond. Best in the neighborhood, Eric says, moving alongside us. His voice has that same warm timbre I remember, the kind that wraps around you like a blanket. Inside, the cafe buzzes with the perfect mix of adult conversation and children's laughter. A corner has been transformed into a miniature wonderland with books, building blocks, and a tiny slide. Can I? Gabriel looks up at me, practically vibrating with excitement. Go ahead. I'll be right here watching, I tell him, my eyes following as he races toward the play area. Eric chuckles. He's got energy? You have no idea. An awkward silence stretches between us as we order. Black coffee for him, latte for me, and hot chocolate for Gabriel. We settle at a table near the play area where I can keep an eye on my son. On our son. So, Eric starts, his fingers tapping against his mug. How are you? Have you stayed in New York all this time? No, actually, I say, hiding my bag of groceries underneath my feet. I moved away for a time, but we just came back. When did you move back? Not too long ago. Still getting settled. He nods, his eyes drifting to Gabriel, who's carefully constructing a tower with colorful blocks. He's amazing, Ariana. The sincerity in his voice catches me off guard. Thank you. He's everything to me. I can see that. Eric's gaze returns to me, those blue eyes still able to see right through me after all these years. What happened? After that summer, I mean. I tried calling you when I came back from college break, but your number was disconnected. I nearly choke on my latte. You tried calling me? I tried calling you for weeks. Your number was disconnected. Your social media went dark. You just vanished. His brow furrows, deep lines creasing his forehead as pain flashes across his face. Well, it's a bit complicated. My dad died. Car accident. I was in the middle of finals when it happened. Afterward, he stares into his coffee, swirling it absently. I was a complete mess. Couldn't function. Shut everything down for a while. My phone, social media, pretty much my whole life. I just disappeared. The weight of understanding hits me like a physical blow. All these years I'd constructed this narrative in my head. Eric deliberately ignoring my desperate calls, deleting my messages, moving on with his carefree college life while I faced morning sickness and doctor appointments and pregnancy tests alone. The betrayal I'd nursed for 5 years begins to crumble, leaving me disoriented. I'm so sorry about your father, I say, reaching halfway across the table before pulling my hand back. I really do mean it. I didn't know. I thought you just didn't want to hear from me anymore. Gabriel's excited voice interrupts our moment of raw honesty. Mama, look how tall I made it. It's almost touching the ceiling. I turn to see his block tower, reaching truly impressive heights, a precarious masterpiece of primary colors stacked nearly to his chest. That's incredible, baby. You've got a real talent there. I can't help adding, be careful it doesn't fall, okay? Those blocks can hurt if they come tumbling down. Eric watches him with undisguised fascination, his coffee forgotten in his hands. He's got a good eye for structure and balance, he says softly, almost to himself. Future architect, maybe. Or engineer. The pride in his voice is unmistakable, even after knowing Gabriel for less than an hour. He loves building things, and dinosaurs, and space. I can't help the pride that creeps into my voice. Gabriel notices Eric's attention and approaches our table, suddenly shy. Hi. Hey there, Eric says, his voice gentling. That's quite a tower you built. Want to show me how you did it? Gabriel glances at me for permission. When I nod, he breaks into a smile that showcases his dimples. Eric's dimples. I used the big blocks on the bottom, Gabriel explains, leading Eric back to his creation. That's the foundation. It's the most important part. Smart thinking, Eric says, crouching down to Gabriel's level. A strong foundation is definitely key. My chest tightens watching them. Eric listens intently as Gabriel explains his architectural choices, asking questions that make my son's face light up with importance. They have the same gestures, the same way of tilting their head when concentrating. For 5 years, I've been both mother and father to Gabriel. I've built his block towers and checked for monsters under the bed. I've kissed his scraped knees and taught him to tie his shoes. I've done it all alone, convinced the man across from me had simply discarded us from his life. But watching Eric with Gabriel now, the natural way they connect, the immediate bond forming between them, stirs something both beautiful and painful inside me. Want to build another one together? Eric asks, already reaching for blocks. Yeah, we can make it even taller. Gabriel's excitement bubbles over as he hands Eric a red block. They work side by side, Gabriel giggling when Eric pretends a block is too heavy. I take a sip of my latte to hide the emotion threatening to overflow. I'd never allowed myself to imagine this scene. Gabriel with his father, both of them smiling, connecting, belonging together. When their tower eventually topples with a crash, both of them burst into laughter. Eric's eyes find mine across the room, and the joy in them steals my breath. This isn't the awkward reunion I'd feared. This is something else entirely. Gabriel runs back to our table, breathless with excitement. "Mama!" Eric helped me build the tallest tower ever, and he knows about Mars and Jupiter, and even Pluto. "Pluto's still a planet in my book," Eric says with a wink, sliding back into his seat. "Mine too." Gabriel agrees enthusiastically, climbing onto my lap. I wrap my arms around him, inhaling the scent of his shampoo. "Sounds like you two had fun." "Eric's cool," Gabriel declares, reaching for his hot chocolate. "He knows dinosaur names too." "Does he now?" I meet Eric's eyes over Gabriel's head. "Only the basics," Eric admits. "T-Rex, Triceratops, the crowd pleasers." "Amateur," Gabriel teases, chocolate mustache forming on his upper lip. The three of us fall into conversation so easily it's disorienting. Gabriel chatters about his new school, his favorite books, the rocket slide at the park. Eric listens with genuine interest, asking questions that draw my son out further. When Gabriel excuses himself to use the restroom, insisting he can go alone because he's a big kid now, Eric's expression grows serious. "Ariana, I need to ask." "Yes," I say quietly, knowing what's coming. "He's yours." Eric exhales slowly, running a hand through his hair. "I thought so." The timing, his eyes, the way he builds things like my dad used to. His voice catches. "Why didn't you find me?" "Tell me." "I tried, Eric. For weeks after I found out. Your number was disconnected, remember? I didn't know about your father. I just thought." I swallow hard. "I thought you'd moved on." He reaches across the table, his fingers brushing mine. "I would never have abandoned you. Either of you. You have to know that." The warmth of his touch sends electricity up my arm. I know that now. Gabriel returns, breaking the moment. "Can we get cookies?" They have the big chocolate chip ones. Eric grins. "I think cookies are definitely in order." My treat. As he walks to the counter with Gabriel, pointing out the different options, my heart does that fluttering thing again. Not just from Eric's touch or the familiar way he smiles, but from seeing the natural way he stepped into Gabriel's world, like he's always belonged there. I watch them return with cookies, Gabriel already comfortable enough to hold Eric's hand. They're laughing about something, and the similarity in their expressions is striking. For the first time in 5 years, I allow myself to imagine a different kind of future, one where Gabriel doesn't just have me, but has us, a complete family. The thought is terrifying and exhilarating all at once. "Chocolate chip for the lady," Eric says, placing a cookie in front of me. His fingers linger near mine, a question in his eyes. I meet his gaze, letting my hand rest beside his. "Thank you." It's for more than just the cookie, and from his smile, I know he understands.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 6. Eric. Mother's crystal chandelier sparkles overhead, casting fractured light across the dining room of her Upper West Side apartment. The table, set for 2 with her finest china and silverware, could easily seat 12. Everything about this place screams old money, from the original crown molding to the authentic Monet hanging casually in the foyer. So Dallas has you handling community outreach. Mother cuts her roast duck with surgical precision. At least he's putting your interest to good use. Take a long sip of the red wine she's decanted. It's not just a token position. We have real budget, real impact potential. Her noncommittal hum speaks volumes. She's never understood why I'd want to waste time on community centers when I could be climbing the corporate ladder. I'm actually excited about it. I set my glass down harder than necessary. Dallas is giving me $10 million to distribute to community programs, sports initiatives in underserved neighborhoods, after-school activities, the kind of work Dad and I always talked about. She softens at the mention of him. Your father would be proud of you finding your way. Yeah, well, I push asparagus around my plate. Speaking of finding my way, I ran into someone yesterday. Oh. She arches a perfectly manicured eyebrow. Ariana Morgan. The name hangs in the air between us. Mother pauses, fork halfway to her mouth. The art student? From that summer before Columbia? That's her. I meet my mother's gaze. She's back in New York. And Mom, she has a son. My son. The fork clatters against fine china. I beg your pardon? His name is Gabriel. He's 5. I pull out my phone showing her the picture I snapped of Gabriel at the cafe yesterday. His face lit up as he showed me his drawing. He's incredible, Mom. Smart, funny, creative as hell. She takes the phone, studying the image with narrowed eyes. After a long moment, she sighs. He has your father's brow. And your smile. Her voice sounds strained. Are you certain he's yours? 100%. The timing matches perfectly. I lost contact with Ariana right when Dad died, when I shut everything down. She tried to find me, but... And she's just now telling you this. Disapproval edges into her tone. She tried to tell me then. I run a hand through my hair. My number was disconnected, remember? After Dad's accident, I couldn't deal with anything. I went dark. Mother's expression shifts from shock to something softer. She reaches across the table, covering my hand with hers. Oh, Eric, what a mess. What does she want from you now? Want from me? I pull my hand away. She doesn't want anything. She's been raising our son alone for 5 years, thinking I abandoned them. Darling, you know how these situations usually play out. A sudden appearance. A child you never knew about. She sighs. Your position at Wilson Athletics, your family name. These things attract certain types of... Stop. The word comes out sharper than I intended. Ariana's not like that. She never asked me for a damn thing. She's been working so hard as a single mom, doing graphic design work, making it on her own. Mother sits back, studying me. You still have feelings for her. It's not a question. I never stopped having feelings for her. The admission feels like relief. And now, there's Gabriel. Mom, when I'm with him, it's like... I can't explain it. It feels right, like I've known him his whole life. You've known him for a day, she says gently. I know that. But he's my son. I lean forward. You should see him build things. He has this focus, this natural understanding of structure, just like Dad had. Something shifts in her expression at that. She takes another long look at Gabriel's picture, then hands the phone back to me. Well, this certainly isn't what I'd imagined for you. What did you imagine? Some socialite who'd look good in family photos? Someone from your charity committee? I imagined someone who would make you happy, Eric. Her voice carries unexpected emotion. After your father died, I watched you close yourself off from everything that brought you joy. Your philanthropy plans, your friends, even that girl. Ariana, I correct her. Yes, Ariana. She takes a delicate sip of wine. If seeing her again, and this child brings that light back into your eyes, then I suppose I should be grateful. I study my mother's face, surprised by her response. You're not upset? Darling, I've been watching you go through the motions for years. Taking the job with Dallas, attending the right functions, dating suitable women who never lasted more than a few months. She reaches over to straighten my collar, a gesture from childhood. None of it made you happy. You looked more alive showing me that photo than you have since before James died. I stare at her, speechless. Don't look so shocked. She smiles slightly. I'm your mother. Your happiness has always been my priority, even when we disagree on what that looks like. I want to be part of his life, Mom. Part of both their lives. She nods slowly. Then you will be. After a pause, she adds, I'd like to meet my grandson. When the time is right, of course. The word grandson hits me with unexpected force. I'd like that too. We eat in silence for a moment, the weight of the conversation settling around us. What's he like? She finally asks. The boy. Gabriel. I can't help the smile that spreads across my face. He's brilliant. Sorry. Brilliant. He builds these incredible structures with blocks. Talks about space like he's already been there. Has this laugh that just... I trail off, realizing I'm gushing. Mother watches me with a softness I haven't seen in years. You sound like your father when you were born. He couldn't stop talking about your hands, of all things. How perfectly they were formed. How they were already reaching for things. For the first time in years, the mention of Dad doesn't come with that stabbing pain. Instead, there's something warm, something connecting past to present to future. I need to do this right, I tell her. For Gabriel. For Ariana. For all of us. You will? She reaches for the wine bottle, refilling our glasses. You're James Kellington's son, after all. He never walked away from what mattered. I raise my glass. To Dad. To James, she agrees. And to new beginnings. As we clink glasses, I feel something shift inside me. A certainty, a purpose clearer than anything I've felt since Dad died. Gabriel and Ariana aren't just my past resurfacing. They're my future finding its way home. I'm glad Dallas convinced you to come back, Mom says, sipping her after-dinner coffee. The porcelain cup looks fragile in her hands, matching the suddenly vulnerable look in her eyes. After Columbia, after your father, I wasn't sure you'd ever want to return to New York. I leaned back in my chair, considering her words. Truth be told, I wasn't sure either. This city holds a lot of ghosts. And now, she studies me over the rim of her cup. Now I'm grateful I came back. I can't keep the conviction from my voice. If I hadn't, I might never have known about Gabriel. Her eyes soften at the mention of his name. You've already fallen in love with that little boy, haven't you? The second I saw him, I don't hesitate. It was like looking at a piece of myself I never knew was missing. The way he studies things, Mom. The way he builds. He's got Dad's eye for structure. James would have adored him. She sets her cup down, a small smile playing at her lips. A grandson with the Kellington building gene. He asked me today if I could take him to see the really tall buildings sometime. I laugh, remembering Gabriel's wide eyes. I think he meant skyscrapers, but I told him about Dad's firm, how his grandfather designed buildings all over the city. And how did he react? Like I'd just told him his grandfather was a superhero. The memory warms me from the inside. He wants to see every single one of them now. Mom reaches across the table, covering my hand with hers. Her touch is gentle, maternal in a way it hasn't been since Dad died. It's good to see you like this, Eric. I study her face, recognizing the sincerity there. It's not just Gabriel, I admit. It's Ariana, too. Seeing her again, it's like finding a piece of myself I thought was gone. The timing wasn't right before, Mom says, surprising me again with her insight. Perhaps now it is. I abandoned them, I say, the words sticking in my throat. Not intentionally, but the result was the same. She raised our son alone for 5 years, thinking I'd discarded them both. And now you have a chance to make it right. Mom stands collecting our dessert plates. Life rarely gives second chances, Eric. Your father and I. We had unfinished conversations when he died. Things left unsaid. Her voice catches slightly. Don't make the same mistake. I join her, taking the plates from her hands. I won't. These past few years, it's like I've been sleepwalking, going through the motions, doing what was expected. I set the dishes in the sink, turning to face her. But seeing Gabriel and Ariana, suddenly everything has purpose again. Your father always said you had the biggest heart of anyone he knew. She smiles, a rare display of emotion crossing her usually composed features. He worried sometimes that you felt things too deeply. Is that why you pushed me toward Wilson Athletics? Something safe? Something expected? She nods slowly. I thought structure would help heal you. I see now that wasn't what you needed. And what did I need? I ask, genuinely curious about her answer. This, she says simply. A reason to care deeply again. A purpose beyond yourself. We fall silent as she rinses the dishes, passing them to me, to load into the dishwasher. It's a strangely domestic moment, something we haven't shared since I was a teenager. You know, I say, closing the dishwasher, Dad always talked about family being his foundation, how everything he built, his firm, his reputation, meant nothing without us to share it with. James was a wise man. I think I finally understand what he meant. I lean against the counter, crossing my arms. When I saw Gabriel today, something just clicked into place. Like this piece I didn't know was missing suddenly appeared. Parenthood has a way of rearranging your priorities, she says with a knowing smile, even when it arrives unexpectedly. I'm not letting them go again, I tell her, the decision cementing itself in my heart. I'm going to be there for Gabriel. For Ariana too, if she'll let me.
Chapter 7. Ariana. The Central Park carousel spins in a blur of painted horses and twinkling lights. Gabriel's laughter rings out above the calliope music, his little body practically vibrating with excitement as his horse rises and falls. He waves wildly each time he circles past where Eric and I stand watching. Again, he shouts as the ride slows, and I can't help but laugh at his boundless enthusiasm. One more time, Eric calls back, already pulling out his wallet for another ticket. Then we hit the zoo, remember? Gabriel's eyes widen like Eric just promised him the moon. The penguins. It's been like this all day. Gabriel absolutely glowing with happiness. Eric eager to fulfill his every wish. And me, struggling to process how quickly my life has transformed. 2 weeks ago, I was a single mom scraping by. Now, we're having family outings with a man who slipped back into our lives like he'd never left. The carousel attendant helps Gabriel dismount, and he races over to us, throwing himself into Eric's arms with complete trust. Something twists in my chest, watching Eric lift him high, their matching dimples flashing as they laugh together. "Did you see me, Dad? I went so high." Dad. The word still feels strange, new and ancient all at once. We told Gabriel 3 days ago, sitting him down together to explain that Eric wasn't just a friend, but his father. I'd expected confusion, questions. Instead, Gabriel had simply nodded, like pieces were clicking into place, then asked if Eric could come to his school, show and tell. Just like that, as if gaining a father was the most natural thing in the world for my 5-year-old son. Children adapt with an ease that sometimes leaves me breathless and envious. "I saw you." Eric sets Gabriel on his broad shoulders with practiced ease, as if he's been doing this for years instead of days. "You were the fastest rider out there. Definitely beat all those other horses. I think you might have a future as a jockey." Gabriel's small hands grip Eric's dark hair for balance, his caramel fingers contrasting against Eric's brown strands. His legs dangle excitedly against Eric's chest. "Can we see the monkeys after the penguins? Miss Henderson says they're our cousins." "Absolutely." Eric's voice carries that deep rumble of assurance that seems to captivate both my son and something primal within me. "The whole zoo is our kingdom today, buddy. Whatever the prince wants to see, we'll see it." I feel the deliberate brush of Eric's fingers against mine as we walk toward the zoo entrance, a gesture that's become increasingly common these past few days. Not accidental, but testing, questioning. My body responds with an immediate surge of warmth that radiates from my fingertips, straight to my core. I pull my hand away, not ready to acknowledge the electricity crackling between us or the way my skin tingles at his touch. "You okay?" Eric asks quietly, his blue eyes searching my face while Gabriel chatters animatedly above our heads about animal facts he's memorized from his library books. Something about how penguins mate for life and monkeys use tools just like people do. "Fine," I say automatically. Then, because I promised myself I'd be honest with him, I add, "It's just a lot, seeing you two together like this. It's wonderful, but overwhelming." I nod, grateful he understands. I've been his entire world for 5 years, and now he has you. And he's so happy and I'm happy for him, but it's an adjustment, he finishes, for all of us. His understanding disarms me. That's the thing about Eric. He's always been able to read me, to see beneath my carefully constructed defenses. "Look!" Gabriel points excitedly as we approach the zoo entrance. "There's a giant bear statue." Eric navigates smoothly through the crowd, Gabriel still perched on his shoulders. He handles fatherhood with a natural ease that both impresses and unnerves me. How can someone slip into this role so effortlessly after 5 years of absence? "Penny for your thoughts?" Eric asks as we join the ticket line. "Just thinking about how good you are with him," I admit. "It's like you've been doing this for years, not days." Pride flashes across his face. He makes it easy. "He's such an amazing kid, Ariana." "I know. Because of you." His blue eyes lock with mine, intense and sincere. "Everything good in him comes from how you've raised him." The compliment catches me off guard. He has a lot of you in him, too. "The good parts, I hope." Gabriel interrupts our moment, pointing frantically at the penguin habitat on the zoo map. "There." "Can we go there first?" "Lead the way, Captain," Eric says, setting him down. Gabriel takes both our hands automatically, positioning himself between us like it's the most natural thing in the world. We look like a family. We feel like a family. The thought terrifies and thrills me in equal measure. At the penguin exhibit, Gabriel presses against the glass, completely entranced. Eric crouches beside him, pointing out different species and making Gabriel giggle with penguin impressions. "Mom! Come see." Gabriel waves me over excitedly. "Dad says these ones come from where it's super cold, and they have special feathers to stay warm." I join them at the glass, hyper-aware of Eric's proximity as our shoulders brush. Is that right? Emperor penguins, Eric explains. They live in Antarctica, where it's -40 degrees. Gabriel's eyes widen. That's colder than our freezer. Way colder, Eric agrees, ruffling his hair. But they have special bodies built for it. They're perfect for their environment. Like how I'm perfect for building towers? Gabriel asks. Exactly like that. Eric's voice swells with pride. We're all made for something special. I watch them together, their dark heads bent close, the same profile, the same thoughtful expression. My heart twists with a complicated emotion I can't quite name. We spend hours exploring the zoo, Gabriel's energy never flagging as he races from exhibit to exhibit. Eric matches his enthusiasm perfectly, lifting him to see over crowds, answering his endless questions, taking dozens of photos of Gabriel's first zoo trip with Dad. By the time we reach the sea lion pool, I'm exhausted but oddly content. I find a bench while Eric takes Gabriel to get ice cream, watching them wait in line together. Gabriel talks animatedly, hands gesturing wildly, and Eric listens with complete attention, nodding seriously at whatever 5-year-old wisdom is being imparted. They return with 3 cones, Gabriel carefully carrying mine with intense concentration. I got you chocolate because it's your favorite, he announces proudly, handing it over without a single drip spilled. Thank you, baby. That was very thoughtful. Eric sits beside me, our thighs almost touching on the small bench. Gabriel wedges himself between us, happily attacking his strawberry cone. This has been the best day ever, he declares between licks. Can we do this again tomorrow? Eric laughs. I have to work tomorrow, buddy. But how about this weekend? Promise? Gabriel looks up with those big eyes that are impossible to resist. Promise. Eric holds out his pinky. Pinky swear, and those are unbreakable. Gabriel solemnly hooks his tiny finger around Eric's larger one. The simple gesture makes my throat tighten unexpectedly. Mom can come too, right? Gabriel asks. Always, Eric says, his eyes finding mine over Gabriel's head. We're a package deal now. The intensity in his gaze makes my pulse quicken. There's more behind those words than just family outings, and we both know it. Gabriel finishes his ice cream and spots the playground near the zoo exit. Can I go play? Please? 20 minutes. I agree. Then we need to head home for dinner. As he races toward the slides, Eric shifts closer on the bench, filling the space Gabriel vacated. The warmth of his body radiates against mine. Thank you for today, he says quietly, for letting me be part of this. He's your son too, I say simply. He deserves to know you. And what about you? His fingers brush mine again, deliberately this time. What do you deserve, Ariana? The question hangs between us, loaded with possibilities. I look at his hand, so close to mine, remembering how those hands once knew every inch of me. I don't know, I admit softly. I spent so long just focusing on getting by, on giving Gabriel what he needs. I haven't thought about what I deserve in a long time. His fingers intertwine with mine, and this time, I don't pull away. Well, I have some thoughts on the matter, he says, his voice dropping to that low register that still makes my stomach flip. If you're interested in hearing them? The air between us crackles with unspoken tension. Gabriel's delighted shrieks provide a soundtrack as he conquers the playground. I should pull my hand away. I should maintain boundaries. I should protect my heart. Instead, I find myself leaning slightly closer, drawn to him like gravity. I might be, I whisper, surprising myself with my honesty. His smile is slow and promising, sending heat cascading through me. Good, because I've got a lot to say on the subject.
Chapter 8. Eric. The first initiative is what we're calling Build Up, Play Up, I say, clicking to the next slide. The conference room falls silent as images of run-down basketball courts transform into vibrant community spaces. We identify neglected recreational areas in 5 key neighborhoods and completely renovate them with sustainable materials. The board members lean forward in their chairs. Dallas nods encouragingly from the head of the table. But here's where we differentiate ourselves, I continue, feeling that familiar fire in my chest. We don't just build and bounce. We establish ongoing leagues, mentorship programs, and skills clinics staffed by local coaches we train and pay fairly. This creates jobs while giving kids consistent adult presence and structured activity. I click to the budget breakdown. The initial investment is substantial, but the long-term community engagement and brand loyalty we'll build is invaluable. Moving to the next slide, I unveil the second proposal. And this is Future Pros, a comprehensive after-school program targeting middle schoolers. Beyond sports training, we incorporate nutrition education, academic support, and leadership development. The graphics show diverse groups of kids in Wilson gear, learning, playing, growing together. The key innovation here is our partnership with local businesses. They provide internship opportunities and job shadowing for the older participants, creating a pipeline from playground to profession. Wilson Athletics becomes more than a brand. We also become the foundation that helped launch their futures. When I finish the presentation, the boardroom erupts in applause. Even the finance director, notorious for her skepticism, looks impressed. Questions? I ask, standing tall in my perfectly tailored suit. For the next 20 minutes, I field inquiries about logistics, measurements, and expected outcomes. Every answer comes easily, passionately. This is what I was meant to do. After the meeting adjourns, Dallas hangs back, waiting until the room empties before approaching me. That was brilliant, he says, leaning against the conference table. I knew you'd be good, but this... He gestures to the presentation still glowing on the screen. This is beyond what I expected. Thanks for the opportunity, I say, gathering my notes. These programs could make a real difference. Dallas studies me, head tilted. Something's different about you. What do you mean? You've got this new fire in your eyes. He crosses his arms, smiling. When you first arrived, I was worried I'd made a mistake bringing you on. You were going through the motions, checking boxes. Now you're presenting like your life depends on it. I laugh, shutting down my laptop. Maybe it does, in a way. Care to share what lit that match? I hesitate, then decide honesty is best with family. I found someone, or rather, she found me again. A woman? Dallas raises an eyebrow. Must be someone special to put that look on your face. Ariana, I say, the name feeling right on my tongue. We were together before Dad died. Lost touch after that. And now, I can't keep the smile from spreading across my face. Turns out I have a son. Damn! Dallas's jaw drops. You're a father? Gabriel. I nod, pulling out my phone to show him a picture. He's 5. Smart as hell, loves building things. Dinosaurs, space, just like I did at his age. Dallas takes the phone, studying the image. Jesus, he looks just like you. Those dimples are pure Kellington. He glances up. So you and this Ariana, you're back together? Working on it, I admit. We're taking things slow, figuring out how to be parents together first. But there's still something there between us. Something real. Dallas hands the phone back, clapping me on the shoulder. I'm happy for you, man. After Uncle James died, we were all worried about you. The way you shut down, threw yourself into work, but without any passion. Yeah, well, finding out you're a dad has a way of rearranging your priorities. I can imagine. Dallas gestures toward the presentation. These programs, they're not just business for you anymore, are they? They never were, I admit. But now, thinking about Gabriel, about the world he's growing up in, it makes everything more urgent, more personal. Use that, Dallas says. That connection, that drive. The board ate it up because they could feel your conviction. We walk together toward the elevator, our conversation shifting to implementation timelines and budget allocations. As we reach my office, Dallas pauses. Bring them by sometime, he says. Ariana and Gabriel. I'd like to meet them. I will, I promise. Once we've all had a little more time to adjust. Family is everything, Eric, Dallas says, his tone suddenly serious. Don't make the same mistakes my dad made, putting business before what really matters. I won't, I say with absolute certainty. That's one promise I know I'll keep. I'm not ending up like Oswald Wilson, that's for damn sure. As Dallas heads back to his office, I stand in my doorway looking out at the city skyline. Somewhere out there, Gabriel is probably building towers with his blocks, Ariana watching over him with that mixture of pride and protectiveness I've come to recognize. My family. The thought settles in my chest, warm and right. A foundation stronger than any business I could build. Settling into my office chair, I turn to the whiteboard that now dominates one wall. It's covered with colored sticky notes, diagrams, and photos of kids from various communities where we've started implementing our programs. Community and sports integration, I mutter, tapping my pen against the desk. The 2 successful proposals I presented to the board were just the beginning. With their enthusiastic approval, I've been given free rein to expand our initiatives. I stand up, drawn to a particular photo of Gabriel I've pinned to the corner of the board. He's beaming, holding up a model building he constructed from recycling materials during our weekend project. Those dimples, that concentrated look when he's figuring something out. I see myself in him every day. What would you want in your neighborhood, buddy? I ask the photo as if he could answer. I grab a marker and start writing directly on the whiteboard. Education through movement. The idea takes shape as I scribble. A program combining physical activity with academic concepts, teaching math through basketball scoring, science through understanding the physics of different sports, engineering through building their own equipment. Kids learn better when they're engaged physically, I say to the empty room. When they're having fun, they don't even realize they're learning. Gabriel struggles with sitting still sometimes. Ariana mentioned it during our last dinner together. How many other kids are like him? Brilliant minds trapped in education systems that demand stillness when their bodies need movement. I sketch out a rough curriculum structure. Morning academic sessions that incorporate movement, afternoon sports that reinforce those same concepts. Local teachers working alongside coaches we train. No kid gets left behind because they learn differently. My phone buzzes with a text from Ariana. Gabriel made honor roll this month. He's so excited to tell you at dinner tonight. Pride swells in my chest. My son. My brilliant, beautiful boy. I text back. Tell him I'm bringing a special surprise to celebrate. Looking back at the whiteboard, I add another element. Parent integration. This isn't just about the kids. It's about giving parents tools to continue the learning at home, building stronger family bonds through shared activities. I think about how Gabriel's face lights up when we build things together. How Ariana joins us now, the 3 of us creating structures on our living room floor. Those moments are when I feel most complete, most alive. Family science nights, I write, circling it twice. Weekend engineering challenges. Events that bring whole families together, teaching while strengthening bonds. Gabriel would love that, showing off what he's learned, working alongside other kids and parents. My vision expands beyond just sports now. I see community gardens where kids learn about nutrition and sustainability, coding clubs where they develop apps to track their athletic progress, music programs that explore the rhythm and mathematics behind different sports. This isn't just about creating better athletes, I say, standing back to survey my growing web of ideas. It's about creating better futures for all children. I grab my laptop and start typing furiously, transforming my scribbles into a cohesive proposal. The budget numbers align perfectly with what Dallas approved. With proper allocation, we could launch in 3 communities by next quarter, 5 more by year-end. Each community would have programs tailored to their specific needs, but the core philosophy remains the same: learning through movement, family involvement, building futures. I already have contacts at schools in Harlem, Brooklyn, and the Bronx who've expressed interest in piloting these programs. As I refine the details, I keep coming back to Gabriel. Everything I'm designing with him in mind. Not just for him specifically. He's fortunate enough to have resources many kids don't. But for all the children who deserve the same opportunities. I want a world where every kid can discover their passions, develop their talents, and build their futures with confidence. A world where education isn't separate from joy, but intertwined with it. My phone rings. Dallas. I hear you've been holed up in your office all day, he says without preamble. Another brainchild forming? Something big, I confirm, beyond what we've done before. Integrating education with our sports programs, creating comprehensive development systems for these communities. Sounds expensive, he says, but I can hear the interest in his voice. Initial investment, yes. Long-term benefits? Immeasurable. Not just for the communities, but for our brand. Imagine the loyalty we'll build with these families. Dallas chuckles. You've learned to speak corporate pretty quick. I know how to translate what matters into language that gets it funded, I correct him. These programs will change lives. The brand recognition is just the bonus that makes the board happy. Send me what you've got. We'll talk tomorrow. I hang up and turn back to my work with renewed energy. This isn't just a job anymore. It's not even just philanthropy. It's my legacy to Gabriel, to all children who deserve more than the world currently offers them. Building futures, one community at a time. Dad would be proud. And more importantly, Gabriel will grow up in a world better than the one I inherited.
Chapter 9. Ariana. The sun feels warm on my face as I walk home from the corner market. Plastic bags cutting into my fingers. Worth it for Gabriel's favorite cereal and those organic apples he's suddenly obsessed with. Funny how a child's taste changes overnight. One day it's all dinosaur-shaped chicken nuggets. The next he's lecturing me about how apples help his brain grow even smarter. That's Eric's influence. 1 month of having a father in his life, and Gabriel's vocabulary has expanded, his confidence has soared, and his teacher says he's thriving academically. I shift the bags to my other hand, smiling to myself. My life hardly feels like my own anymore, in the best possible way. The woman who arrived in New York terrified and struggling wouldn't recognize me now. I have steady freelance work, a growing savings account, and a co-parent who shows up every single time he says he will. A group of kids races past me on the sidewalk, laughing and shoving playfully. Gabriel used to be so shy around other children. Now he organizes games at recess, explaining the rules with Eric's same authoritative confidence. Takes after his dad, I whisper to myself, the thought warming me from the inside. Eric has slipped into our lives like he was always meant to be there. Family dinners 3 times a week. Weekend outings to museums and parks. Late-night conversations after Gabriel goes to bed, where we carefully circle the growing attraction between us, neither quite ready to cross that final line. I turn onto my street, mentally planning dinner. Gabriel asked for spaghetti this morning, and I picked up ingredients for garlic bread, Eric's favorite. He's coming over after work to help Gabriel with his science project. Something about building a model solar system that actually rotates. The hair on the back of my neck suddenly stands up. I stop walking, the pleasant bubble of my thoughts popping instantly. Someone's watching me. I feel it with the same instinctive certainty that mothers feel when their child is too quiet in another room. That gut-level alarm that bypasses rational thought completely. I scan the street casually, trying not to look alarmed while my pulse hammers in my throat. Nothing seems out of place at first glance. A young couple walking their labradoodle, laughing as it strains at the leash toward a squirrel. A delivery guy in a faded blue uniform jacket checking his phone, probably mapping his next drop-off. A car idling at the curb about 20 yards ahead. The car. Dark sedan with chrome trim catching the afternoon light. Windows tinted just enough to obscure the driver, but not enough to be illegal. My heart rate doubles, then triples as sweat prickles under my arms despite the cool spring air. Something about the stillness of it. Predatory, waiting. No way. It can't be him. Brandon doesn't know we're here. I've been so careful. New phone, cash transactions whenever possible, minimal social media presence. I haven't even posted a single photo of Gabriel or checked into any locations. I've become a ghost, a shadow, invisible to everyone except those I deliberately let in. He couldn't have found us. He couldn't. I force myself to keep walking, quickening my pace slightly. The car stays put, but I feel eyes following me. My mouth goes dry, palms sweating despite the plastic bags cutting into my skin. Maybe I'm paranoid. Maybe it's just someone waiting for a friend. Maybe dash. The car engine revs slightly. That sound triggers something primal in me. Memories flood back. Brandon gunning the engine when angry, the way he'd inch the car forward when I was getting out, just to scare me, laughing when I jumped. I abandon any pretense of calm and break into a run, grocery bags swinging wildly. My building is just half a block away. Safety security doors, neighbors who would hear me scream. Behind me, the car pulls away from the curb. Damn, I whisper, fumbling for my keys as I approach my building. The entry code. What's the entry code? My mind blanks with panic as I punch in numbers, the plastic grocery bags digging deeper into my wrists, cutting off circulation. Wrong code. The door remains locked, mocking me with its impenetrable barrier. Come on, I mutter, sweat beading on my forehead despite the cool air. I try again, forcing my trembling fingers to slow down, mentally counting each digit as I press it. The car turns the corner, headlights sweeping across the sidewalk, heading deliberately my way. My heart hammers against my ribs like it's trying to escape. The door finally buzzes open with a merciful click. I practically fall inside, groceries swinging wildly, slamming it behind me with enough force to rattle the glass. Through the smudged pane, I watch the dark sedan cruise slowly past the building, like a shark circling its prey. The streetlight catches on the windshield for just a second. I can't see the driver clearly, but I don't need to. The silhouette, the way he hunches forward over the steering wheel, I'd recognize that posture anywhere. I know. Brandon has found us. After all this time, all my careful planning, all my precautions, he's here. I race up the stairs to our apartment, unwilling to wait for the elevator where I'd be trapped, vulnerable. The bags cut into my fingers, but I barely notice the pain. By the time I reach our door, I'm gasping for breath, keys shaking so badly I can barely get them in the lock, scraping against the metal as I desperately try to find the keyhole. Inside, I drop the groceries and double bolt the door, then check every window. All locked. I pull the curtains closed, plunging the apartment into semi-darkness. My phone. I need to call Eric. As I reach for it, I freeze. What if I'm overreacting? What if it wasn't Brandon at all, just some random car that happened to trigger my anxiety? Eric will think I'm paranoid, dramatic, all the things Brandon used to accuse me of being. But what if it was him? I sink onto the couch, clutching my phone. Gabriel is safe at his after-school program for another hour. Eric won't be here for 2 hours. I'm alone with my fear and uncertainty. My phone buzzes with a text. Eric. Just got out of my meeting early. Want me to pick up Gabriel on my way over? Relief washes over me so strongly I nearly sob. The tension in my shoulders releases just a fraction, and I have to blink back tears that threaten to spill over. I type back with shaking fingers, missing the keys several times before getting it right. Yes, please. That would be amazing. I stare at the screen, my thumb hovering uncertainly. He deserves to know. I hesitate, then add, "Actually, can you come straight here first? Something happened. I'm okay, but shaken up." His response is immediate, as if he was waiting with his phone in hand. "On my way." 15 minutes. Don't open the door for anyone but me. I clutch the phone to my chest like it's a lifeline, breathing deeply to calm my racing heart. In, out. In, out. The walls of our small apartment seem to press in around me in the dim light filtering through the curtains. Eric is coming. Gabriel will be with him. We'll be safe together. The thought wraps around me like a protective blanket. But a voice in my head, one that sounds terrifyingly like Brandon's, whispers with cruel certainty, "You'll never be safe. I'll always find you." The voice is so clear, so real, that I find myself checking over my shoulder, half expecting to see him standing there with that cold smile that never reached his eyes. How? How did he find me? And why is he trying to ruin my life now that everything is going so well?
Chapter 10. Eric. I take the stairs 2 at a time, heart hammering against my ribs. 3 sharp knocks on Ariana's door, our agreed signal. "It's me!" I call out, keeping my voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through my veins. The deadbolt slides, then the chain before Ariana's face appears in the narrow gap. Her eyes are wide, scanning behind me before pulling the door open just enough for me to slip through. She immediately locks everything again. "Where's Gabriel?" Panic edges into her voice when she sees I'm alone. "He's fine. Mrs. Patterson from the 3rd floor is watching him in the lobby. I didn't want to bring him up until I talked to you first." I take her hands, which are ice cold and trembling. "What happened?" Ariana glances toward the windows, all curtains drawn tight. "I need to check on Gabriel." "He's safe," I assure her, guiding her to the couch. "Security guard is right there with them. Talk to me." She takes a shaky breath. "Brandon, he found us." The name hits me like a physical blow. I've heard enough about this jerk over the past few weeks to hate everything about him. "You saw him?" "In a car outside. Following me." Her voice cracks. "I know it was him, Eric. The way he hunched over the wheel, how he slowly drove past. He's here." I fight to keep my expression neutral while rage builds inside me. Some jerk is terrorizing my family. "Tell me everything." As Ariana recounts what happened, I notice the abandoned groceries by the door, the apples rolling across the floor. Her hands keep twisting together as she speaks, eyes darting to the windows. "I keep thinking maybe I'm overreacting," she finishes. "But my gut. Trust your gut," I interrupt. "If you think it was him, it was him." She blinks, surprise crossing her features. "You believe me? Just like that? Why wouldn't I?" "Brandon used to say I was paranoid, dramatic." She laughs without humor. "Even when he was the one causing the drama." I cup her face in my hands, forcing her to look at me. "Listen to me. You are not staying here tonight, or any night until we figure this out." "What do you mean?" "I mean, you and Gabriel are coming to my place. Today. Now." She pulls back. "Eric, we can't just..." "My building has 24-hour security. Doorman, cameras, the works. No one gets in without being cleared." I take her hands again. "This isn't negotiable, Ariana. If this guy found you once, he'll come back." Fear flashes across her face, and I hate that I put it there, but she needs to understand the reality. "We can call the police," she suggests weakly. "And tell them what?" You saw a car? That you think it was your ex? I shake my head. They'll take a report and do nothing. We need to be proactive. Moving in together is a big step. Her voice is barely audible. This isn't about us, I clarify, though part of me wishes it was. This is about keeping you and Gabriel safe. I have a guest room. You'll have your space. She chews her bottom lip, weighing options I know she doesn't really have. Just until we figure something out? Just until we're sure you're safe. The lock rattles and we both jump. A tiny voice calls through the door. Mom? Dad? Mrs. Patterson says she has to go make dinner now. Ariana springs to the door, checking the peephole before letting Gabriel in. He bounces through, backpack swinging, completely oblivious to the tension crackling in the air. I got an A on my dinosaur project. He holds up a paper with a giant red star. Miss Henderson says my facts were exceptional. He pronounces each syllable carefully, proud of the new vocabulary. That's amazing, buddy. I ruffle his hair, forcing enthusiasm into my voice. Hey, how would you feel about having a sleepover at my place tonight? His eyes widen. Like a special occasion? Something like that, Ariana says, shooting me a look that says, not now. Can I bring my space books? Gabriel asks, already excited by the prospect. Absolutely. And your dinosaurs too. I glance at Ariana. Why don't you help him pack an overnight bag while I make a call? She nods, understanding my meaning. Come on, Gabe. Let's get your things. As soon as they disappear into Gabriel's nook, I step into the kitchen, keeping my voice low as I call building security at my place, alerting them to the situation. Next, I text my private investigator friend, a connection from Dad's old firm who's helped with corporate security issues in the past. Gabriel emerges with his backpack stuffed to bursting, clutching his favorite dinosaur. Ready for adventure! That's the spirit, Captain. I take his bag, hefting it onto my shoulder. We're going to have the best time. Ariana follows with a small duffel. Her eyes meet mine, filled with uncertainty and something else. Trust, maybe. It hits me how significant this is. She's putting her safety, Gabriel's safety, in my hands. I've got you, I tell her quietly. Both of you. Later, after Gabriel has fallen asleep in my spare room, surrounded by dinosaurs arranged in protective formation, Ariana and I sit at my kitchen island. Steam rises from her untouched tea. I need to know everything about him, I say, every detail that might help us stay ahead of this. She runs a finger around the rim of her mug. We met at a gallery showing. I was catering. He was a guest. Charming, attentive. Everything changed so gradually I barely noticed. As she details the escalating control, the isolation, the emotional manipulation that became threatening behavior, my hands clench into fists under the counter. I never thought he'd find us, she whispers. I was so careful. This isn't your fault, I tell her firmly. None of it. What do we do now? We keep you safe. We build a case if he makes contact. And we don't let this jerk dictate our lives. I cover her hand with mine. I'm not going anywhere, Ariana. Whatever happens, we face it together. For the first time since I arrived at her apartment, she truly looks at me, really sees me, and something in her expression shifts. She gives me a small smile, turning her palm up to hold my hand properly. I'm starting to believe that might actually be possible. Afterwards, she moves to my couch, curled up with her knees to her chest, still a little shaken from earlier. The lights in my apartment cast a warm glow over her features, softening the worry lines that had creased her forehead when I arrived at her place. Can I get you anything? I ask, leaning against the kitchen counter. Water? More tea? Something stronger? Ariana looks up, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. A cookie would be nice, actually. I can't help but smile. A cookie? Comfort food, she explains with a small shrug. Always worked when I was a kid, Say no more. I head to my pantry, pulling out the unopened package of chocolate chip cookies I bought last week. Not just any cookies, the fancy kind with 3 types of chocolate chunks and sea salt. On impulse, I grab a carton of milk from the fridge and pour 2 glasses. When I return to the living room, her eyes widen at my offering. I said a cookie, not a feast, she laughs, but the tension in her shoulders visibly eases. Go big or go home. I set the plate of cookies and milk on the coffee table and drop down beside her, close enough that our shoulders almost touch. Besides, Gabriel's asleep now. We have adult privileges. Unlimited cookies, no sharing required. She takes one, biting into it with a small sigh of pleasure. Oh my God, these are good! Only the best for the mother of my child. Our eyes meet, and something electric passes between us. The air in the room shifts, becomes charged with possibility. I'm hyper-aware of her proximity, of the way her knee rests just inches from mine, of how the dim lighting catches the gold flecks in her brown eyes. Thank you, she says quietly, for coming when I called. For taking this seriously. Always. I reach for her hand, squeezing it gently. You and Gabriel are my priority now. If you feel unsafe, I'm there. No questions asked. Her fingers intertwine with mine, warm and soft. It means more than you know. We sit in comfortable silence, eating cookies and stealing glances at each other. The apartment feels different, intimate in a way it hasn't been before. No toys scattered across the floor, no little ears listening to every word. Just us. Remember that summer? She asks suddenly, her voice soft. Before everything fell apart? Every detail. I shift closer, our thighs now touching. That ridiculous paddleboat ride where we got stuck in the middle of the lake. She laughs, the sound warming something deep inside me. You insisted you knew how to paddle? I did know how to paddle. You were the one throwing us off balance. I was not. You absolutely were. You kept trying to take pictures and rocking the whole boat. Her laughter fades into a smile that reaches her eyes. We were good together, weren't we? Before. We were. I reach up to brush a crumb from the corner of her mouth, my thumb lingering on her lower lip. We still could be. Her breath catches. I watch her pupils dilate, her lips part slightly. The moment stretches between us, full of unspoken possibilities. Eric, she whispers, my name a question and an answer all at once. I lean in slowly, giving her every chance to pull away. She doesn't. Instead, she meets me halfway, her eyes fluttering closed as our lips touch. The kiss is gentle at first, hesitant, a reacquainting after years apart. But there's nothing tentative about how my body responds. Every nerve ending ignites as her hand comes up to rest against my chest, fingers curling into my shirt. The taste of chocolate and Ariana is intoxicating, familiar yet new. I deepen the kiss, sliding my hand to cup the back of her neck, drawing her closer. She makes a small sound in the back of her throat that nearly undoes me. This is Ariana, my Ariana, in my arms again after all these years. Her curls, her smooth, dark skin, her beautiful scent. It's all mine again. Her fingers thread through my hair as the kiss grows more urgent, years of separation and longing pouring into this single connection. I want to pull her onto my lap, to feel the weight of her against me, to make up for every moment we've lost. Then suddenly she pulls back, her hand coming to her lips, eyes wide. I'm sorry, she whispers, standing abruptly. I shouldn't have. We shouldn't. Ariana! I reach for her hand, but she steps away. This is complicated enough, she says, wrapping her arms around herself. We have Gabriel to think about. And with Brandon showing up. She shakes her head. I can't risk confusing things more. This isn't confusing, I tell her, standing to face her. This is the clearest thing in my life right now. For a moment she looks torn, like she might step back into my arms. Then she takes a deep breath. I need to think. This is all happening so fast. She backs toward the guest room. Thank you for tonight. For everything. I just need some time. Before I can respond, she's gone. The soft click of the guest room door echoing in the sudden silence. I sink back onto the couch, running a hand through my hair, lips still tingling from her kiss. Despite her retreat, I can't help the smile that spreads across my face. She kissed me back. After everything we've been through, after all the years apart, that spark is still there, burning brighter than ever. I grab another cookie, staring at the closed door. She needs time, and I'll give it to her. But now that I've held her again, felt her respond to my touch, I know with absolute certainty I'm not letting her go a second time.
Chapter 11. Ariana. Sunlight streams through unfamiliar curtains, warming my face. I blink slowly, momentarily disoriented by the luxurious sheets and spacious bedroom that isn't mine. Then it hits me. I'm in Eric's penthouse, in his guest room. I stretch languorously, realizing I've slept later than I have in years, probably. No alarm. No little body jumping on me at dawn. Just peaceful, uninterrupted sleep. Voices drift from beyond the door, the deep rumble of Eric's laugh mixed with Gabriel's excited chatter. The clock reads 9:17 a.m. I bolt upright. Gabriel's school. But then I remember it's Saturday, and my body relaxes back into the mattress. The smell of bacon and coffee pulls me from bed. I run fingers through my curls, attempting to tame them and slip on the oversized Columbia t-shirt I borrowed from Eric to sleep in. It hangs to mid-thigh, decent enough to venture out for coffee. When I open the bedroom door, the domestic scene before me stops me in my tracks. Eric stands at the stove in gray sweatpants and a fitted black t-shirt that stretches across his broad shoulders. His hair is slightly rumpled, morning stubble darkening his jaw. Gabriel perches on a stool at the island, carefully stirring something in a mixing bowl, his tongue poking out in concentration. Now remember, Eric says, flipping a perfect golden pancake. The secret is waiting for the little bubbles before you flip it. Like the craters on the moon? Gabriel asks, still stirring with intense focus. Exactly like that astronaut. You're getting the consistency perfect. Neither has noticed me yet, and I lean against the door frame, soaking in the sight. My son looks so at home here, so comfortable with this man who was a stranger just weeks ago. The genetic connection between them is unmistakable. Mom! Gabriel spots me first, beaming. Dad's teaching me to make pancakes. With blueberries, and I helped with the bacon, too. I see that. I push away from the doorframe, padding barefoot across the polished hardwood. Looks like you guys have been busy. Eric turns, spatula in hand, and his eyes sweep over me, lingering on my bare legs before quickly returning to my face. Something hot and electric passes between us as he smiles. Morning, sleepyhead. His voice is morning rough. Coffee's fresh. Thought you could use the rest. I can't remember the last time I slept past 7. I reach for the mug he offers, our fingers brushing. The contact sends a ripple of awareness through me. Thank you. Gabriel holds up his mixing bowl. Look how smooth I got it. No lumps. Perfect job, baby. I ruffle his curls, noticing how they've been carefully combed. Did Dad help you get dressed too? Yup. And I brush my teeth extra good. Dad said if we're quiet and let you sleep, we could go to the park later. Did he now? I raise an eyebrow at Eric, who just shrugs with a grin. Thought you deserved a morning off. He slides a pancake onto a growing stack. Gabriel's been an excellent sous chef. I don't know what that is, but it sounds important, Gabriel says proudly. I laugh, sipping the coffee. Prepared exactly how I like it with just the right amount of cream. Well, this is certainly a nice surprise to wake up to. Eric winks at me over Gabriel's head. First proper morning in the new place. Figured we should do it right. The casual way he refers to this as the new place, like we're already settled here, like this arrangement isn't temporary, should alarm me. Instead, it feels comforting. Safe. Okay, buddy, Eric tells Gabriel. Time to add the blueberries to the batter. I watch as he guides Gabriel's hand, showing him how to fold the berries in gently. Their matching profiles, bent in concentration, form a picture so perfect it makes my chest ache. All done, Gabriel announces. Good man. Eric high-fives him. Now we let Chef Gabe make the pancakes. I'll be right here. But you're in charge of the spatula. My son's face lights up with pride as Eric lifts him to stand on a step stool by the stove. Mom, watch me. I'm gonna flip them. I'm watching, baby. I lean against the counter, coffee mug warming my hands. Be careful. I got him, Eric says quietly, his hands hovering protectively near Gabriel's waist. Never let him near the hot parts. Gabriel ladles batter onto the griddle with intense concentration, his little face serious. When the bubbles form, he carefully slides the spatula under and flips. A perfect golden pancake appears. I did it. He jumps with excitement. First try. Eric's face mirrors Gabriel's joy. You're a natural, buddy. The three of us gather at the table with stacks of blueberry pancakes, crispy bacon, and fresh fruit. Gabriel chatters about his plans for the day, alternating between huge bites of syrup-drenched pancake. Slow down, Gabe, I remind him. The food's not going anywhere. But it's so good, he grins, blue-tinged teeth from the berries making me laugh. Best pancakes I've ever had, Eric agrees solemnly. Master Chef Gabriel strikes again. My son beams with pride, and I feel something shift inside me. This is what Gabriel has been missing. A father's encouragement, a man's perspective, the unique bond that comes from having two parents who care. Hey, Gabe, Eric says. After breakfast, how about I take you to school on Monday? Gabriel's eyes widen. Really? If that's okay with your mom. Eric glances at me, a question in his eyes. I hesitate for just a moment. School drop-off has been my domain, our special morning ritual, but the hope on Gabriel's face. Of course, I say, surprising myself with how easily the words come. That would be great. Yes! Gabriel pumps his fist. Can I show Dad my classroom? And my cubby? And the class turtle? All of it, I promise. Dad can get the full tour. Eric reaches under the table, his warm hand finding mine and squeezing gently. Thank you, he mouths silently. As we finish breakfast, laughing and planning our weekend, I can't help but think how natural this feels. The three of us, sharing a meal, making plans, like a real family. The thought terrifies and thrills me in equal measure. I've been so independent for so long, built walls so high to protect Gabriel and myself. Yet somehow, Eric has scaled them without me even noticing, creating this warm, safe space where we both fit perfectly. Maybe, just maybe, I can let myself trust this. Trust him. Trust us. For now, watching Gabriel explain his complex pancake syrup methodology to an attentive Eric, I allow myself to simply enjoy the moment and the unfamiliar feeling of being part of something whole. As Eric and Gabriel gather their things for the park, I can't help but marvel at how quickly they've fallen into a routine together. Eric zips Gabriel's light jacket, checking that the dinosaur bandage on his elbow is still secure from yesterday's playground tumble. Got your superhero water bottle? Eric asks, tapping Gabriel's backpack. Yep. And my magnifying glass for inspecting bugs. Gabriel bounces on his toes, practically vibrating with excitement. And Dad says we might see turtles at the pond. I smile, leaning against the kitchen counter. Sounds like you two have big plans. The biggest, Eric confirms, his eyes meeting mine over Gabriel's head. But before we head out, I wanted to talk to you about something important. Gabriel looks between us curiously. Buddy, why don't you double-check that you've got your bug journal? The one with the cool stickers? Eric suggests. Oh yeah. Gabriel races to his room, leaving us momentarily alone. Eric steps closer, his voice dropping. You need a break, Ariana. I'm fine, I say automatically. You're exhausted. He reaches out, gently tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. The casual intimacy of the gesture sends warmth spreading through me. You've been carrying everything on your shoulders for 5 years. Let me take Gabriel for the morning. Have some time to yourself. I hesitate. I feel fine. Sleep in. Take a long shower. Read a book. Hell, do nothing at all. His eyes crinkle at the corners. When was the last time you had a few hours just for yourself? I try to remember and come up blank. That's not how parenting works, I say weakly. It is when there are two parents. He says it so matter-of-factly, like it's the most natural thing in the world. That's what I'm here for now. To share the load. Gabriel comes racing back, waving his notebook triumphantly. Found it. Perfect timing, astronaut. Eric gives him a high five. Ready for adventure? Ready. Gabriel grabs Eric's hand, then turns to me. Aren't you coming, Mom? I glance at Eric, who raises an eyebrow in silent challenge. Actually, baby, I thought I might stay home this morning. The words feel strange coming out of my mouth. Dad's going to take you to the park, and I'm going to have some quiet time. Gabriel considers this, head tilted. Like a vacation day? I laugh. Exactly like that. That's fair, he says with the serious wisdom of a 5-year-old. You work super hard. Eric grins at me over Gabriel's head. Smart kid. They gather the last of their things, and I walk them to the door. Gabriel hugs me tightly, promising to collect the coolest rocks from my collection. As Eric ushers him into the hallway, he turns back to me. Take care of yourself for once, he says softly. We've got this covered. I know you do. And I mean it. The trust I feel surprises me. It's been so long since I've been able to rely on anyone else. Eric winks at me, that same cocky, confident gesture that used to make my teenage heart race. Try not to miss us too much. The door closes behind them, and suddenly I'm alone in the quiet apartment. I stand frozen for a moment, not quite sure what to do with myself. The silence feels foreign after years of constant mom mode vigilance. I move to the window, watching as they emerge onto the sidewalk below. Gabriel skips alongside Eric, chattering excitedly, his little hand trustingly enclosed in his father's much larger one. Eric nods, fully engaged in whatever elaborate story Gabriel is telling, occasionally throwing back his head in laughter. They look so right together, these two pieces of my heart walking side by side. Eric points at something, and Gabriel stands on tiptoes to see better. Even from this distance, I can see how their profiles match, the same straight nose, the same determined chin. As they reach the corner, Eric glances up, somehow knowing exactly which window I'd be watching from. He raises his hand in a wave, and even from countless stories up, I can see his smile, that mischievous, confident grin that still makes my stomach flip like I'm 18 again. I wave back, feeling a flutter in my chest that has nothing to do with maternal love and everything to do with the man who slipped back into our lives so seamlessly. The man who insists I take time for myself. The man who looks at me like I'm still the girl he fell for all those years ago. They disappear around the corner, and I rest my forehead against the cool glass, letting out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. I'm still in love with him. The thought doesn't shock me like it should. Instead, it settles into place like the final piece of a puzzle, making the picture complete. Maybe I never stopped loving him. Maybe that's why no one else ever measured up. Now he's back, not just as Gabriel's father, but as something more. Something that terrifies and thrills me in equal measure. For now, though, I have a morning to myself, a gift I'd forgotten how to accept. I move away from the window, unsure what to do with this unexpected freedom, but determined to enjoy every minute of it.
Chapter 12. Eric. It's Monday morning, and I feel like the luckiest bastard alive. Gabriel's drop-off went perfectly, my son proudly introducing me to everyone from his teacher to the janitor. He even let me peek at the legendary class turtle before I left. I whistle as I ride the elevator up to my penthouse. Things with Ariana have been shifting since we moved her and Gabriel in. Nothing definitive, nothing spoken, but there's this electric current running between us that grows stronger each day. The apartment is quiet when I step inside, dropping my keys in the bowl by the door. Ariana, I call out, loosening my tie. My breath catches when I spot her at the kitchen counter, laptop open, fingers flying across the keyboard. She's wearing loose cotton shorts and a thin tank top, her hair pulled into a messy bun with escaped curls framing her face. The morning light bathes her brown skin in a golden glow. Damn, she's beautiful. She looks up, those dark eyes widening slightly when she notices me staring. A flicker of something, awareness maybe, crosses her face before she composes herself. Hey, how was drop-off? Smooth. I shrug out of my jacket, draping it over a chair, watching how her eyes track the movement. Gabriel showed me off to the entire school. Kid practically paraded me through the hallways. The principal now knows my name, my job, and that I make the best chocolate chip pancakes. Her smile makes my heart race, sending a jolt of electricity straight through me. Those full lips curve up, revealing the dimple in her left cheek that I've always found irresistible. He's been so excited. Told his whole class his dad was coming. Last night he laid out 3 different outfits before deciding which one was perfect for today. I moved toward her, unable to resist the magnetic pull between us. The morning sunlight catches the golden undertones in her skin, making her glow. How's the work going? Almost done with this project. She tucks a curl behind her ear, a gesture so innocently seductive, I have to clench my fist to stop from reaching for her. Her fingers linger at her neck for a moment, drawing my attention to the delicate line of her collarbone. Just finalizing some details before the client meeting. You know what I realized this morning? I lean against the counter, close enough to catch the vanilla scent of her lotion, close enough that I could count each of her eyelashes if I wanted to. My body hums with awareness of her, with mere inches separating us. What's that? She asks, her voice slightly lower than before, her eyes never leaving mine. The warm chocolate depths of her gaze hold me captive, making it impossible to look away. I dropped our son at school, and now I'm coming home to you, like a real family. My voice comes out rougher than intended, thick with the emotions I've been battling since the moment I saw her again. The thought of us together, as we should have been all along, makes my chest tighten with possibility. Something flickers in her eyes, vulnerability mixed with want. Her teeth catch her bottom lip, a nervous habit I remember from years ago. Eric. My name on her lips sounds like both a warning and a plea. I can't hold back anymore. The space between us feels electric, charged with 5 years of separation and unsaid words. I step into her space, one hand cupping her face, my thumb brushing across the softness of her cheek. Her skin feels like silk beneath my touch, warm and inviting. Tell me to stop, I challenge, giving her one last chance to push me away, though the thought of her rejection makes my stomach clench. She doesn't. Instead, her lips part slightly, an invitation I've been waiting weeks for. Her eyes darken and her breath catches as she tilts her face up toward mine. I kiss her slowly at first, savoring the soft warmth of her mouth against mine. She tastes like coffee and cinnamon. The years apart fall away with each gentle press of our lips. When she sighs against my mouth, her body melting into mine, Something primal and possessive snaps inside me. My restraint begins to crumble like sand against the tide of my desire for her. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vic Savon audiobook is available at VicSavonRomance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. We stay tangled together, breathing hard, my forehead pressed against hers. Her fingers trace patterns on my back, soothing and possessive at once. That was... she starts. Long overdue, I finish, pressing a gentle kiss to her lips. She laughs softly, the sound vibrating through both our bodies. I was going to say amazing, but yes, that too. I lift her carefully, still joined, and carry her toward the bedroom. We're not done yet, I promise against her ear. I've got 5 years to make up for. Her eyes darken with renewed desire as she tightens her legs around me. Better get started then.
Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vic Savon Romance.
Chapter 13. Ariana. The penthouse is quiet this morning, almost too quiet. With Gabriel at school and Eric at work, I have the place to myself, something I'm still getting used to after our sudden move. It's been 2 weeks since we spotted Brandon's car. 2 weeks of living in Eric's luxury building with security that knows our names and checks every visitor. 2 weeks of waking up next to Eric. I stretched languidly, feeling pleasantly sore from last night. That man is insatiable. Not that I'm complaining. My body hums with contentment as I pad barefoot through the spacious penthouse, heading to the kitchen for coffee. The domesticity of it all still feels surreal. My favorite mug next to Eric's in the cabinet, Gabriel's dinosaur cereal in the pantry, my work spread across the dining table. We've created this little bubble of safety, of family. I checked the time, almost 11. I should get the mail before diving into work. Eric mentioned expecting contracts, and Gabriel's pen pal letter might have arrived. The elevator doors open to the lobby, where Frank, the morning security guard, greets me with a warm smile. Morning, Ms. Morgan. Beautiful day out there. Morning, Frank. Any packages for us? Not today. Just regular mail. He gestures toward the wall of mailboxes. You know your way by now? I nod, grateful that everyone here treats me like I belong, not just Eric's guest. The key turns smoothly in the lock, and I gather the small stack, mostly business-looking envelopes, and a Williams-Sonoma catalog. One envelope catches my eye. Plain white, addressed to me specifically, not to Eric, not to the Kellington residence, to Ariana Morgan. My stomach drops. The address is typed, not handwritten, no return address. With trembling fingers, I slide it open and unfold the single sheet inside. Did you really think you could hide from me? I always find what's mine. Always. The signature is a simple B. My blood turns to ice. I read it again, the typed words burning into my retinas. Brandon. How did he find me here? This building is supposed to be secure, with doormen and cameras and keycards. My chest constricts, each breath becoming harder than the last. I grip the counter to steady myself. Miss Morgan? Everything all right? Frank asks, concern creasing his forehead. I force myself to appear calm. Actually, no. This letter? I hold it out. It's from someone who's been harassing me. Someone who shouldn't know I'm here. Frank's face darkens as he reads it. This is unacceptable. How'd this get through? That's what I'd like to know, I say, my voice stronger than I feel. This building has security protocols, right? No one can just drop something in our mailbox? Absolutely not. Frank reaches for his phone. I'm calling the head of security right now. We'll check the cameras, see who delivered this. Thank you, I manage, clutching the other mail to my chest. Would you like me to call Mr. Kellington? I hesitate. Eric would drop everything, race home, make this his problem. But he has that big presentation today, the one he's been preparing for weeks. No, I'll tell him tonight. Just, please find out how this happened. We'll get to the bottom of this, Frank promises. And Ms. Morgan? No one's getting in this building without proper clearance. You have my word. I nod, unable to speak past the lump in my throat, and turn toward the elevator. Back in the penthouse, I lock the door behind me, a ridiculous gesture in a secure building, but I can't help myself. I read the letter again, the menacing words making my skin crawl. Brandon always did have a flair for the dramatic, the threatening. I pull out my phone, my finger hovering over Eric's name. He'd want to know. He'd insist on knowing. But what could he do right now except worry? He can't magically make Brandon disappear. The security team is already investigating. Telling Eric just means ruining his big day, making him rush home to protect me when I'm already somewhere safe. Moving to the windows, I scan the street below. The letter was delivered here, sure, but maybe there was an error. It slipped through the cracks. Brandon can't get into this building. He can't get to Gabriel. He can't get to me. I take a deep breath, steadying myself. Then another. My panic gradually subsides, replaced by a slow-burning anger. 5 years I've spent looking over my shoulder. 5 years of carefully building a life that Brandon couldn't touch. I finally have something good. Gabriel is thriving. I'm reconnecting with Eric. We're becoming a real family. No way am I letting Brandon take this from us. I place the letter on the counter, smoothing it flat. Evidence. That's what this is now. Not just a threat, but proof of harassment. If he makes one more move, I'll have what I need to get a restraining order. The security phone buzzes, making me jump. Frank's voice comes through clear. Ms. Morgan, we've reviewed the footage. The letter came through regular USPS delivery this morning. Nothing suspicious about the carrier. So he mailed it. That makes sense. Creepy, but less immediate than him physically being here. We're implementing additional mail screening procedures immediately, Frank assures me. And I've added a note to your profile. Any mail without a return address gets held for inspection. Thank you. After hanging up, I stand at the window again, forcing myself to think logically. Brandon found out where I'm living, yes. But he's not here. He can't get in. We're safe inside these walls. My phone dings with a text from Eric. Presentation in 20. Thinking of you. Dinner tonight to celebrate? I smile despite everything. He's so confident, so sure of his success. Break a leg. Can't wait to hear all about it. Dinner sounds perfect. I set the letter aside, refusing to let it claim any more of my day. Brandon wants me afraid, wants me running. I've done that once before, and I won't do it again. This is my home now. Our home. In no way am I letting him take that from us. I hide the letter in the back of my dresser drawer, tucking it beneath the stack of Gabriel's old artwork I've saved. My hands tremble as I close the drawer, fear battling with determination in my gut. Enough running, enough being scared. I grab my laptop and settle on the couch, the penthouse quiet around me. Eric's at work and Gabriel's at school, so I have hours of uninterrupted time to do what needs to be done. Know your enemy, I mutter, typing Brandon's full name into the search bar. Results flood my screen. Social media profiles, business listings, news articles. Brandon's always been obsessed with his public image. The successful businessman, the charming socialite. I click through methodically, taking screenshots, noting everything. His LinkedIn profile reveals he's still at the same investment firm, recently promoted to senior partner. A company photo shows him smiling beside colleagues, that practiced charming expression that once fooled me completely. I save the company address and phone number. Facebook yields more personal information. Recent check-ins at restaurants in Midtown, a charity gala last month, photos with various women, all thin, white, blonde, interchangeable accessories for a man who treats people like possessions. I see you're still predictable, jerk, I mutter, screenshotting a picture of him outside a bar I recognize, not far from here. His Instagram is filled with carefully curated lifestyle posts, expensive watches, designer suits, luxury vacations, each one captioned with inspirational quotes about success and determination. The careful facade of a man with something to prove. I switch to a more direct approach, typing his name into public records databases. His address pops up. A luxury condo in Tribeca. I write it down, my pen pressing hard into the paper. Then I dig deeper. Court records, public filings, anything I can access. A restraining order filed against him 3 years ago by someone named Jessica Peters catches my eye. My heart pounds as I read the details. Verbal harassment, stalking behavior, threatening messages. Sounds familiar. I follow this lead, searching for Jessica Peters. Her social media is locked down tight, but I find her LinkedIn. Marketing executive at a fashion company. I send a connection request from an account I set up just for this purpose, with a message explaining briefly who I am and why I'd like to talk. Next, I search for news about Brandon's firm. A small item from last year mentions an internal investigation into improper conduct, but the matter was settled privately. I bookmark it for further research. I create a spreadsheet, organizing everything methodically: addresses, phone numbers, regular haunts, patterns of behavior. I map his likely commute routes, noting that one takes him dangerously close to Gabriel's school. I mark it with a bright red flag, my stomach turning into a knot of anxiety as I visualize Brandon's black Audi cruising past those innocent children, past my son. That knowledge sends an icy chill down my spine, settling into my bones. I immediately look up the school security protocols, scrutinizing every detail for potential weaknesses. The front gate can be easily bypassed. The sign-in process is laughably lax. I make extensive mental notes on how to strengthen them with the staff, already planning conversations with Gabriel's teacher and the principal. Maybe I could suggest implementing photo ID verification for all pickups, or persuade them to hire an additional security guard. Hours pass as I dig through digital breadcrumbs, my eyes burning from staring at the screen. The sky outside my window darkens, but I barely notice. I'm building a complete profile, piece by methodical piece. Brandon's routines, which include a morning coffee run at that pretentious cafe on 8th, gym sessions on Tuesdays and Thursdays. His connections, business associates, drinking buddies, that college friend who's now a beat cop. His weaknesses, gambling debts carefully hidden from his polished social media, a short temper that's gotten him thrown out of at least 3 restaurants, according to Yelp reviews. The man who tried to control every aspect of my life, what I wore, who I talked to, when I could leave the apartment, is now being documented, categorized, and analyzed without his knowledge. Every detail of his existence laid bare under my scrutiny, stripped of all the power he once wielded over me. The irony isn't lost on me as I save the file with a hard click. I'm hunting the predator now, and the tables have turned. I lean back in my chair, a dark satisfaction spreading through me. I'm going to make sure he is left with nothing after I manage to take him down. His reputation, his career, his freedom, all of it, gone. Just like he tried to do to me.
Chapter 14. Eric. The afternoon light slants through the windows of my office, casting long shadows across the presentation boards I've been reviewing for hours. I circle another section with my red marker, making adjustments to our community outreach proposal. Wilson Athletics has always been profitable, but now I'm pushing us to be purposeful too. My father would have loved this, using corporate success to create real change in communities that need it most. Basketball courts in underserved neighborhoods, equipment donations to schools with gutted athletics programs, scholarships for promising athletes from low-income families. I scribble another note in the margin, smiling to myself. Gabriel asked this morning if he could come to work with me someday. I want to see where you do important things, Dad. The words still make my chest tighten. Dad. 5 months ago, I didn't even know I had a son. Now I can't imagine life without him. A sharp knock interrupts my thoughts, and Dallas strides in without waiting for an answer. My cousin's normally composed face looks uncharacteristically tense, his brow furrowed and jaw clenched tight. "We need to talk," he says, closing the door firmly behind him with a decisive click that echoes in the suddenly quiet office. I set down my marker, feeling a shift in the atmosphere. What's up? Board didn't push back on the community center budget, did they? Because I can find the money elsewhere if I need to. I've got some ideas about redirecting funds from the marketing. This isn't about the outreach program. Dallas holds up a tablet, his fingers gripping it so tightly his knuckles have gone white. It flagged this about 20 minutes ago. Someone's been trying to access our secure servers, specifically targeting your files. Multiple attempts, getting more sophisticated each time. I frown, leaning forward in my chair. Corporate espionage? Competitor trying to steal our product roadmap? That new line of performance gear is under wraps for a reason. No. Dallas's jaw tightens as he swipes through several screens of technical data. The attacks are specifically aimed at your personal information. Schedule, contact details, home address. Whoever this is doesn't give a damn about Wilson Athletics' next quarter projections. Someone's trying to find you, not company data. And they're goddamn persistent about it. A cold weight settles in my stomach. When did this start? First attempt was 3 days ago. Today they got more aggressive. Dallas swipes through screens on his tablet. Our security team is already working to trace the source, but I wanted to tell you directly. I lean back in my chair, the pieces falling into place with sickening clarity. Brandon Desmond. Dallas's head snaps up. How did you... Ariana's ex. He's been stalking her. I stand, pacing to the window. He found her at her old apartment. That's why they're staying with me now. Dallas's expression darkens. Brandon Desmond? From Archer Investment Group? I turn sharply. You know him? Met him at a charity thing years ago. Dallas's lip curls with distaste. Arrogant prick. Kept talking about the women he collected. Thought he was hot stuff because he manages some trust fund portfolios. That's him. My hands clench into fists. Ariana left him months ago and moved back here to New York. He didn't take it well. Dallas sets the tablet on my desk, crossing his arms. He won't get through our security protocols. My team already shut down the attempts and reinforced our firewalls. He's escalating, I mutter, more to myself than Dallas. First following her, now trying to get to me. The implications make my blood run cold. If Brandon can't intimidate Ariana directly, He's trying to find pressure points. Me. Maybe even Gabriel. I've worked with guys like him before, Dallas says. They think they own people. Can't stand losing what they consider their property. Gabriel isn't even his, I growl. Not that it would matter to someone like Brandon. If he can't control Ariana, he'll try to hurt her any way he can. Dallas studies me for a moment. Want me to have security check on your place? I can have someone stationed outside your building discreetly. I shake my head. Building already has top-notch security. No one gets in without clearance. I pause, considering. But maybe have someone keep an eye on Gabriel's school. Just to be safe. Consider it done. I grab my phone, instinctively wanting to check on Ariana, then stop myself. She's at home, safe in the penthouse. No need to worry her when there's nothing concrete yet. Thanks for letting me know, I tell Dallas. Keep me updated on anything your team finds. He nods, heading for the door, then pauses. This guy, Brandon. How dangerous is he? The question hangs in the air as I consider what I know. The terror in Ariana's eyes when she thought she spotted him. The way she double-checks locks, scans rooms, catalogs exits wherever we go. I don't know, I admit. But I'm not taking any chances with my family. Dallas gives me a grim smile. Good answer. I'll have my best people on this. After he leaves, I sink back into my chair, rubbing my temples. The community outreach presentation lies forgotten on my desk. All I can think about is Ariana and Gabriel, about keeping them safe from a man who refuses to let go. I pick up my phone, pulling up Ariana's contact. My thumb hovers over the call button. She's finally starting to relax, to believe we can have a normal life together. I don't want to shatter that peace unless I have to. I drop my phone back onto the desk, staring at it for a long moment. This changes everything. Ariana deserves to know. The thought of her coming home from getting groceries only to find that psychopath lurking outside our building makes my skin crawl. She's been through enough already. I grab my phone again and dial her number. She answers on the second ring. Hey, everything okay? You don't usually call during the day. Her voice is light, but with an edge of concern. I need to tell you something, I say, pushing away from my desk to stand at the window. Dallas just came to my office. Someone's been trying to hack into the company servers to get my personal information, my schedule, my address. They're specifically targeting me, not Wilson Athletics. A long silence stretches between us. Brandon, she says finally, her voice barely above a whisper. That's my guess. I run a hand through my hair, pacing now. Dallas's security team shut it down, but he's escalating, Ariana. First, following you, now trying to get to me. Another silence, this one heavier. Ariana, you still there? I got a letter from him recently, she admits quietly. My blood runs cold. What? When? What did it say? Yesterday morning, in our mailbox. Her voice strengthens slightly. Just typical Brandon stuff. Saying he'll find me, that I belong to him. Jesus Christ! I stop pacing, my free hand clenching into a fist. Why didn't you call me? You had your presentation? I didn't want to ruin it. Screw the presentation! I snap, then immediately regret my tone. Sorry, You should have told me. I know, I'm sorry. She takes a deep breath. But I'm not just sitting here being scared, Eric. I talked to building security. They're reviewing the footage and changing mail protocols. And I've been doing research on Brandon. This catches me off guard. Research? Building a file on him. Addresses, routines, his social media, court records. Did you know someone filed a restraining order against him 3 years ago? Another woman. I lean against the window, momentarily speechless. This is a side of Ariana I haven't seen before. Strategic, methodical. That's actually brilliant, I say finally. We can use all that if we need to file our own restraining order. Exactly. Her voice grows stronger, determined. I'm not running this time, Eric. I'm fighting back. Pride swells in my chest. Good. That's good, Ariana, but we need to do this together. No more keeping things from each other, okay? Not with Brandon. You're right. I promise. We should talk to a lawyer, I say, already thinking through options. Get a formal restraining order filed, and maybe bring in a private security consultant to review everything. I was thinking the same thing, she says. Also, I'm worried about Gabriel's school. Their security isn't great, and Brandon's regular commute takes him right past it. My stomach drops at the thought. I'll call the school today. We'll get photo ID verification for pickups, maybe hire additional security if we need to. So we're on the same page. She sounds relieved, like she expected pushback instead of support. Always, we're in this together. I pause, wishing I could see her face. How are you holding up, really? Honestly, I'm pissed off. 5 years I've lived looking over my shoulder. We finally have something good, and this jerk thinks he can just wreck it. Not happening, I say firmly. Not on my watch. Not on mine either. She matches my tone. We're going to shut this down once and for all. We talk for a few more minutes about practical next steps, calling lawyers, upgrading security, keeping Gabriel safe. When we hang up, I feel a strange mix of rage and pride. Rage at Brandon for threatening my family, pride in Ariana for her strength. I stare at the abandoned presentation notes on my desk. Suddenly, corporate marketing strategies seem trivial compared to protecting what matters most. This isn't just about keeping Ariana and Gabriel safe anymore. It's about making sure Brandon Desmond never threatens our family again, by any means necessary.
Chapter 15. Ariana. I need this. Just 30 minutes to myself in a coffee shop, with no one needing anything from me. No work emails, no Gabriel asking for snacks, no Eric hovering protectively. The busy bean is bustling with morning customers, but I've claimed a small corner table where I can watch the door while enjoying my latte. The normalcy feels like a small victory. For the past week, Eric's had security follow me everywhere, which is a necessary precaution, but suffocating. Today I convinced him I'd be fine for a quick coffee run. The shop is only 3 blocks from our building, and I promise to stay in public the entire time. I take a sip of my perfectly crafted latte, letting the warmth and caffeine wash through me like a gentle wave of calm. The foam sits perfectly on top, decorated with an intricate leaf pattern that seems too pretty to disturb. Just as I'm about to open my book, a thriller I've been dying to get back to for weeks, the door chimes with that cheerful little bell sound that suddenly feels ominous. My body freezes before my brain even processes why. Every muscle tenses, my fingers gripping the ceramic mug so tight my knuckles strain against my skin. Brandon. He stands in the doorway, backlit by the morning sun, looking so ordinary that anyone else would never guess what he's capable of. He scans the coffee shop like a predator, methodical and patient, his eyes landing on me with disturbing precision. That smile spreads across his face, the one that used to make my stomach flip with attraction, but now just makes my skin crawl. I can feel goosebumps rising on my arms under my sweater. Ariana. He says my name like he still owns it, drawing out each syllable with a possessive familiarity that makes my throat tighten. What a happy coincidence. No coincidence. He's been tracking me, studying my patterns, figuring out the gaps in my security. The 30 minutes I convinced Eric I'd be safe. My sanctuary of normalcy shatters in an instant. The chatter of the coffee shop fades to background noise as my focus narrows to the threat standing just feet away from me. Brandon. I keep my voice flat, refusing to show fear, though my heart hammers against my ribs like it's trying to escape. I subtly scan the room, counting witnesses, planning exits. I have nothing to say to you. He slides into the seat across from me uninvited, setting down a coffee he must have purchased earlier. His posture is relaxed, confident, A man who's never been told no and made to accept it. That's not very friendly, considering how far I've come to find you. His eyes narrow slightly, that predatory focus I remember so well sharpening his gaze. You've been hard to track down. Took me a while to figure out you'd left the state. That was the point. I keep my voice steady, despite the tremor threatening to overtake my body. Every instinct screams at me to run, to grab my things and bolt for the door, but I know better than to show weakness in front of him. He laughs, a sound that once charmed me at rooftop bars and candlelit dinners, but now sends ice down my spine like frigid water. You always were funny. It's one of the things I miss. His tongue darts out to wet his lips as his eyes drift over me, taking inventory like I'm property he's considering reclaiming. You look good. His hand reaches across the table toward mine, the same hand that used to caress my face before it learned to strike it. I pull back immediately, the movement so sharp my chair scrapes against the floor. I tuck my hands under the table, out of his reach, my fingers curling into fists. Don't touch me. My voice drops to a dangerous whisper. Now. His voice drops too, that dangerous edge I remember all too well, creeping in like poison. The charm vanishes, replaced by the cold calculation that always lurked beneath. That's not how this works. We need to discuss this like adults. You disappeared with my son in the middle of the night. Do you have any idea what that did to me? The hell I've been through, trying to find my own child. He's not your son. The words come out sharp and clear, loud enough that nearby customers glance our way. A liberating truth I've held inside too long. Gabriel has never been yours. Not biologically, not legally, not emotionally, not in any way that matters. Brandon's jaw tightens. You're making a scene. You're stalking me, following me, sending threatening letters. I lean forward, lowering my voice. You want to talk about making scenes? How about I tell everyone in this coffee shop exactly what kind of man you are? His confident facade slips for just a second. You don't want to do that? Why not? Afraid people might learn how you controlled what I wore, who I talked to, how you monitored my phone, or maybe how you accidentally pushed me down the stairs when I decided I didn't want to be with you anymore. A couple at the next table stops their conversation, openly listening now. You're being hysterical, Brandon hisses, eyes darting around. This is a private matter. Nothing about this is private. You made it public when you stalked me across state lines. I stand up, no longer willing to share space with him. I'm not afraid of you anymore, Brandon. He grabs my wrist, fingers digging in painfully. Sit down. Instead of pulling away, I raise my voice. Let go of me right now, or I'll scream and call the police. I have witnesses. Several people are openly staring now. The barista steps forward, phone in hand. Everything okay over here, ma'am? Brandon releases my wrist like it's burned him, plastering on his charming businessman smile. Just a misunderstanding between old friends. He's stalking me, I tell the barista clearly. And he just grabbed me against my will. The coffee shop goes quiet. Brandon's face darkens with humiliation as everyone stares. You're making a mistake, he says through gritted teeth. You think your new boyfriend can protect you? Gabriel deserves a real father. Don't you dare say my son's name. I'm shaking, but not from fear, from rage. You are nothing to him, nothing to me. And if you come near us again, I'll have you arrested. I've documented everything, Brandon. Every letter, every attempt to hack into our information, every restraining order your previous victims filed. His face pales slightly. You're bluffing. Jessica Peters. Ring a bell? We've been talking, comparing notes. Turns out you have quite the pattern. I lean closer, dropping my voice. You've messed with the wrong mother. People are openly recording with their phones now. Brandon stands abruptly, knocking his chair backward. This isn't over, he snarls, low enough that only I can hear. I smile coldly. Yes, it is. I have a family now, a real one, and we're prepared to do whatever it takes to protect each other from people like you. He backs away, fury and humiliation battling on his face. At the door, he turns back. You'll regret this, Ariana, when you least expect it. Is that a threat? I call out loudly. Everyone heard that, right? Another threat from Brandon Desmond of Archer Investment Group? Several people nod, phone still recording. Brandon's face contorts with rage before he storms out, slamming the door so hard the glass rattles. My legs nearly buckle as adrenaline crashes through me. The barista approaches, concern on her face. Are you okay? Do you need me to call someone? I shake my head, gathering my things with trembling hands. I'm fine. Thank you for stepping in. That guy's bad news, she says. We can have someone walk you home if you want. I'll be okay. I straighten my shoulders, feeling stronger than I have in years. He's the one who should be worried now. As I walk back to our building, I dial Eric's number. When he answers, I don't wait for his greeting. Brandon confronted me at the coffee shop. My voice is steady despite my racing heart. What? Are you okay? I'm coming. I'm fine, Eric. Better than fine. I smile grimly as I walk past our doorman, who nods in recognition. I humiliated him in front of a room full of witnesses. Made sure everyone knew exactly who he is and what he's done. There's a pause, then Eric's surprised laugh. You did what? I stood up to him, called him out publicly. I step into the elevator scanning my keycard. He didn't expect that. He thought I'd cower or cause a scene he could use against me. Instead, I turned the tables. That's... Eric sounds somewhere between impressed and concerned. That's incredible, Ariana, but also dangerous. He could retaliate, I know. But hiding hasn't worked. Running hasn't worked. The elevator doors open to our penthouse. It's time we take control of this situation. On our terms. I'll be home in 20 minutes. There's new respect in Eric's voice. We'll figure out next steps together. As I hang up, I feel lighter somehow. Brandon isn't gone from our lives yet, but for the first time, I truly believe he will be. Not because we're hiding from him, but because I'm finally ready to fight back. I'm not that scared woman anymore. I'm a mother, I'm a partner, and I will protect what's mine.
Chapter 16. Eric. So the restraining order would cover both residential and workplace proximity. I lean forward in my chair, studying the documents spread across the lawyer's polished mahogany desk. The morning sunlight streams through vertical blinds, creating alternating stripes of light and shadow on the paperwork. Marjorie Chen, our attorney, nods firmly. 500 feet minimum distance from you. Ariana, Gabriel, your residence, workplaces, and Gabriel's school. She taps a manicured nail on a highlighted paragraph. With the evidence you've provided, the threatening letter, the coffee shop incident with multiple witnesses, the hacking attempts at your company, plus the collaboration with his previous victim, we have an extremely strong case. Ariana sits beside me, her back straight, chin up. There's a new determination in her eyes I've grown to admire deeply. The woman who once considered running is now plotting her stand. And his job? She asks. What happens there? Marjorie's professional smile turns slightly predatory. That's where this gets particularly interesting. Archer Investment Group has a morality clause in their partnership agreement. Public scandal, especially involving harassment, is explicitly forbidden. She shuffles through her papers. Once we file this, it becomes public record. His firm will have little choice but to distance themselves. Good. Ariana's voice is steel wrapped in silk. He deserves to lose everything. I place my hand over hers, feeling the tension in her fingers. You're sure about this approach? Going public means media attention. Gabriel might hear things. She turns to me, brown eyes blazing with conviction. We'll protect Gabriel, but I'm done hiding. Brandon thrives in secrecy, controlling, manipulating behind closed doors. Exposing him publicly is the one thing he can't handle. Pride swells in my chest, but concern lingers. I've seen men like Brandon before. When cornered, they don't retreat, they attack harder. My only concern, I say carefully, is retaliation. Men like Brandon, when they're humiliated publicly, when they lose status, they can become unpredictable, dangerous. Marjorie nods solemnly. Eric raises a valid point. We should discuss security measures. He'll disappear, Ariana interrupts confidently. That's his pattern. When Jessica exposed him, he immediately transferred to another department, avoided all their mutual contacts. His reputation is everything to him. Once that's threatened, he'll slink away to rebuild somewhere else. I'm not convinced. Ariana, this is different. Totally different. You're about to nuke this man's career. It's what he deserves, she states flatly. I know that. You know that. But Brandon's reality is whatever narrative serves him best. I run a hand through my hair, frustrated that I can't make her see the danger more clearly. Men with his type of control issues don't just walk away when they're publicly humiliated. Marjorie clears her throat. If I may, both perspectives have merit. The restraining order is absolutely necessary, and the public nature will provide additional protection through visibility. However, enhanced security precautions would be prudent, at least in the short term. Ariana squeezes my hand. Eric, I understand your concerns, but Brandon's a coward at heart. He preys on women he thinks won't fight back. I'm not that woman anymore. She turns to Marjorie. File everything today. The restraining order, the public statement, all of it. I want this done. Consider it handled, Marjorie says, gathering the documents. I'll submit everything this afternoon. The hearing will likely be scheduled within 48 hours, given the documented threat level. As we stand to leave, Marjorie adds, the initial press release will go out tomorrow morning. Your statement is powerful, Ariana. Are you absolutely certain you want to proceed with naming his previous victims? That will definitely escalate the media attention. Yes. No hesitation in her voice. Strength in numbers. Jessica and the others have agreed. We're done being silenced. Outside the law office, Ariana walks with purpose. I match her stride, studying her profile, the determined set of her jaw, the slight smile playing at her lips. You know I support you completely in this, I say, guiding her around a group of tourists. I just want to make sure we're prepared for every scenario. She stops, turning to face me. You think I'm being naive? I think you're being brave as hell. I cup her face gently. But I've seen what desperate men are capable of. Let me increase security, just for a while. For my peace of mind, if nothing else. Her expression softens. Okay, but don't let fear rule us, Eric. That's what he wants. I pull her close, pressing my lips to her forehead. Not fear. Caution. There's a difference. As we walk toward the car that awaits us, I can't shake the nagging sense of unease. Ariana believes Brandon will retreat once exposed, but my gut tells me differently. Men who view women as possessions don't surrender easily. They escalate, and I'll be damned if I let him anywhere near my family again. The town car glides away from the law office, slipping into the late morning traffic with seamless efficiency. I hold Ariana's hand, her fingers intertwined with mine as we sit in the plush back seat. The weight of what we've just done hangs between us, but there's an undeniable energy of determination and power radiating from her. I trace my thumb across her knuckles, studying her profile as she watches the city blur past the window. I want you to know that you were amazing in there. She turns to me, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Just doing what needs to be done. No. I squeeze her hand. What you did takes serious guts. Standing up to someone like Brandon, making this public, bringing in his other victims. That's not just what needs to be done. That's extraordinary. Ariana shifts in her seat to face me fully, her expression softening. I spent too long being afraid, Eric. Too long looking over my shoulder, jumping at shadows. I won't live like that anymore, and I sure as hell won't let Gabriel grow up watching his mother cower. I lift her hand to my lips, pressing a kiss against her warm skin. I'm so damn proud of you. Most people would have run again. Running doesn't solve anything, she says with quiet conviction. It just postpones the inevitable. I want this finished, once and for all. Her strength amazes me. The woman sitting beside me bears little resemblance to the frightened, wary person I reconnected with. The woman who was afraid when Brandon stalked her outside of her old apartment building. This Ariana sits tall, speaks with certainty, and meets challenges head-on. You know what gives me strength? She asks, her dark eyes holding mine with an intensity that makes my heart race. Protecting my family. Protecting Gabriel. And you. That's all I want to do. Keep what matters safe. The simplicity and power of her statement hits me square in the chest. Ariana. I mean it, she continues. For years I thought I had to do everything alone. That depending on anyone else was weakness. But watching you with Gabriel, seeing how naturally you stepped into being his father, it changed something in me. Made me realize we're stronger together. I cup her face with my free hand, overwhelmed by the fierce protective love I feel for this woman. You're an amazing mother, you know that? Gabriel is the most incredible kid because of you. Her eyes shine with unshed tears as she leans into my touch. And you're an amazing dad. The way he looks at you, her voice catches. He's waited his whole life for you, even when he didn't know it. The admission sends warmth cascading through me. I lean forward, pressing my forehead against hers, our breaths mingling in the quiet sanctuary of the car. We're going to win this, I promise her. Brandon doesn't stand a chance against us together. She nods, her resolve matching mine. I know. As the car continues toward home, I feel a certainty settling over me. Whatever comes next, whatever Brandon might try, we'll face it as a family. And nothing, absolutely nothing, is stronger than that.
Chapter 17. Ariana. The evening news flickers across the screen, casting blue shadows through our living room. Gabriel's happy squeals drift from his bedroom, where he's creating elaborate dinosaur battles. I tuck my feet under me on the couch, leaning into Eric's solid warmth as the anchor's voice fills the room. Breaking news tonight. Prominent investment banker Brandon Desmond has been terminated from Archer Investment Group, following multiple allegations of stalking and harassment. I straighten up, gripping Eric's hand as the screen fills with Brandon's corporate headshot. The perfect, polished smile that once fooled me, now exposed for the mask it always was. Desmond, who served as a senior partner at the prestigious firm, was named in a restraining order filed yesterday by Ariana Morgan, who alleges a pattern of threatening behavior following their separation. The anchor continues, her professional tone belying the bombshell she's dropping. Morgan's case has prompted other women to come forward with similar accusations, including Jessica Peters, a marketing executive who previously filed a restraining order against Desmond. Eric squeezes my hand. You did it, he whispers, pride evident in his voice. I watch, transfixed, as the screen changes to show Brandon being escorted from his office building, jacket slung over his arm, security flanking him. His face is twisted with rage and humiliation. The real Brandon, not the charming facade. In a statement released today, Archer Investment Group cited their zero-tolerance policy for harassment and confirmed Desmond's immediate termination. Sources close to the situation tell us his partnership stake, valued at over $3 million, may also be in jeopardy due to morality clauses in the firm's agreement. God, look at his face, I murmur, studying the contorted expression of rage that's replaced Brandon's usually calculated charm. He never thought this would happen to him. Not to Brandon Desmond. Eric's arm tightens around my shoulders, solid and protective. Men like him never do. They think they're untouchable. They build their whole identity on power and control, then crumble when someone finally calls their bluff. The anchor continues, her crisp voice cutting through the room like a verdict. The Manhattan District Attorney's Office has also announced they're reviewing the allegations for possible criminal charges, as multiple victims have reported similar patterns of stalking and intimidation. Sources close to the investigation indicate at least 7 women have now come forward with documentation of threatening messages and unexplained appearances at their homes and workplaces. My phone buzzes in my lap. I glance down to see a text from Jessica. Watching the news, we did this. He can't hurt anyone else now. My hands are literally shaking, but in a good way. Call me later. A warm sense of triumph spreads through my chest, different from anything I've felt before. Not the nervous, tentative relief I'd expected, but something stronger, more permanent. Not just victory for me, but for all of us. Women who found the courage to speak up, to stand together against a man who thought his money and connections made him invincible. Women who refused to stay silent one day longer. On screen, they show footage of Brandon's empty parking space at Archer, his name already removed from the directory. The camera pans slowly across the blank spot where his luxury car used to sit proudly, then zooms in on the freshly vacant nameplate holder. It's such a small thing, really. Just an absence. But it represents everything we've been fighting for. The corporation that once protected him has already begun erasing his existence. Destroyed by his own actions. I say quietly, tasting the satisfaction of those words on my tongue. After years of him making me feel small, watching his empire crumble in real time feels like justice personified. And your courage to expose them, Eric adds, pressing his lips to my temple. His warm breath tickles my skin, sending a shiver of comfort through me. His arm tightens around my shoulders, protective but not possessive, the difference I'm still getting used to. I lean into him, feeling a weight lifting that I've carried for years. The constant vigilance, the looking over my shoulder, the fear that had become so normal I barely recognized it anymore. My body actually feels lighter, like gravity has loosened its hold on me. The tightness in my chest that used to wake me in the middle of the night has finally released its grip. We're free, I whisper, almost afraid to believe it. The words hang in the air, fragile and precious. Part of me wants to snatch them back, afraid that saying it out loud might somehow jinx everything we fought for. Yes, we are. Eric's fingers intertwine with mine, strong and steady. His calloused thumb traces small circles on the back of my hand, a silent promise. You know what this means? There's a playful excitement in his voice that makes my heart skip. I turn to look at him, raising an eyebrow. The corner of my mouth lifts into a half smile, despite my attempt to play it cool. What? I ask, letting myself indulge in the unfamiliar luxury of anticipation without fear. We can start planning our life. Our real life. Not just temporary measures or emergency solutions. His blue eyes are bright with possibility. Maybe we think about a house with a yard instead of the penthouse. Somewhere he can have a swing set, maybe a dog. The future unfolds before me, bright and untainted by fear. I'd like that. From Gabriel's room comes his happy call. Mom, Dad, Come see my dinosaur city. Eric smiles, standing and pulling me up with him. Our son awaits. I click off the TV, leaving Brandon Desmond and all he represents behind us. As we walk hand in hand toward Gabriel's room, toward our future, I feel nothing but strength and certainty. I follow Eric into Gabriel's room, the weight that's been on my shoulders for so long, feeling almost non-existent now. Our son sits cross-legged on his dinosaur-patterned rug, surrounded by a colorful plastic army of T-Rexes, Stegosauruses, and his prized Triceratops collection. Mom! Dad! Look! I made Dinosaur City. Gabriel's face lights up, his hazel eyes sparkling with excitement. He points to an elaborate setup of blocks and books forming makeshift buildings with dinosaurs positioned throughout the cityscape. Wow, that's impressive, buddy. Eric drops down beside him, carefully examining the detailed arrangement. Is this the mayor's office? He points to a building made of red blocks. No, Dad. Gabriel giggles, the sound pure sunshine. That's the dinosaur hospital. The mayor lives in the blue building. See? He points to another structure. Dr. Triceratops helps all the sick dinos get better. I lower myself onto the carpet, tucking my legs to the side, very thoughtful of Dr. Triceratops. What's happening over here? I gesture to a group of smaller dinosaurs gathered in what looks like a park. That's dinosaur school. The baby dinos are learning how to roar properly. Gabriel demonstrates with an enthusiastic roar that makes both Eric and me laugh. Eric picks up one of the T-Rexes. And what's this big guy's job in Dinosaur City? Gabriel takes the dinosaur from Eric's hands with solemn importance. He's the protector. He makes sure all the other dinosaurs are safe from the mean ones. My eyes meet Eric's over Gabriel's head, the symbolism not lost on either of us. That's the most important job, I say softly, reaching out to stroke Gabriel's curls, making sure everyone's safe. Can I be the other protector? Eric asks, selecting another T-Rex from the collection. Gabriel nods enthusiastically. Yes? You and Mom can both be protectors with me. The three of us hunker down on the carpet, Gabriel directing our dinosaur adventure with the boundless imagination only a 5-year-old possesses. According to his elaborate storyline, there's a meteorite threatening Dinosaur City, and our protection squad needs to save everyone. We have to work together, Gabriel insists, moving his dinosaur alongside mine. That's how we win. You're absolutely right, I say, feeling my throat tighten with emotion. For nearly an hour, we build, destroy, and rebuild various structures in Dinosaur City. Eric creates voices for each character that have Gabriel rolling with laughter, his little body shaking with each giggle. The sound wraps around my heart like a healing balm. I sit back at one point, just watching them together. Eric fully immersed in Gabriel's world, not checking his phone, not distracted by work concerns, just completely present with our son. He catches me watching and winks, a small gesture that sends warmth spreading through my chest. Mom, your Dino needs to help build the new hospital. Gabriel tugs at my sleeve, pulling me back into the game. Sorry, coming right up. I move my Triceratops into position, helping stack blocks according to Gabriel's precise instructions. I think Dinosaur City needs an ice cream shop, Eric suggests, arranging some blocks into a new structure. Yes, Gabriel claps his hands, and everyone gets free ice cream. Even the mean dinosaurs? I ask, raising an eyebrow. Gabriel considers this seriously, his little brow furrowing. Maybe they have to say sorry first. Then they can have ice cream too. Eric meets my eyes over Gabriel's head, a smile playing at his lips. Your son has a generous heart. Our son, I correct him softly. I reach across the dinosaur landscape to take Eric's hand, squeezing it gently. Gabriel notices and grins, then dives between us for a group hug, that topples us both backward onto the carpet. Dinosaurs scattering everywhere. As we lie there laughing, Gabriel sprawled across both of us. I feel a completeness I never thought possible. The future stretches before us, bright, open, and ours to shape. No more running, no more fear. Just this: laughter, dinosaurs, and the family we've built together. Chapter 18. Ariana. The marble lobby of Wilson Athletics gleams under recessed lighting as Dallas and I cross toward the elevator banks. It's been 3 days since our public statement about Brandon hit the news, and the fallout has been exactly what we wanted: complete professional destruction for a man who deserves nothing less. So we target schools in the 5 boroughs first, Dallas continues, scrolling through spreadsheets on his tablet. Identify students maintaining at least a 3.5 GPA in neighborhoods where athletic gear is a major expense for families. I like where your head's at. I scan the proposal details over his shoulder. Let's make it a 3.0 minimum. These kids are dealing with enough challenges. We shouldn't make the bar impossible. Dallas nods, making the adjustment. Good call. That expands our potential reach by about 40%. We'll need to allocate additional budget. Not a problem. I'm already calculating the numbers in my head. We can pull from the executive retreat fund. Board doesn't need another weekend at the Hamptons. We're halfway across the lobby when I spot him. Brandon Desmond, looking like he hasn't slept in days. His usually impeccable appearance is gone. His shirt wrinkled, his eyes bloodshot, 3 days of stubble on his jaw. He's pacing near the reception desk, agitated, trying to get past the security guard who's blocking his path. I tap Dallas's arm. Trouble at 2 o'clock. Dallas follows my gaze, his body immediately tensing. You want me to call security? Have him removed? No. My jaw clenches as I hand Dallas my briefcase. I'll handle this. Keep an eye out, though. He looks unstable. I stride across the polished floor, keeping my movements calm and controlled despite the rage building inside me. Brandon spots me approaching and pushes past the security guard, meeting me in the center of the lobby. You smug jerk. His voice is hoarse, desperate. You have any idea what you've done? My career is over. My reputation is ruined. All because you couldn't mind your own business. I maintain a careful distance, aware we're in a public space with witnesses. Your career is over because you're a stalker who harasses women. Your reputation is ruined because you're exactly the piece of trash everyone now knows you to be. Brandon's face contorts with fury. You think you've won? You and that woman? Watch your mouth. My voice drops dangerously low. That's the mother of my child you're talking about. He laughs, an unhinged sound that echoes through the lobby. Your child? That's rich. You weren't there. You didn't raise him. You swooped in like some white knight and think that makes you his father? Gabriel is my son. I step closer, towering over him. Biologically, legally, and in every way that matters. He was never yours, Brandon. Neither was Ariana. Something snaps in Brandon's expression, that moment when a desperate man loses his last grip on reality. You took everything from me. His voice breaks, raw with rage and humiliation. My job, my reputation, my dash. They were never yours to lose. I cut him off coldly. Ariana was never your property. Gabriel was never your son. You built your life on lies and control, and now it's all falling apart because a woman was brave enough to stand up to you. Brandon lunges forward suddenly, grabbing my jacket lapels. You think this is over? It's not over until I say it's. I don't move, don't flinch, just look down at his hands, then back at his face with deadly calm. Remove your hands, or security will remove them for you. And trust me, they won't be gentle. From the corner of my eye, I see Dallas has already signaled security. 2 guards approach swiftly from different directions. Brandon notices too and releases me, stepping back with his hands raised. But the wild look in his eyes tells me this isn't over. You know what's funny? His mouth twists into an ugly smile. She'll do the same thing to you eventually. Run away, take the kid. That's what she does. Ariana Morgan is damaged goods, Kellington. And once she's used you up, she'll... Sir, you need to leave the premises immediately. One security guard steps between us, while another moves to Brandon's side. You're trespassing on private property. Brandon ignores them, his gaze fixed on me. This isn't over. Actually, it is. I straighten my jacket calmly. You lost. Your firm fired you. Your assets are frozen pending investigation. Every woman you've ever terrorized has come forward. It's over, Brandon. And you're the only one who doesn't see it. The security guards each take one of Brandon's arms. He doesn't resist physically, but his eyes never leave mine as they escort him toward the exit. You'll regret this, he calls over his shoulder. Both of you will. Dallas appears at my side as the doors close behind Brandon and the guards. That was intense. You okay? I exhale slowly, the adrenaline still coursing through me. Yeah, but I don't think we've seen the last of him. The restraining order won't stop a man with nothing left to lose. I pull out my phone, already dialing. I need to warn Ariana. As the phone rings, I watch through the glass doors as Brandon is escorted to the street. He stands there for a long moment, staring back at the building, before finally turning and walking away. The look in his eyes wasn't just anger or humiliation. It was something darker, more dangerous. The look of a man planning his revenge. Dallas nudges me. We walk towards the elevators and wait for ours to come. Once it does, my cousin and I make our way in silently. The elevator doors slide closed, sealing Dallas and me inside the chrome and glass capsule as we ascend toward the executive floor. I'm still riding the adrenaline high from confronting Brandon, my body humming with residual tension. So you were saying, the allocation for basketball courts in Brownsville? I prompt, trying to refocus on work and the community outreach plans. Dallas nods, swiping through his tablet. Right. We're looking at about $40,000 per court for complete renovation. Resurfacing, new backboards, proper lighting. The school board's already given preliminary approval for us to access the locations after hours and weekends. I lean against the elevator wall, running calculations in my head. Let's double the initial rollout. 6 courts instead of 3. Are you sure? Dallas raises an eyebrow. That's going to eat significantly into the budget. I'm sure. The elevator pings softly as we pass the 10th floor. We'll reallocate from the Executive Retreat Fund. The board can survive without their golf weekend. Dallas makes notes on his tablet, but I can feel him studying me. That confrontation with Brandon really got to you, didn't it? I exhale slowly, watching the floor numbers tick upward. He's unraveling. You saw him. Disheveled, desperate. But that makes him more dangerous, not less. You think he'll try something? I know he will. The certainty settles like lead in my stomach. Men like Brandon don't just walk away when they're cornered. They lash out. The elevator doors open onto our floor, but neither of us moves immediately. We should increase security around Ariana and Gabriel, Dallas suggests, lowering his voice. Discreetly, of course. Already on it. I step out of the elevator, Dallas following close behind. Frank at the building has doubled the lobby staff, and I've got a car service taking Gabriel to and from school until this blows over. As we walk down the corridor toward my office, my mind keeps replaying Brandon's words, his unhinged expression, the thinly veiled threats. The man is coming apart at the seams, his reputation and career in tatters, thanks to our public statement about his harassment. What I don't understand, Dallas says as we enter my office, is why he's fixated on Gabriel. The kid isn't even his. I close the door behind us and drop into my chair. It's not about Gabriel. It's about control. Brandon saw Ariana and Gabriel as possessions, and I'm the one who stole them from him, at least in his twisted mind. Messed up, Dallas mutters, taking the seat across from my desk. Tell me about it. I drum my fingers against the polished surface. Let's get back to the outreach program. I want to finalize the details before my meeting with the mayor's office next week. We dive back into work, discussing logistics, budgets, and implementation timelines. But even as I engage with the material, part of my mind remains fixed on Brandon Desmond and the threat he represents. Every few minutes, I find myself checking my phone, half expecting a panicked call from Ariana or the building security. You're distracted, Dallas observes after I ask him to repeat something for the third time. Sorry. I set my phone down deliberately. It's just, you're worried about your family. I get it. Dallas closes his tablet. Look, do you want to reschedule this? We can pick it up tomorrow when... No. I straighten in my chair. This program matters. These kids need these courts, these opportunities. I'm not letting Brandon derail the good we're trying to do. Dallas nods approvingly. That's why you're running this place and not some corporate drone. You actually give a damn. My father taught me that. I smile faintly at the memory. He always said profit without purpose is just greed with better branding. We return to the presentation, mapping out the community centers that will receive equipment donations. The work helps focus my mind, but the undercurrent of worry remains. I know Brandon too well now. I've seen his type before. Men who view women and children as extensions of themselves, as property to be controlled rather than people to be loved. Should we discuss what happens if Brandon retaliates? Dallas asks suddenly, setting his pen down. I mean, really retaliates? Beyond harassment. The question hangs in the air between us, giving voice to the fear that's been gnawing at me all morning. If he comes anywhere near my family again, I say slowly, deliberately, I'll destroy him, completely. Every connection, every opportunity, every dollar to his name. I'll make what we've done to him so far look like a friendly warning. Dallas studies me for a moment, then nods. I've got your back, cousin. Whatever it takes. I feel a surge of gratitude for my family, for Dallas's unwavering support. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. But even as I say the words, I know we're past the point of hope. Brandon Desmond has nothing left to lose, and that makes him dangerous in ways that wealth and connections never could. The look in his eyes when security escorted him out wasn't just anger. It was calculation, a man making plans. Let's get back to work, I say, pushing these thoughts aside for now. The sooner we finalize this, the sooner I can head home. Where I belong. With Ariana and Gabriel, my family, whom I'll protect at any cost. Chapter 19. Ariana. Midnight bathes our bedroom in silvery shadows, the city lights creating a soft glow through the partially open curtains. Gabriel fell asleep hours ago, his dinosaur nightlight spinning gentle patterns across his ceiling as he dreams. The penthouse is quiet except for our breathing, growing heavier with each kiss. Eric presses me into the mattress, his weight a delicious pressure against my body. His mouth trails hot kisses down my neck, his stubble creating the perfect friction against my sensitive skin. I arch up, fingers digging into his broad shoulders. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from VixSavonRomance.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. I love you, Eric says suddenly, his voice low and intense. I'd do anything to protect you and Gabriel. Anything. I raise my head to look at him, seeing the fierce protectiveness in his eyes. After Brandon's appearance at his office today, I understand his need to say it, to reaffirm what we both know. I know, I whisper, pressing my palm against his cheek. That's why I'm not afraid anymore. We protect each other. He catches my hand, pressing a kiss to my palm. Always. I settle back against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Outside our bedroom, the world with all its complications still waits. Brandon is still out there, angry and desperate. But here, in Eric's arms, I found a safety I never thought possible. As the city glows beyond our windows, a comfortable silence falls between us. Eric's heart beats steadily beneath my ear, his chest rising and falling in a rhythm that's become my favorite lullaby. The warmth of his body anchors me to this moment, to this reality we've built together. Are you worried? I ask suddenly, my fingers tracing lazy patterns on his bare skin. About Brandon coming back to bother us? Eric's chest rises with a deep breath. His hand, which had been stroking my back, pauses for a moment before resuming its gentle motion. Yeah, I am, he admits, his voice low and serious in the darkness. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. The way he looked at me in the lobby today, he's desperate. And desperate men are unpredictable. I prop myself up on an elbow to see his face better in the dim light. The shadows emphasize the strong line of his jaw, the furrow between his brows that appears whenever he's concerned. He's beautiful, especially like this. What do you think he'll do? The question feels heavy in the quiet room. Eric's eyes meet mine, intense and unwavering. I don't know exactly, but I'm worried about what a desperate man like Brandon will do to you and Gabriel. He's lost everything. His job, his reputation, his standing. In his mind, he's got nothing left to lose. My stomach tightens at his words, but I appreciate his honesty. There's no sugarcoating, no false reassurances. We've taken precautions, I remind him, as much for myself as for him. The restraining order, the security system, Gabriel's school being notified. And we'll take more if we need to. His arm tightens around me protectively. Whatever it takes to keep you both safe. I want you to know something, Ariana. I wait, watching as emotion flickers across his face. I would protect you and Gabriel with my life, if need be. His voice is quiet but fierce, each word vibrating with conviction, without hesitation, without a second thought. You're my family, the family I never thought I'd have, and I will do whatever it takes to make sure you're safe. The intensity in his eyes steals my breath. There's no artifice there, no performance, just raw truth. This man, who has shown nothing but patience and love since coming back into our lives, would stand between us and any threat without question. I lean down and press my lips to his chest, right over his heart. Thank you, I whisper against his warm skin. The words feel inadequate for what I'm trying to express, but I hope he understands all they contain. Gratitude, yes, but also trust, partnership, love. His fingers thread through my hair, gently cradling the back of my head. You don't need to thank me for that. I do, though. I rest my chin on his chest, looking up at him. My whole life I've had to protect myself. Even with Gabriel, it was always just me standing between him and the world, having someone willing to stand with me to protect us both. I can't tell you what that means. Eric's expression softens. He pulls me up until we're face to face, his hand cupping my cheek with such tenderness it makes my heart ache. We protect each other, he says simply. That's what family does. I kiss him then, pouring everything I can articulate into the press of my lips against his. His arms wrap around me, strong and secure, making me feel sheltered but not confined, protected but not possessed. The difference means everything. When we break apart, I settle back against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heart. Outside, the city continues its never-ending hum, but in here, wrapped in Eric's arms, I feel something I haven't felt in years. Safe. Got 30 minutes? Then baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 20. Eric. I straighten my tie in the bathroom mirror, checking my reflection one last time before heading out. Through the open door, I can hear Gabriel's animated chatter about his dinosaur collection mixing with the sizzle of bacon from the kitchen. Dad! Dad! Come see what I built! Gabriel calls out, his voice bright with excitement. 1 minute, buddy! I call back, tucking my wallet into my back pocket. The normalcy of this morning routine still hits me sometimes. Being called Dad, having a family waiting for me at the breakfast table. 6 months ago, I was living alone, drowning in work and grief while I tried to figure myself out in Massachusetts. Now my life has purpose beyond the next business deal. I walk into the kitchen where Ariana stands at the stove, spatula in hand, looking unfairly gorgeous in sleep shorts and one of my t-shirts. Her hair is pulled up in a messy bun, exposing the curve of her neck where I'd kissed her last night. Morning, I say, sliding my arms around her waist from behind. I press a kiss to her neck, inhaling the scent of her coconut shampoo. You're going to make me burn the bacon, she warns, but leans back into me anyway. Gabriel sits at the counter, arranging plastic dinosaurs in what appears to be a complex battle formation. Dad! The T-Rex is winning against the Triceratops. Is that right? I ruffle his curls as I pass, grabbing a piece of toast from the plate Ariana's prepared. I thought Triceratops were supposed to be tough. They are, but T-Rex has bigger teeth, Gabriel demonstrates with snapping motions of his hands. I check my watch. I need to get going. Big meeting this morning. Ariana slides a travel mug of coffee across the counter to me. The Wilson Foundation presentation? Yeah, if the board approves the full funding, we'll be able to renovate basketball courts in 20 schools across the city. I take a sip of the coffee. Strong and black, exactly how I need it. Should be home by 6, unless things run late. We'll be here. Ariana smiles, and that simple promise means more than she knows. I crouch down to Gabriel's level. Be good for your mom today, all right? Maybe when I get home, we can work on that Lego spaceship. His eyes light up. Really? The big one? Really? The big one. I hold up my hand for a high five, which he enthusiastically returns. Standing, I drop a quick kiss on Ariana's lips. Love you. I'll text when I'm on my way home. Love you too. Knock 'em dead at that meeting. With one last ruffle of Gabriel's hair, I grab my briefcase and head for the elevator. The elevator descends smoothly to the lobby. I nod to Frank, who's been extra vigilant since the Brandon situation escalated. Morning, Mr. Kellington. Car's waiting out front. Thanks, Frank. Any activity I should know about? Frank shakes his head. All quiet, sir. No sign of Mr. Desmond in the area. Good. Keep me posted. I push through the revolving doors into the bright morning sunshine. My driver, Marcus, should be waiting with the car. He's been with me for years, reliable, discreet, and sharp-eyed. But when I step onto the sidewalk, Marcus isn't there. Instead, I spot my black Audi parked in its usual spot, but no sign of my driver. Something's off. The car sits at an unusual angle, tilted slightly to one side. I approach cautiously, my instincts on high alert. As I get closer, I see why the car looks wrong. The tires on the driver's side are completely flat, deep slashes visible in the rubber. Not random punctures, deliberate cuts. "Mr. Kellington!" A voice calls from the side alley beside our building. I turn to see Marcus stumbling toward me, holding a blood-soaked handkerchief to his forehead. His uniform is disheveled, dirt smearing one sleeve. Jesus Christ! I rush to him, helping him stay upright. What happened? The guy jumped me when I was doing my morning check of the vehicle, Marcus winces. Hit me from behind. When I came to, the tires were slashed and he was gone. My blood runs cold. Did you see who it was? Marcus shakes his head, then grimaces at the movement. Never saw his face. But he left this on the windshield. He hands me a folded piece of paper, edges stained with his blood. I unfold it with a growing sense of dread. The message is typed, just 5 words. "You took everything from me. Brandon. Frank!" I call to the security guard who's already rushing toward us. "Get Marcus medical attention. Then I need the security footage from the last hour. All angles of the street." Frank nods, taking Marcus's weight from me. "Already called an ambulance, sir. And I'll pull the footage right away." I stare at the slashed tires, the note clutched in my hand. This isn't random vandalism. This is a message. A threat. Brandon is escalating just as I feared he would. "Mr. Kellington," Frank says, his voice low. "Should we increase security for Mrs. Morgan and Gabriel?" "Yes, immediately." I pull out my phone, dialing Ariana while my eyes scan the street, looking for any sign of Brandon. "And call the police." This is a direct violation of the restraining order. As the phone rings, connecting me to Ariana upstairs, one thought burns through my mind. Brandon's moved from threats to action, and if he's willing to assault my driver and vandalize my car, what else is he willing to do? I stay with Marcus until the ambulance arrives, my hand pressing a clean handkerchief to his forehead wound. He winces as I apply gentle pressure, the blood still seeping through. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Kellington," he says for the 3rd time. I should have been more alert. "This isn't on you." My voice comes out sharper than intended. "This is Brandon, no one else. You did everything right." The ambulance pulls up, lights flashing but sirens mercifully silent. I step back as the paramedics take over, efficiently checking Marcus's vitals and examining the head wound. "Looks like you'll need some stitches," one of them says, her movements quick and practiced. "Any dizziness? Nausea?" "A little dizzy," Marcus admits reluctantly. I pull out my phone and text Dallas. "Won't make the 9 a.m. Brandon attacked my driver, slashed my tires, dealing with police and getting Marcus medical attention. Can you handle the Wilson Foundation prep? We'll call when I can." His response comes almost immediately. "Jesus, of course. Take care of things there. I've got this covered. Need security at your place." I type back quickly. "Already arranged. Extra guards on duty at building. Thanks." The paramedics help Marcus onto a stretcher. I step forward before they load him into the ambulance. "Marcus, take the rest of the week. Full pay, obviously. I'll have someone check on you later today." "Sir, I can be back tomorrow." "That's not a request." I squeeze his shoulder. "Your job will be waiting. Focus on getting better." He nods, grimacing as the movement clearly causes pain. As they wheel him toward the ambulance, she turned to the police officer who's been taking notes beside Frank. "I want this documented as a direct violation of the restraining order against Brandon Desmond. He's escalating from threats to physical violence." The officer nods. "We'll add it to the file. This makes the third violation in 2 weeks. The DA's office has been notified. Not good enough. I run a hand through my hair, frustration mounting. He assaulted my employee, damaged my property, left a threatening note. What's it going to take to get this guy behind bars? Sir, I understand your frustration, but... No, you don't. I step closer, lowering my voice. This man is stalking my family. He's already broken into our home once. Now he's attacking people I employ. It's only going to escalate from here. The officer's expression softens slightly. We're building a case, Mr. Kellington. Each incident strengthens it. I promise you, we're taking this very seriously. I nod, not entirely satisfied, but recognizing he's doing what he can. As he walks away to examine the car, I call a rideshare service and arrange for a car to take me to the office. While waiting, I pace the sidewalk, my mind racing through every possible way to end this situation with Brandon once and for all. The legal system is moving too slowly. The restraining order is just a piece of paper that Brandon clearly has no respect for. We need something more definitive. My phone buzzes with a text from Ariana. Gabriel's school just called. I had barely dropped him off when I got this call. Someone claiming to be his uncle tried to pick him up. They followed protocol and refused. Said he got aggressive before leaving. Please tell me you're okay. My blood runs cold. I call her immediately. Are you with Gabriel? I ask the moment she picks up. Yes. Her voice is tight with controlled fear. I went straight back to the school. He's fine, playing with his dinosaurs in the next room. Eric, what's happening? Brandon's making his move. I lower my voice, stepping away from the building entrance. He attacked Marcus this morning, slashed my tires, and now tried to take Gabriel. This is coordinated. He's trying to hit us from multiple angles at once. I hear her sharp intake of breath. What do we do? I am sending a security team to the penthouse right now. Don't open the door for anyone except them or me. Tell Frank downstairs not to let anyone up without explicit confirmation from either of us. Okay. Her voice steadies. Should we leave? Go somewhere else for a while? I consider this, weighing our options. Not yet. The penthouse is secure, and moving would make you more vulnerable during transit. Let me get to the office and put some things in motion first. My rideshare pulls up. I have to go. I'll call you when I get to the office. I love you both. We love you too. Be careful. As I slide into the back seat, I give the driver Wilson Athletics address, then lean back, my mind working through strategies. Brandon's gone from threats to action, targeting me professionally, threatening our son, becoming increasingly bold. Each move calculated to cause maximum damage and fear. He's not going to stop. Not with restraining orders, not with public humiliation, not with professional ruin. In his twisted mind, we've taken everything from him, so he has nothing left to lose. I pull out my phone again, scrolling to a contact I've never used but kept for emergencies. Someone who specializes in problems like Brandon Desmond. Someone who operates in the gray areas where the law moves too slowly. My finger hovers over the call button. There's a line I've never crossed. Principles I've always maintained. But when it comes to protecting Ariana and Gabriel, The car merges into Manhattan traffic as I make my decision. I tap the contact and raise the phone to my ear. Brandon made his choice when he came after my family. Now he'll have to live with the consequences. Or maybe he won't.
Chapter 21. Ariana. I pace across the living room for the 1,000th time, glancing at my phone. Still nothing from Eric. 3 days since Brandon's coordinated attacks, and Eric has been like a ghost, physically present but mentally somewhere else entirely. When he is home, he's constantly on his phone, stepping into other rooms for hushed conversations I can't quite hear. "Mommy, can I have more juice?" Gabriel looks up from where he's building a dinosaur fortress on the coffee table. Sure, baby. I force a smile, grateful for the distraction. In the kitchen, I grip the counter edge, trying to steady myself. Something's wrong. Eric is planning something. I can feel it in the way he avoids my direct questions, in the dark circles under his eyes, in the way he studies the security system with an intensity that makes my skin crawl. My phone buzzes. I lunge for it, but it's just Jessica checking in. Still no sign of Brandon? That's good news, right? I type back quickly. Maybe. Or maybe he's just planning something worse. When I return to the living room with Gabriel's juice, I find Eric's laptop open on the dining table. He rarely leaves it unattended. The screen shows his email, and a name catches my eye. Dominic Russo. The subject line reads only, "Arrangements confirmed." The front door opens, and I quickly step away from the computer. Hey! Eric's voice is tired as he drops his keys in the bowl. His eyes dart to the laptop, then back to me. Everything okay? You tell me. I cross my arms. You've barely spoken to me for days. He sighs, running a hand through his hair. I've been busy handling the fallout from Brandon's little stunt. Handling it how? I press. Because whatever you're planning, I deserve to know. Eric's jaw tightens. I'm just making sure we're protected, Ariana. Don't do that. Anger flares inside me. Don't treat me like I'm some fragile thing that needs to be shielded from the truth. This affects all of us. Gabriel looks up from his dinosaurs, sensing the tension. I lower my voice. Who's Dominic Russo? Eric's expression shifts, surprise quickly masked by something harder. How do you... I saw your email. You've been secretive for days, having whispered conversations, disappearing for hours. My heart pounds. What are you planning, Eric? What does arrangements confirmed mean? He steps closer, taking my hand. Ariana, I promise you I'm handling this. The less you know. I yank my hand away. Don't. That's exactly what Brandon used to say. The less you know, the better. I'm handling it. I won't be kept in the dark again. Pain flashes across his face at the comparison. I'm nothing like him. Then prove it. Tell me what you're doing. Eric glances at Gabriel, then guides me toward the bedroom. Once inside, he closes the door softly. Dominic is a security consultant, he says, voice low, with connections to people who can make problems disappear. My blood runs cold. What does that mean exactly? It means Brandon will be persuaded to leave the country. Permanently. His eyes hold mine, unflinching. He'll be given a new identity, enough money to start over somewhere far away, and a very clear understanding of what happens if he ever returns. You're paying him to leave? The words taste bitter. That's your solution? It's the cleanest option. No one gets hurt. He's gone for good. And if he doesn't agree? Eric's silence tells me everything. Jesus, Eric. I step back. Who are you right now? This isn't you. This is me protecting my family. His voice hardens. You have no idea what men like Brandon are capable of when they're cornered. I have every idea. I snap. I lived with his threats, his control, his rage. I know exactly what he's capable of. But this, paying criminals to threaten him, maybe worse, that's not protection. That's becoming what we're fighting against. Eric paces, frustration radiating from him. Then what do you suggest? The restraining order is a joke. The police are building a case that could take months. Meanwhile, he's escalating. Next time, it might not be slashed tires. Next time, he might actually get to Gabriel. The thought makes my stomach clench, but I hold firm. There has to be another way. A legal way. There isn't. Eric's voice is flat. I've explored every option. This is the only guarantee he'll be gone for good. I study his face, the determination in his eyes, the set of his jaw. This isn't my Eric. This is someone else. Someone desperate and dangerous. Cancel it, I say quietly. Whatever you've arranged with this Dominic person, cancel it now. Ariana? No. I step closer, taking his face in my hands. Listen to me. I love that you want to protect us, but not like this. We can't build our future on something so dark. What would we tell Gabriel when he's older? That his father had someone threatened, maybe killed? Eric's shoulders slump slightly. I just want you both safe. I know. And we will be. But we'll do it the right way. I press my forehead to his. Promise me you'll cancel this arrangement. We'll figure out another solution together. For a long moment he says nothing. Then finally he nods. Okay. Relief floods through me. Thank you. But as he pulls me into a hug, I can't shake the feeling that something in his agreement came too easily. And when I pull back to look in his eyes, I see something there that makes my relief evaporate. I press my forehead against Eric's chest, my hands gripping his shirt like it's the only thing keeping me anchored. Tears threaten, but I push them back. I need him to understand. Listen to me, I whisper fiercely. I've lived through this before. I've seen what happens when men think they need to handle everything alone. Eric's jaw tightens. This isn't the same. It is. I pull back to look at him. Don't you see? Working with criminals, making deals in shadows. Eric, I can't lose you. Not to injury, not to jail. Not to this darkness Brandon's trying to pull you into. His eyes soften slightly, but the determination remains. I need him gone, Ariana. For good. After what happened, can you honestly tell me you don't want the same? Of course I want him gone. My voice breaks. But not at the cost of who you are. Not at the cost of our family. I cup his face in my hands. Gabriel needs his father. I need you. Not just for a few months until Brandon is dealt with. I need you permanently in our lives. Something in my words reaches him. I feel the slight change in his posture, the way his breath catches. I almost lost you once. I continue. I won't survive losing you again. Especially not because of Brandon. Eric pulls me closer, resting his forehead against mine. For several heartbeats, we just breathe together. Okay, he finally says. I hear you. But Brandon has to go. I won't compromise on that. I agree. I run my hands up his arms, feeling the tension in his muscles. But we have options. You said you have contacts in the DA's office, right? He nods slowly. The Manhattan DA and I went to college together. He owes me a few favors. Then use those. I squeeze his hands. Offer Brandon a deal, a fresh start overseas, enough money to live comfortably, but far away from us. And if he refuses, I take a deep breath. Your DA friend makes sure every charge sticks. Breaking restraining orders, assault on Marcus, attempted kidnapping of Gabriel, everything. Eric studies me, surprise evident in his expression. You'd be okay with that? Paying him off? I'd rather see him rot in jail, I admit. But if paying him to disappear is faster, safer, and keeps you out of danger, then yes. I want Brandon gone, but I need you here more. He's quiet for a moment, considering. And if he takes the money but comes back later, that's why we document everything. The offer, his acceptance. If he comes back, he violates the agreement and goes straight to jail. No deals, no second chances. Eric pulls me into a tight embrace. I can feel his heart racing against my cheek. I'm not letting Brandon take anything else from us, he murmurs into my hair. Not our safety, not our peace, and definitely not our future together. Promise me you won't do anything reckless, I plead, looking up at him. Promise me you'll stay within the law. I need to know you'll be here for Gabriel's graduation someday, for his wedding, for all the moments that matter. A hint of a smile touches his lips. Wedding? He's 5. You know what I mean. I punch his shoulder lightly, grateful for the moment of levity. His expression grows serious again. I promise. We'll handle Brandon legally. My way would have been faster, but... He sighs. You're right. The risk isn't worth it. Relief floods through me. Thank you. But I want security on you and Gabriel 24/7 until this is resolved, he says firmly. Non-negotiable. Agreed. I slide my arms around his waist. And I want you to call your DA friend today. The sooner we present Brandon with options, the sooner this ends. Eric nods, pulling back slightly to look at me. His blue eyes are intense with purpose. I'll make the calls. Brandon will have a choice. Take the deal and disappear forever, or face every legal consequence we can throw at him. And if he's smart, he'll take the deal. And if he doesn't, Eric says, his voice hardening, I'll make damn sure he spends the next decades of his life in prison. I lean up and kiss him softly. That's the man I fell in love with. Someone who fights for what's right, not someone who stoops to Brandon's level. As Eric holds me close, I feel the tension in his body gradually release. We stand there in the quiet of our bedroom, the world outside full of threats. But in here, we've found our way forward.
Chapter 22. Eric. I sit across from Harry Richardson in his wood-paneled office, watching him flip through the file I've compiled on Brandon Desmond. The Manhattan District Attorney's office has that distinct smell: old books, coffee, and ambition. I've known Harry since our Columbia days, back when we were both young, hungry, and convinced we'd change the world. Jesus Christ, Eric, Harry mutters, pausing on the photos of Marcus's injuries. This guy's completely unhinged. That's putting it mildly. I lean forward, elbows on my knees. He's escalating, Harry. First harassment, now physical assault, and attempting to take my son from school. What's next? I'm not waiting to find out. Harry removes his glasses, pinching the bridge of his nose. You've got a solid case here. Multiple restraining order violations, assault, attempted kidnapping. But the wheels of justice turn slowly. Even with expedited proceedings, we're looking at months before trial. We don't have months. My voice comes out harder than intended. I need this handled now. Today. Harry studies me, recognition dawning in his eyes. You've got something in mind. Something that isn't in these files. I slide a sealed envelope across his desk. A proposal. Brandon leaves the country permanently. In exchange, we provide funds for relocation and a fresh start. If he refuses or ever returns to the States, your office prosecutes him to the fullest extent of the law. No plea deals, no leniency. You want to pay him off? Harry frowns, not touching the envelope. I want him gone. Jail would be my preference, but that takes time we don't have. I meet his eyes squarely. This keeps my family safe now, not 6 months from now. Harry finally picks up the envelope, weighing it in his hand like it might bite. This is unusual, Eric. Very unusual. So is the situation. I sit back, crossing my ankle over my knee. Will you help me or not? You know using my office to facilitate this kind of arrangement is ethically complex. I'm not asking you to break any laws. Just witness the agreement and have your office ready to prosecute if he violates it. I pause, adding, You know what it's like to want to protect your family at all costs, Harry. His expression softens slightly at the mention of his wife and daughters. I do. He taps the envelope against his desk, thinking, and that's a big if, I agree to this, I'd need assurances this stays completely above board. No threats, no intimidation, just a clean legal agreement. That's all I'm asking for. He opens the envelope, scanning the document inside. You're offering him $500,000? A small price to pay for my family's safety. Harry whistles low. And a one-way ticket to Singapore? With a new identity? Far away, with no extradition treaty. Christ, Eric! He shakes his head. You've really thought this through. I've had plenty of sleepless nights to plan. I lean forward again. So? Will you help me? After a long moment, Harry nods. I'll witness the agreement, and if he refuses or later violates it, I'll personally oversee his prosecution. He slides the papers back into the envelope. But I want you to reconsider the meeting. What do you mean? You mentioned meeting Brandon one-on-one to present this offer. That's a bad idea. Harry's expression turns grave. This file shows a man who's becoming increasingly unstable and violent. Meeting him alone could be dangerous. It has to be me. My jaw clenches. He needs to understand I'm serious. Then let me send officers with you. Plainclothes nearby, but not visible. I shake my head. He'll spot them. Brandon's paranoid and observant. If he feels trapped, he'll refuse the deal out of spite. And if he attacks you? What happens to Ariana and Gabriel then? Harry's question hits its mark. I can handle Brandon. You're not listening. Harry leans forward, his prosecutor's intensity on full display. I've seen cases like this before. Men like Brandon don't just accept defeat. They lash out and they aim for maximum damage. Meeting him alone is asking for trouble. I stand, pacing the office. The meeting is happening tomorrow. Public place, my terms. I need this over with, Harry. He sighs heavily. At least let me position a squad nearby. They won't move in unless there's trouble. After a moment's consideration, I nod. Fine. But they stay well back. This only works if Brandon believes he has a choice. Agreed. Harry stands, extending his hand. I'll have everything ready by tomorrow morning. And Eric? His grip tightens on mine. Be careful. Don't underestimate how far a desperate man will go. I won't. I match his firm handshake. And thank you. I owe you. Just make sure I don't regret this. He releases my hand. And give my best to Ariana and that boy of yours. I will. I turn to leave, relief and determination coursing through me. Finally, an end to this nightmare is in sight. One more thing, Harry calls as I reach the door. If he does take the deal, what will you tell Gabriel when he's older? He'll have memories of this happening, no doubt. I pause, hand on the doorknob. The truth. That sometimes doing the right thing means making difficult choices. I look back at Harry, and that nothing matters more than protecting the people you love. I step out of the DA's office into the bright afternoon sun, breathing in the city air like a man surfacing from underwater. After spending the last hour mapping out Brandon's inevitable downfall, I feel lighter somehow. For the first time since he showed up at my office looking unhinged, I see a clear path forward. My phone vibrates in my pocket. I pull it out, expecting Dallas with questions about tomorrow's meeting, but Ariana's name lights up the screen. My heart does that ridiculous little jump it always does when I see her name. Hey, beautiful, I answer, moving away from the busy courthouse steps to find a quieter spot. How did it go with Harry? Her voice is tight with that controlled anxiety she tries to hide. Better than expected. I lean against the stone wall, watching yellow taxis stream past. He's on board. The offer will be presented to Brandon tomorrow. One-way ticket out of our lives. With police nearby, right? Like we discussed. The worry in her voice is palpable. Yeah, they'll be there. I run a hand through my hair. Harry insisted, actually. Said he wasn't letting me meet Brandon alone, no matter what. Thank God for Harry. The relief in her voice makes me smile despite everything. I don't trust Brandon not to try something. Me neither. That's why we're doing this in a public place, middle of the day, with cops watching. I pause, watching people rush by, all wrapped up in their own dramas. Harry thinks Brandon will take the deal. $500,000 and a new identity is a pretty compelling offer for someone who's lost everything. And if he doesn't? The question hangs there, loaded with all our fears. Then the full force of the Manhattan DA's office comes down on him. Harry's going to personally oversee the prosecution. I straighten up, confidence surging through me. Either way, this ends tomorrow. There's silence on the line for a moment. I can almost see her, probably standing at the kitchen counter, twisting that lock of hair around her finger like she does when she's thinking. I'm scared, Eric. Her voice is smaller now. Not just about tomorrow. About what happens after. What if he takes the money and disappears, but comes back in a year? 5 years? What if... Hey! I cut her off gently. The agreement includes monitoring. If he ever sets foot in the country again, we'll know. And Harry will be waiting with a stack of charges that'll put him away for decades. I lower my voice. This is going to work, Ariana. I promise. I believe you. She takes a deep breath, and I can hear the steel returning to her voice. Just be careful tomorrow. I need you to come home to us. Wild horses couldn't keep me away. I smile into the phone. Besides, I promised Gabriel we'd finish that Lego spaceship tomorrow night. Her laugh, though brief, warms me from the inside out. He's been talking about nothing else all day. Tell him I'm bringing home the special pieces we need to finish it. I will. There's a pause, and when she speaks again, her voice has that quality that makes my chest tighten. I love you, Eric. So much. I love you too. I close my eyes briefly, letting myself feel the weight of those words. Both of you. That's why I'm putting an end to this. Once and for all. Just come home safe. Always. I straighten up, ready to head back to the office. I'll text when I'm on my way. After we hang up, I stand there for a moment, phone in hand, letting the city move around me. Tomorrow, Brandon Desmond will either take our offer and disappear forever, or he'll make the biggest mistake of his life by refusing it. Either way, by this time tomorrow, the threat he poses to my family will be over. I'll make damn sure of that.
Chapter 23. Ariana. I stir the pot of spaghetti sauce, adding another pinch of basil as the rich tomato scent fills our kitchen. From the living room, Gabriel's excited squeals and Eric's deep laugh float through the air like music. My heart squeezes tight in my chest as I peek around the corner. They're sprawled on the floor, surrounded by Gabriel's toys, dinosaurs, and action figures, locked in some epic battle that only they understand. Eric is fully committed, making ridiculous roaring sounds that have Gabriel doubled over with giggles. No, Dad. That's not how T-Rex sounds, Gabriel corrects between laughs. Oh, really? Then show me how it's done, expert. Eric pokes Gabriel's tummy, setting off another round of laughter. Gabriel demonstrates with a fearsome roar that's surprisingly convincing for a 5-year-old. I smile despite the heaviness settling in my stomach. Tomorrow. The meeting with Brandon happens tomorrow. I turn back to the stove, stirring the sauce with more force than necessary. The rational part of me knows Eric will be fine. Harry's sending officers. They're meeting in public. All the precautions are in place. But there's this gnawing feeling I can't shake, this dread that wraps around my ribs and squeezes until I can barely breathe. What if Brandon doesn't take the deal? What if he tries something? What if... Something smells amazing. Eric's voice startles me as his arms slide around my waist from behind, his chest warm and solid against my back. I lean back against him, soaking in his warmth, his solidity, the steady presence I never knew I needed until he showed up again in my life. Just spaghetti, nothing fancy. The sauce simmers, sending tomato and garlic aromas swirling around us in the small kitchen. My favorite. He kisses my neck, his stubble grazing my skin in a way that sends tingles down my spine, and I close my eyes, memorizing the sensation. His breath is warm against my ear, his hands firm but gentle where they rest on my hips. "You kissing?" Gabriel declares from the doorway, scrunching up his face into an exaggerated grimace of disgust. He stands with his hands on his hips, his dinosaur t-shirt smudged with evidence of his playtime. Eric laughs, the sound rumbling through his chest and into mine. "One day, buddy, you won't think kissing is so gross." He gives me one more quick squeeze before releasing me. Yes, I will. Forever and ever. Gabriel's declaration is firm, his curls bouncing as he shakes his head emphatically. His hazel eyes shine with the absolute certainty that only a 5-year-old can muster. I wipe my hands on a dish towel, fighting a smile as I look between the two of them. My boys. The thought catches me off guard with its rightness. "Dinner's almost ready. Can you two wash up and set the table?" I gesture toward the hallway with the towel. "Race you!" Eric challenges Gabriel, dropping into a runner's stance. Gabriel's eyes widen with competitive delight, and he bolts for the bathroom with surprising speed, his little feet pounding against the hardwood. Eric takes off after him, deliberately keeping pace just behind, his deep laughter mixing with Gabriel's high-pitched giggles as they disappear down the hallway. Alone in the kitchen, I take a deep breath, willing the tightness in my chest to ease. The sauce bubbles, reminding me of my task. I drain the pasta, trying to focus on the simple motions. Minutes later, we're seated around the table, plates heaped with steaming spaghetti. The aroma of garlic and tomato fills the air between us. Gabriel slurps a noodle dramatically, making that distinctive sucking sound kids seem to perfect from birth. Sauce splatters his chin and catches on the corner of his mouth, a little red constellation against his caramel skin. "Gabriel," I start, my mom voice kicking in automatically, but Eric's already there with a napkin, swooping in with practiced ease. He cleans my son's face while contorting his own into an exaggerated monster grimace that has Gabriel giggling instead of squirming away. The potential scolding dies on my lips as I watch them interact. "So I was thinking," Eric says between careful bites, twirling pasta expertly around his fork. "After we finish that spaceship tomorrow night, maybe. This weekend we could drive up to that planetarium upstate. The one with the camping program. They do this whole thing where kids get to sleep under the stars. Well, fake stars, but still pretty damn cool. They project the constellations on the ceiling and give a whole tour of the galaxy. The website said they even have this meteor shower simulation that's supposed to be incredible." Gabriel's eyes widen to perfect circles, his fork freezing halfway to his mouth, a forgotten noodle dangling. "Can we really? Like, actually really?" His voice rises with each word, excitement building visibly. "Absolutely. Your mom and I were talking about it." Eric glances my way with confidence, then adds, "Right, Ari?" I blink, fork suspended midway to my mouth, sauce dripping slowly back to my plate. We hadn't discussed this at all, not even a passing mention. Eric's looking at me, eyebrows raised expectantly, silently asking me to play along with whatever plan he's cooked up alongside our dinner. His blue eyes hold a hint of mischief, but also something else. Hope, maybe. "Right," I manage. "It sounds fun." "Yes," Gabriel pumps his fist. "I'm gonna see real planets and stars and aliens." "Well, maybe not aliens," I laugh. "Actually," Eric deadpans, "they keep the aliens in a special room. Only kids who eat all their vegetables get to see them." Gabriel immediately stabs a piece of broccoli I'd hidden in the sauce. As dinner continues, I watch Eric with Gabriel, the easy way they interact. How naturally fatherhood came to him once he had the chance. The thought of anything happening to disrupt this, to take Eric away from us, makes my throat close up. "You okay?" Eric asks quietly, while Gabriel chatters about which dinosaurs would make the best astronauts. "Fine," I lie, forcing a smile. "Just tired." His eyes hold mine for a beat too long. He knows I'm not telling the truth. After dinner, I clean up, while Eric helps Gabriel with his bath. I can hear them through the wall, singing some made-up song about rubber ducks. When did this become my life? When did I get so lucky, and how fragile it all feels, balanced on the outcome of tomorrow's meeting? I'm loading the dishwasher when Eric returns, hair damp, where Gabriel clearly splashed him during bath time. Droplets cling to his forehead, and the collar of his shirt is dark with water. Somehow, he still looks unfairly good. "He wants you to read his story tonight," he says, reaching past me to place a glass in the rack, his arm brushing mine. The subtle scent of his cologne, mixed with Gabriel's bubble bath solution, fills the small space between us. "Said only Mama knows how to do the dinosaur voices right." "Okay." I close the dishwasher with a soft click, turning to face him. My stomach knots as reality crashes back. "Eric, I know what you're going to say." He takes my hands in his fingers warm and strong as they envelop mine. His thumb traces small circles against my skin. "I'll be careful tomorrow. Everything's going to be fine. We've gone over the plan a dozen times." "You don't know that." My voice breaks slightly, betraying the fear I've been trying to hide all evening. Brandon is unpredictable, desperate. When he feels cornered, that's when he's most dangerous. What if... "Hey." He cups my face, his palms gentle against my cheeks as he tilts my head up to meet his intense blue gaze. "I've got Harry, the police, and my own security team watching my back. We've thought of everything. Brandon would have to be suicidal to try anything with that many witnesses around." I swallow hard, the lump in my throat refusing to budge. My fingers grip the counter behind me. That's what worries me. What if he doesn't care anymore? What if he's so obsessed that his only goal is to hurt you? Hurt us before he goes down? You haven't seen how dark he can get when he feels threatened. That's not going to happen. Eric's voice is firm, his eyes steady on mine. "I'm coming home to you and Gabriel. To finish that spaceship, to take our son to see the stars, to build the life we're just starting to have together." A tear escapes despite my efforts, sliding down my cheek. Eric catches it with his thumb. "I love you," I whisper. So much it scares me sometimes. "I love you too." He kisses me, soft and sweet. And that's why I'm ending this thing with Brandon tomorrow. For all of us. "Mom!" Gabriel calls from his room. "I'm ready for my story." Eric smiles against my lips. Duty calls. I nod, pulling myself together. He's waiting for his story. As I head toward Gabriel's room, I glance back at Eric. He's standing in our kitchen, the man who fought his way back into our lives, who loves my son as his own, who's risking everything tomorrow to keep us safe. "Come back to us," I say quietly. His eyes meet mine, serious and sure. Always.
Chapter 24. Eric. The sun beats down on the half-empty parking lot, highlighting the cracked asphalt and faded yellow lines. I check my watch for the 5th time in as many minutes. 12:57. Brandon should be here any moment. I lean against my car, manila envelope tucked under my arm containing the documents that could end this nightmare once and for all. The parking lot of this abandoned strip mall was my choice, public enough to prevent anything too crazy, private enough that Brandon wouldn't feel cornered by obvious police presence. Detective Wilson's voice crackles in the nearly invisible earpiece. "We've got eyes on you, Mr. Kellington." Desmond's vehicle just turned onto the access road. "Copy that," I mutter, scanning the perimeter. I know there are 4 plainclothes officers positioned strategically around the lot, plus Harry's people in unmarked vehicles. I'm as protected as I can be without making it obvious. A beat-up sedan pulls into the lot, moving slowly toward me. The windshield glare prevents me from seeing the driver clearly until the car parks 3 spaces away. The engine cuts off, but Brandon doesn't immediately exit. My pulse quickens as the driver's door finally opens. Brandon looks like trash, unshaven, hair greasy and unkempt. His clothes hang loosely on his frame, like he's lost weight rapidly. Dark circles shadow his eyes as he approaches, hands shoved deep in his pockets. "Kellington." His voice sounds rough, unused. "Didn't think you'd have the balls to meet me alone." "I'm not here to fight," I say evenly, keeping my posture relaxed despite every instinct screaming at me to stay on guard. "I'm here to offer you a solution." Brandon laughs, a harsh sound that echoes across the empty lot. "A solution? That's rich." He looks around, paranoid. "Where are the cops?" "I know they're here somewhere. This is between us." I lie smoothly. "One-time offer. You walk away from Ariana and Gabriel forever, and in return, you get this." I tap the envelope, feeling the weight of what's inside. What could be Brandon's salvation or his undoing, depending on his choice. His bloodshot eyes fix on it, darting between my face and the envelope. Curiosity flickers across his haggard features despite his obvious distrust. "What's in there? A restraining order? I've already got a collection of those. Use them to wipe my butt." $500,000, I say bluntly, watching his reaction carefully. "New identity. Social security number, driver's license, passport, all legitimate. One-way ticket to Singapore. No extradition treaty with the U.S. Fresh start. Clean slate." I keep my voice matter-of-fact, like I'm discussing the weather instead of offering a life-changing deal to the man who's been terrorizing the woman I love. Brandon's eyes widen slightly, a flash of naked greed quickly replaced by narrowing suspicion. His jaw works back and forth as he considers. "Nonsense," he spits, but I can see the calculation happening behind those eyes. He's wondering if this could be real. See for yourself. I hold out the envelope, not moving closer, letting him decide. The distance between us feels charged with tension, like the air before a lightning strike. He snatches it from my hand, stepping back quickly as if I might grab him. Keeping his distance, he tears it open with dirty fingernails. His hands shake slightly as he reviews the documents inside. The cash, the identification papers, the ticket. Each page turn reveals another element of the escape plan I've meticulously arranged. The silence stretches between us, thick and heavy, broken only by the distant sound of traffic and the rustling of papers as he flips through his potential future. "Why would you do this?" he finally asks, looking up with bloodshot eyes. "Why not just let them lock me up?" "Because jail takes time. Court cases drag on. Appeals. Hearings, I shrug, keeping my voice level, though inside I'm seething at having to even look at this piece of trash. This is cleaner. You disappear, we move on. Everyone gets what they want. No drawn-out legal battles where Ariana has to testify and relive everything you put her through." "What I want," Brandon snarls, suddenly animated, his entire demeanor shifting like a cornered animal, "is my life back. The one you stole when you swooped in and took Ariana and the kid. They were mine before you ever came along." I clench my jaw so hard I hear my teeth grind together, fighting to keep my composure when what I really want is to slam my fist into his pathetic face. My fingers curl into a tight fist at my side, knuckles white with restraint. "That wasn't your life to keep, Brandon. You made damn sure of that with how you treated them." I take a step closer, towering over him. You think breaking a woman down, making her afraid to even breathe wrong, is having a life together? You think terrorizing a 5-year-old boy is being a father? You don't know anything about us. His face flushes with anger, veins standing out on his pale forehead like pulsing worms beneath his skin. Spittle gathers at the corners of his mouth as he continues. Everything was fine. We had problems like any couple, but we were working through them. She loved me. She still does. Fine. I can't help the edge that creeps into my voice. You call threatening her fine? Stalking her outside of her home? Attacking my driver? Trying to take Gabriel from school? Brandon's shoulders slump, and to my surprise, tears well in his eyes. I just wanted to talk to her. Make her understand we belong together. That's not going to happen. I gesture to the papers in his hand. This is your only option now. The DA's already building a case against you. Assault, stalking, attempted kidnapping. You're looking at serious time. This deal is your way out. She loves me, he insists, voice cracking. Not you. Me. I shake my head, pity mixing with disgust as I study this pathetic excuse for a man. The guy who terrorized my family, reduced to this sniveling wreck. Part of me wants to grab him by the throat, but I keep my composure. No, she doesn't. She's terrified of you, and Gabriel, my son, has nightmares because of what you've done. He wakes up screaming, thinking you're coming to take him away. You did that to a 5-year-old kid. Brandon starts crying in earnest now, tears streaming down his sallow cheeks. His whole body seems to collapse inward, shoulders hunching as if he's trying to make himself smaller. The facade of toughness completely crumbles. You've ruined everything, he chokes out, clutching the papers so tightly they crumple in his fist. His knuckles turn white with the pressure, veins standing out on the back of his hands. No, I say firmly, standing my ground. Your own actions did that. This isn't about me or Ariana anymore. This is about you making a choice. Take the deal. Start over somewhere else with more money than most people see in a decade, or face the consequences here. Prison time. A permanent record. Your call. He wipes his face with his sleeve, leaving a damp streak across his stubbled cheek. His breathing comes in ragged gasps as he tries to pull himself together, eyes darting between my face and the crumpled settlement papers. $500,000, he mumbles, looking down at the papers again, smoothing them out with trembling fingers. That's a lot of money, more than I'd make in years. More than enough to build a new life, I confirm, far away from here. And if I don't take it, then you go to jail. For a very long time. I step closer, lowering my voice. The DA's a personal friend. He's got a bulletproof case. No deals, no leniency. Brandon's shoulders shake with silent sobs. The papers tremble in his hands as he stares at them, the decision weighing visibly on him. For a moment, I almost feel sorry for him. This broken shell of a man who can't accept that his actions have consequences. I never... He starts, his voice cracking. I never wanted to hurt anyone. Not really. I keep my expression neutral despite the rage boiling under my skin. That's not what Ariana would say. Or Gabriel. Or my driver, who needed 12 stitches in his head. You don't understand. Brandon wipes his face with his sleeve, leaving a damp streak across his stubbled cheek. His eyes look hollow, haunted. When you love someone that much and they just... leave. Take your kid. It does something to you. Gabriel is my son, not yours. The words come out sharp, cutting. I was there. Brandon's voice rises, suddenly desperate. When he was scared of thunderstorms. When he had the flu last year. I was there, you weren't. She needed someone. His voice drops to a whisper. And I loved her. Still do. That's not love. I take a step closer, towering over him. Love doesn't terrorize. Doesn't stalk. Doesn't try to kidnap a child from school. Brandon's face crumples. He looks down at the papers again, shoulders slumped in defeat. $500,000, he mumbles. Singapore. A fresh start. Far away from here. He nods slowly, then reaches into his jacket pocket. Stop! I shout, instinctively backing up, my heart rate spiking. Hands where I can see them. Brandon freezes, then slowly pulls out a small revolver. The metal gleams dully in the midday sun. What are you doing? I keep my voice level despite the adrenaline surging through me. I'm acutely aware of the police stationed around the lot, probably drawing their weapons right now. Relax. Brandon's voice sounds eerily calm as he turns the gun around, gripping the barrel so the handle faces outward. I'm not going to hurt you. Before I can process what's happening, he raises the gun to his own temple, his finger sliding over the trigger. Brandon, no! I step forward, hands raised. Put the gun down. This isn't the answer. What's left for me here? His voice breaks, tears streaming freely down his face now. The gun trembles against his temple. I've lost everything. My job, my reputation, Ariana, Gabriel. You have a choice. I gesture to the papers still clutched in his other hand. Take the deal. Start over. You're still young. You can build a new life. A life built on failure? The gun presses harder against his skin. Running away because I couldn't keep the woman I love? The kid I wanted to be mine? Listen to me. I keep my voice steady, trying to project calm I don't feel. This isn't the end. It's a beginning. Put the gun down. Brandon's finger twitches on the trigger, and my heart nearly stops.
Chapter 25. Ariana. I pace back and forth across the living room of the penthouse, phone clutched in my hand like a lifeline. It's been an hour since Eric left for his meeting with Brandon, and my stomach has been in knots ever since. No text, no call, nothing. Anything yet? I mutter to myself, checking my phone for the 100th time. The screen remains stubbornly blank. My mind races with horrible scenarios. Brandon attacking Eric. Eric losing his temper. Someone getting hurt or worse. The coffee I drank earlier churns in my stomach, threatening to come back up. I should have gone with him. I should have insisted on being there. What if? Mommy. I spin around to find Gabriel standing in the doorway, clutching his favorite dinosaur plushie. His curls are mussed from the nap he just woke from, and he rubs his eyes with his free hand. The sight of him, so innocent, so perfect, makes my heart ache. Hey, baby. I quickly tuck my phone into my pocket and force a smile, pushing down the fear that's been threatening to consume me for the past hour. Did you have a good nap? He nods, padding across the room in his dinosaur socks. The ones with the little T-Rex heads that Eric bought him last weekend. Where's Daddy? The word still catches me sometimes. Daddy. How quickly Gabriel accepted Eric, embraced him. How natural their relationship has become in such a short time, as if the missing piece of our puzzle had finally clicked into place. Sometimes I watch them together, building with Legos or reading stories, and it takes my breath away. He had to go to a meeting. I sit on the couch and pat the spot next to me, trying to disguise the tremor in my hand. He'll be back soon. Gabriel climbs up beside me, his small weight a comfort as he leans against my side. The scent of baby shampoo and the slight mustiness of sleep clings to him, grounding me in the present moment. He clutches his dinosaur plushie. Stompy, he calls it. Against his chest, his eyes wide and questioning. Is he getting the special parts for our spaceship? He asks, referring to the elaborate cardboard construction taking up half of Eric's living room, a project the two of them had been working on all week. Yeah, something like that. I smooth his curls, trying to keep the tension from my voice, willing my fingers not to shake as they brush through his soft hair. the memory of Brandon's face, his threats, hover at the edges of my consciousness like a dark shadow I can't quite escape. My phone remains silent in my pocket. What's taking so long? Eric promised he'd text the moment the meeting was over. The scenarios in my head grow darker with each passing minute. Mommy? Gabriel's voice pulls me back from the edge of panic. Are you sad? I look down into his eyes and see the concern there. Even at 5, he's so perceptive, so attuned to my emotions. No, baby, I'm not sad. I wrap my arm around him, pulling him close. Just thinking. He studies my face, not buying it. Is it because of him? My heart stops. We've been so careful not to discuss Brandon around him, but kids pick up more than we realize. Who's him, sweetie? Gabriel clutches his dinosaur tighter. Brandon. Tears spring to my eyes before I can stop them. I blink rapidly, trying to hold them back. You don't need to worry about him anymore. Is Daddy making him go away? His question is so direct, so simple. Yeah. My voice cracks slightly. That's what he's doing. Gabriel's small arms wrap around my waist in a fierce hug. We're gonna be okay, Mommy. Daddy promised. We're gonna be a family and do everything together. The earnestness in his voice breaks something loose inside me. A tear escapes, sliding down my cheek before I can wipe it away. Daddy always keeps his promises, Gabriel continues, looking up at me with complete confidence. He said we're gonna see the stars and build spaceships and go camping. And that bad man won't find us ever again. I nod, wiping away the tear with the back of my hand. You're right, baby. We're going to be fine. Don't cry, Mommy. Gabriel reaches up, his small fingers touching my wet cheek. Everything's gonna be all right. The simple faith in his words hits me hard. My son, comforting me when it should be the other way around. I pull him into a tight hug, breathing in the sweet scent of his hair, feeling his small heart beat against mine. I love you so much, I whisper into his curls. I love you too. He squeezes me back. And Daddy loves us. He told me so. I close my eyes, trying to center myself in this moment, in Gabriel's certainty. Eric will be fine. He has to be. For all of us. Hey, Gabe, I say, forcing brightness into my voice. You hungry? What do you think about pizza for lunch? His eyes widen, immediately distracted from my obvious distress. Pizza? Like, for real? Not just frozen pizza? Real pizza from Antonio's. I pull out my phone, grateful for the distraction. The one with the extra cheese you love. Yes? Gabriel jumps up, doing a little dance around the living room. With pepperoni? And those little bacon bits? Absolutely. I pull up the delivery app and start tapping in our order. And maybe garlic knots too? Yes. 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 Each affirmation comes with another excited hop. His enthusiasm is infectious, and I feel some of my anxiety melting away as I watch him bounce around the room, Stompy the dinosaur still clutched tightly in his hand. The simple joy radiating from Gabriel grounds me. This is what matters. This moment, this child, this love. I add the garlic knots to our order, plus a side salad to ease my mom guilt about feeding him nothing but carbs and cheese. Order placed. Should be here in about 30 minutes. I tuck my phone back in my pocket. What should we do while we wait? Movie day, Gabriel declares, running to the massive entertainment center Eric installed last month. Can we make popcorn? Dad always makes popcorn for movies. My heart twinges at the mention of Eric, but I keep my smile in place. That's a great idea. Let's make popcorn and have a proper movie afternoon. In the kitchen, I pull out the air popper Eric insisted on buying. Microwave popcorn has chemicals, Ari, and pour in the kernels. The machine whirs to life, and Gabriel stands on his tiptoes at the counter, watching with fascination as the first kernels begin to pop and fly into the waiting bowl. "It's like tiny explosions," he says, eyes wide with delight. "It is," I agree, measuring melted butter into a small cup. "What movie are you thinking about watching?" "The dinosaur one, with the big T-Rex that goes rare." He demonstrates the roar, making his little arms into tiny T-Rex claws. "Jurassic Park?" I raise an eyebrow. "That might be a little scary for you, baby." "Dad lets me watch it," Gabriel protests, then immediately looks guilty. "I mean, sometimes. The not scary parts." I laugh despite myself. Eric's been sneaking Jurassic Park scenes to Gabriel behind my back, apparently. "How about we compromise with the good dinosaur instead?" Gabriel considers this, his little face scrunched in serious thought. "Okay, but next time, Dad can show me more T-Rex parts." "Sure thing," I say, trying to keep my voice steady as I pour the melted butter over the popcorn. Next time. There has to be a next time. The popcorn machine's whirring fills the kitchen, drowning out my anxious thoughts. I focus on the task at hand, shaking salt over the popcorn, finding the perfect bowl, pouring Gabriel's juice into his favorite dinosaur cup. Each simple action is an anchor keeping me from drifting into panic. "Can I stir the popcorn with the butter?" Gabriel asks, already dragging his step stool over to the counter. "Go for it." I hand him a large spoon, watching as he carefully stirs the popcorn, his tongue sticking out the corner of his mouth in concentration. "Not too rough," I caution. "We don't want to crush the pieces." "I know, Mom." He rolls his eyes in that dramatic way he's recently developed. "Dad showed me how—" Another mention of Eric, another sharp pang in my chest. I check my phone again. Still nothing. The doorbell rings, and Gabriel nearly upends the entire bowl of popcorn in his excitement. "Pizza's here. Pizza's here." He scrambles down from his stool and races toward the door. "Wait," I call, grabbing his shoulder before he can reach the door. Old habits die hard. I peek through the peephole, confirming it's indeed the delivery person before opening the door. 5 minutes later, we're settled on the couch, pizza boxes open on the coffee table, popcorn bowl nestled between us, and the good dinosaur playing on Eric's ridiculously large TV. Gabriel munches happily on his pizza, completely absorbed in the movie. I take a bite of my own slice, barely tasting it. My phone sits on the armrest beside me, still stubbornly silent. I force myself to look away from it, to focus on Gabriel instead, his profile so much like Eric's. The way his eyes light up at the funny scenes, how he unconsciously mimics the dinosaur's expressions. For a moment, watching him laugh, I feel a wave of peace wash over me. Whatever happens with Brandon, whatever Eric is facing right now, this is what matters most. We've survived before. We'll survive again, whatever comes. Gabriel leans his small weight against my side, pizza sauce smeared on one cheek, eyes fixed on the screen. I wrap my arm around him, pulling him closer, breathing in the scent of his shampoo and the buttery popcorn. "Mom," he whispers, not looking away from the movie. "Yeah, baby. Dad's gonna be okay, right?" My heart clenches. Of course he's worried too, picking up on my anxiety no matter how I try to hide it. "He's gonna be just fine," I say with more confidence than I feel. "He promised, remember?" Gabriel nods solemnly, seeming satisfied with this answer. "And then we'll build the spaceship." "And then you'll build the spaceship," I confirm, dropping a kiss on top of his curls. He snuggles closer, his small hand finding mine, squeezing tight. We stay like that, watching animated dinosaurs journey across prehistoric landscapes, waiting for Eric to come home to us.
Chapter 26. Eric! Drop the weapon, Brandon! I shout, my eyes locked on the revolver pressed against his temple. My heart pounds against my ribs like it's trying to escape. Why? So I can rot in jail? Or live in some foreign place? His voice cracks, tears streaming down his hollow cheeks. I've got nothing left. This isn't the way, I say, taking a careful step forward. Think about what you're doing. Behind me, I hear car doors opening. The police are moving in. Stay back! I yell over my shoulder, not taking my eyes off Brandon. His finger trembles on the trigger, and I swear I can see the barrel indent his skin. I loved her, Brandon whispers, his bloodshot eyes glazed with tears. She was my everything. I know, I say, though the words taste like acid. But this doesn't solve anything. Put the gun down, man. Just put it down. Brandon's face twists. Easy for you to say. You got it all now, don't you? My girl, my kid. He was never yours, I remind him, my jaw clenching. But you can still have a life. $500,000. A fresh start. For a moment, I see hesitation in his eyes. The gun lowers slightly. Mr. Desmond, drop your weapon! An officer's voice cuts through our standoff. Brandon's eyes go wild at the intrusion. He jerks the gun from his temple and points it at me. You lied to me! You said you came alone! Spittle flies from his mouth, his face contorted with rage. Should have known! Brandon, drop the weapon, I say, hands raised, my voice steady despite the bullet aimed at my chest. The cops are just here to make sure things stay peaceful. The deal's still on the table. Nonsense! He waves the gun, his whole body shaking. You never planned to let me go. This was all a setup. I see the police officers moving in my peripheral vision, drawing their weapons. The situation is about to explode. Last warning, Desmond! Drop the gun now! The officer's voice is harder now. Brandon's eyes dart around like a cornered animal. I'm not going to jail. I'd rather die. Nobody has to die today, I say, taking another careful step toward him. Put the gun down, and we walk away from this. You get your money. You get your life. His hand trembles violently, the gun wavering between pointing at me and back at himself. His breathing comes in short, erratic bursts. It's over, Brandon, I say quietly. But it doesn't have to end badly. Something shifts in his expression, a flicker of clarity cutting through the desperation. He looks at the gun in his hand as if seeing it for the first time. Drop the weapon now! The officers are closing in, weapons raised. Brandon's face crumples. Tell Ariana I'm sorry, he whispers. The gun swings up. I don't think. I just move. I tackle him with everything I have, slamming into his midsection. The gun goes off as we crash to the ground. Pain explodes in my shoulder, but adrenaline dulls it as we grapple on the hot asphalt. Jerk! Brandon screams, thrashing beneath me. The gun skitters away across the pavement. I pin him with my weight, but he's wild with desperation. His fist connects with my jaw, snapping my head back. Stars burst behind my eyes. He lands another punch to my ribs. I retaliate, driving my fist into his face. Blood sprays from his nose. He howls in pain but keeps fighting like a man with nothing to lose. We roll across the pavement, trading blows. My shoulder burns like fire where the bullet grazed me, but I barely notice as I fight to subdue him. I'll kill you! Brandon screams, clawing at my face. I grab his wrists, using my weight to pin him. It's over! I growl. You lost! His knee slams into my side. I grunt but don't let go. Then I feel something sharp slice across my abdomen. A pocket knife he must have pulled. Hot pain tears through me. Blood soaks my shirt instantly. I falter and Brandon shoves me off, scrambling away. Freeze! The officers converge, weapons aimed. Brandon stands, knife dripping with my blood. His eyes are completely empty now. Come on then, he taunts. Shoot me. I press my hand against the wound, feeling warm blood pulsing between my fingers. It's bad. Deeper than I thought. "Put the knife down, Desmond," an officer shouts. Brandon laughs, a hollow, broken sound. Then he charges at me, knife raised. Gunshots crack through the air. Brandon stumbles, then falls face first onto the pavement just feet from where I'm kneeling. The world tilts sideways. I hear shouting, feel hands pressing on my wound. Someone's calling for paramedics. "Mr. Kellington, stay with me." Police officer's face hovers above mine. "Ambulance is on the way." My thoughts turn to Ariana and Gabriel waiting at home. The spaceship we were supposed to finish tonight. The planetarium trip. "My family," I managed to say, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. "Need to call." "We'll contact them, sir. Just stay awake." The sky above me blurs into a smear of pale blue and white. I think of Ariana's face, those warm brown eyes that finally started looking at me with trust again, and Gabriel's infectious laugh that bubbles up from deep in his chest when I swing him around. I promised them both I'd come home tonight. Promised Gabriel we'd finish that damn spaceship model. I promised, and I don't break promises. Not to them, not ever again. The pressure on my chest feels like an anvil crushing down, making each breath a battle. Voices float around me, urgent and professional, clipped with the practiced calm of people who see this every day. "BP dropping. We need to move now. Get that line secured." Rough hands position something beneath my neck, firm and unyielding. A collar. I try to lift my head to see what's happening, but my body betrays me, refusing to follow even the simplest command. "Sir, can you hear me?" "Eric, stay with us. Focus on my voice." A woman's face hovers above mine, features blurry around the edges like I'm viewing her through frosted glass. Paramedic. Dark hair pulled back tight in a practical bun. Professional eyes assessing my condition with clinical precision. Name tag that starts with an M. Maria or Melissa, maybe. Can't make it out through the fog that's creeping in at the edges of my vision. "I need you to stay awake, okay? Keep your eyes open for me." I try to nod, but pain explodes through my shoulder and side. The knife. The gunshot. Brandon. "Ariana!" I manage to croak. My voice sounds distant, like I'm hearing it underwater. "We'll contact your family, sir. Right now, I need you to focus on staying conscious. The sky above me is too bright. Blinding. Hands move over my body, pressing, prodding. Someone cuts away my shirt. Cold air hits my skin. "GSW to the left shoulder. Looks like a graze. Stab wound to right abdomen, approximately 4 inches long. Significant blood loss." Everything feels slow. Dreamlike. I blink, and suddenly I'm being lifted. The movement sends fresh waves of agony through my body. "Damn," I gasp. "I know it hurts." "We've got pain management coming, just hang in there." They slide me into the ambulance. The ceiling is white, dotted with equipment. Someone sticks something in my arm. An IV. The paramedic, Maria, her name tag says, is still talking, but her words slide over me like water. "Blood pressure stabilizing. Saline drip. Pressure on the wound." My thoughts drift to Gabriel. His face when I promised to bring home those special Lego pieces for the spaceship. The planetarium we were supposed to visit. Lying under the stars together. The three of us. "Sir!" "Mr. Kellington, I need you to stay awake." I force my eyes open. When did I close them? "Gabriel," I murmur. "My son." "Your son is fine, sir. We'll make sure he knows you're okay." But I need to tell her. Need her to understand. 5 years old. Loves dinosaurs. Building a spaceship. Each word is an effort, but it's important. Someone needs to know. "Tell him I'm sorry about the Legos." The paramedic squeezes my hand. "You'll tell him yourself, okay? Stay with me." The ambulance swerves, sending a fresh spike of pain through my body. Sirens wail overhead, distant yet deafening. Almost there. 5 minutes out. My vision darkens at the edges. I fight to keep my eyes open, but it's like trying to hold back the tide with my bare hands. Impossible. Ariana's face floats in my mind. The way she looked this morning, sleepy and warm beside me. The worried furrow between her brows when I left. How she tried to hide her fear. I promised her I'd come home. BP dropping again. Push another unit. The voices are urgent now. Worried. I want to tell them it's okay. I'm not giving up. Just so tired. Mr. Kellington, squeeze my hand if you can hear me. I try, but I can't feel my fingers anymore. Can't feel much of anything except cold. So cold. Gabriel's laugh echoes in my mind. The weight of him on my shoulders when I carry him to bed. The way he calls me Dad now, so casually, like I've always been there. And Ariana. God, Ariana. I can't leave her. Not when we've just found each other again. Not when we're finally building something real. Stay with us, sir. Stay with us. But the darkness is pulling me under. A current too strong to fight. I try to hold on to the images. Gabriel's smile, Ariana's eyes, the three of us together. But they're slipping away. The last thing I hear is the ambulance doors slamming open, the rush of voices, someone shouting orders. Then nothing but Ariana's voice in my head, soft and sure. Come back to us. I'm trying, baby, I swear I'm trying. Then everything goes black.
Chapter 27. Ariana. My heart pounds against my ribs as I race through the hospital corridor, Gabriel's small hand clutched tightly in mine. The call came less than 20 minutes ago. Eric was stable but wounded, stabbed, shot. The words blur together in my head, each one more terrifying than the last. "Mommy, slow down," Gabriel pleads, his little legs struggling to keep up. I force myself to take a breath, to slow my desperate pace. "Sorry, baby. I just really need to see Daddy." The word still feels new on my tongue, but so right. Daddy. Eric. The man who faced down my nightmare to protect us. We round the corner, and I spot a doctor stepping out of a room, clipboard in hand. The blue scrubs, the serious expression. My stomach drops. I rush forward, tugging Gabriel along. "Excuse me?" "I'm looking for Eric Kellington. I'm his..." I stumble over the word. What am I? Girlfriend seems too casual. Partner too formal. "I'm Ariana. This is our son." The doctor's face softens as he looks down at Gabriel, then back to me. "Miss Morgan?" "I'm Dr. Reynolds. I've been treating Mr. Kellington." "How is he?" "Is he..." My voice breaks, unable to finish the question. "He's stable," Dr. Reynolds says, and the relief nearly buckles my knees. He sustained a gunshot wound to his left shoulder, just a graze, fortunately, and a stab wound to his abdomen. The knife missed any vital organs, but he lost a significant amount of blood. Tears flood my eyes, blurring my vision. Gabriel presses against my leg, his small hand tightening around mine. "Is my daddy gonna be okay?" His voice is so small, so worried. Dr. Reynolds crouches down to Gabriel's level. "Your dad is going to be just fine, young man. He's pretty tough. He'll need some time to heal up, but he's going to be okay." "Can we see him?" I ask, wiping away tears with my free hand. "Absolutely. He's been in and out of consciousness, but he was asking for you both." The doctor stands, gesturing to the door. "Don't be alarmed by all the equipment." It looks worse than it is. I take a deep breath, preparing Gabriel. "Remember what I told you in the car? Daddy has some tubes and wires to help him get better. It might look scary, but it's all helping him." Gabriel nods solemnly, his hazel eyes wide with understanding beyond his years. We step into the room and my breath catches. Eric lies in the hospital bed, his strong frame looking somehow diminished against the white sheets. His shoulder is heavily bandaged, an IV drips fluids into his arm, and monitors beep steadily beside him. His eyes are closed, his face pale. Gabriel hesitates at the threshold, but I give his hand a reassuring squeeze. "It's okay, baby." We approach the bed slowly. Up close, I can see the rise and fall of Eric's chest, the slight color returning to his face. He looks peaceful, despite everything. I lean over and press my lips to his forehead. The touch seems to stir him. His eyelids flutter, then open slowly, those blue eyes finding mine immediately. "There's my girl," he murmurs, voice raspy but strong. Tears spill down my cheeks before I can stop them. "You idiot," I whisper, kissing him again, this time gently on the lips. "You promised you'd be careful." A small smile tugs at the corner of his mouth. "I'm still here, aren't I?" "Daddy." Gabriel can't contain himself any longer. He moves to the side of the bed, eyes wide with concern and relief. Eric's smile broadens. "Hey, buddy. Sorry about the spaceship. Might have to postpone construction for a few days." "It's okay," Gabriel says, reaching tentatively to touch Eric's hand. "We can build it when you're better." Eric wraps his fingers around Gabriel's small ones. "Damn right we will. Plus that planetarium trip." I brush the hair from Eric's forehead, my fingers trembling slightly. "What happened with Brandon?" Eric's expression darkens briefly. "He's not an issue anymore. I'll tell you everything later, but he won't be bothering us again." His eyes lock with mine, conveying what he doesn't want to say in front of Gabriel. "Good," I whisper, understanding flowing between us. "I told you Daddy would fix it," Gabriel says, with the absolute confidence only a child can muster. Eric chuckles, then winces slightly at the movement. "Smart kid we've got." "The smartest," I agree, wiping away fresh tears. Eric reaches for my hand, pulling me closer. "Don't cry, Ari. I'm okay. We're all okay now." I kiss him again, pouring all my fear and relief and love into it. When I pull back, I see the same emotions reflected in his eyes. "I love you," I whisper against his lips. "I love you too." His voice is stronger now. "Both of you, my family." Gabriel beams at the word, climbing carefully onto the edge of the bed. "We're a real family now, right? Forever?" Eric looks at me, a question in his eyes that has nothing to do with his injuries and everything to do with our future. I smile through my tears, nodding. "Forever," I promise to both of them. Eric takes my hand in his, wincing slightly from the movement. His fingers are warm against mine, sending a flutter through my chest despite the sterile hospital surroundings. "I've been thinking," he says, his voice stronger than it was when we first arrived. His blue eyes hold mine with an intensity that makes my breath catch. "About us. About the future." I squeeze his hand gently, mindful of the IV line. "Eric, you should rest. We can talk about everything when you're—" "No." He shakes his head, determination etching his features. "Nearly dying makes a man think about what matters, Ari. And what matters is right here in this room." Gabriel watches us with wide eyes from his perch at the foot of the bed, unusually quiet since we arrived. "I love you," Eric continues, his voice steady despite the pain medication I know is flowing through his system. "I love both of you more than I ever thought possible. And I don't want to waste another second not being completely yours." My heart races as I realize where this is going. "Eric, marry me, Ariana." The words tumble out, urgent and raw. "You're the love of my life. You always have been, even when we were apart. Gabriel is our son. We're already a family in all the ways that matter, so why not make it official?" The room seems to still around us. Even the beeping monitors fade into the background as I stare at him, tears welling in my eyes. This man who fought for us, who bled for us, who came back to us despite everything. "Are you proposing to me from a hospital bed?" I managed to ask, my voice thick with emotion. A crooked smile lights up his face. "Not exactly how I planned it, but yeah, I am." He gestures vaguely at his bandaged torso. I'd get down on one knee, but yes, I whisper, the word escaping before I can overthink it. Because there's nothing to overthink. Nothing has ever felt more right. Yes, of course I'll marry you. Gabriel bounces on the bed, unable to contain himself any longer. Really? For real? We're gonna be a forever family? For real, Eric confirms, reaching out to ruffle Gabriel's curls with his good arm. "If that's okay with you, buddy." "Yes!" Gabriel's shout echoes through the hospital room. He launches himself toward us, and I barely manage to catch him before he collides with Eric's injuries. "Careful with Daddy," I warn, though I can't stop smiling through my tears. Gabriel settles for pressing his small hand against Eric's uninjured shoulder. Does this mean I get to be in the wedding? Can I wear a superhero costume? Or a dinosaur one? Eric laughs, then grimaces at the pull on his stitches. "We'll discuss wardrobe options later, bud." I lean down and kiss Eric softly, tasting the salt of my own tears on his lips. When I pull back, I fix him with my sternest look. "But if you ever scare me like this again, I swear—" "I'm not planning to," he interrupts, lifting his hand to cut my cheek. "One knife wound and gunshot graze per lifetime is my limit." "It better be." I kiss him again, more urgently this time, trying to convey everything I'm feeling. The fear I felt when I got that call, the relief when the doctors said he'd be okay, and the overwhelming love that fills every corner of my heart. Gabriel wiggles between us, demanding his share of attention. "When can Daddy come home?" "We still have to finish our spaceship." "Soon, I promise," reaching over to smooth his wild curls. "The doctors want to keep him here for a couple more days to make sure everything's healing right." "And then we're going to the planetarium?" Gabriel's eyes shine with excitement. "And Daddy's going to marry you. And we're going to be a real family forever and ever?" Eric meets my gaze over Gabriel's head, his eyes full of promises. "That's right, buddy. Forever and ever." The future stretches before us, bright and full of possibility. There will be challenges ahead, I know, but looking at Eric and Gabriel, my boys, my family, I've never been more certain that we can face whatever comes next, together. Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 28. Eric. I adjust my posture in the armchair, trying not to wince as pain shoots through my abdomen. 2 weeks since the hospital, and my wounds are healing. But certain movements still remind me just how close I came to not being here at all. Eric Alexander Kellington! What on earth were you thinking? My mother's voice cuts through the penthouse living room as she fusses with the throw pillows for the 3rd time. Confronting a dangerous man like that? You could have been killed. Mom, we've been over this. I gesture toward Gabriel, who's absorbed in a dinosaur coloring book at the coffee table, seemingly oblivious to the conversation, but definitely within earshot. Little pictures, remember? She purses her lips, her silver-streaked dark hair perfectly styled as always. Even in distress, my mother maintains her composure, except when it comes to her only son. Fine, she whispers fiercely, leaning closer. But don't think this conversation is over. I wouldn't dare, I reply with a smirk that makes her roll her eyes. The kitchen door swings open, and Ariana emerges carrying a platter of appetizers. My breath catches just looking at her, hair pulled back in a loose bun, her skin slightly damp from the kitchen heat, wearing the deep blue dress that hugs her curves in all the right places. Just some crostini to tide us over until dinner's ready, she announces with a smile that's still tinged with nervousness. Meeting my mother for the first time has her on edge, despite my assurances. These look wonderful, dear. My mother takes one, examining it with the careful scrutiny of someone who's hosted more charity galas than I can count. Did you make the tapenade yourself? Yes, it's my grandmother's recipe. Ariana sits beside me, and I immediately take her hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. Exceptional. Mom nods approvingly after taking a bite. You must give me the recipe. I catch the subtle release of tension in Ariana's shoulders and smile. One hurdle cleared. Grandma! Gabriel looks up from his coloring. Want to see my dinosaurs? I have 17 of them! My mother's face transforms, softening in a way reserved only for children. I'd love to, Gabriel. Maybe after dinner? Okay. He beams, then returns to his coloring with renewed vigor. My chest tightens watching them. Gabriel took to calling her Grandma within minutes of meeting her, and Mom melted on the spot. The instant connection between them was something I hadn't dared hope for, but desperately wanted. So, Mom says, turning back to us, tell me more about this engagement. You certainly didn't waste any time, did you? Ariana tenses beside me again. It wasn't exactly planned. When you know, I interrupt, pulling Ariana closer. And I've known since the moment I saw her again. My mother sips her wine thoughtfully. And you proposed from a hospital bed? After nearly getting yourself killed? Not my smoothest move, I admit. But near-death experiences have a way of clarifying priorities. Mom's expression shifts, her eyes suddenly shining with unshed tears. Your father would be so proud of you, Eric. Not the getting stabbed part. He'd have given you hell for that. But for finding your family. For being the man he always knew you could be. The mention of my father hits me square in the chest. I think he'd like Ariana and Gabriel, I say, my voice rougher than I intended. He would have adored them. Mom reaches across to squeeze Ariana's free hand. Welcome to our family, dear. Officially. Ariana's smile is radiant. Thank you. That means everything. Dinner's ready, Gabriel announces, abandoning his coloring book to race toward the kitchen. I helped make the salad. Did you now? Mom follows him, giving us a brief moment alone. I turn to Ariana, tucking a stray curl behind her ear. See? She loves you. She's wonderful, Ariana admits. I was so nervous. I silence her with a kiss, soft and lingering. You're stuck with both of us Kellingtons now. Good, she whispers against my lips. In the dining room, Gabriel proudly shows my mother the salad he helped prepare, pointing out each ingredient with scientific precision. Mom listens with rapt attention, asking questions that make him beam with importance. And these are cherry tomatoes, which are actually fruits, not vegetables, he explains. You're absolutely right, Mom agrees. You're quite the culinary expert. Ariana brings in a steaming dish of coq au vin, setting it in the center of the table. The rich aroma fills the room, making my stomach growl. This looks incredible, I say as she takes her seat beside me. It's my first time making it, she admits quietly. I wanted tonight to be special. Under the table, I squeeze her thigh. It already is. Mom raises her wine glass. I'd like to propose a toast. To new beginnings, to family found and cherished, and to my son finally having the sense to lock down an extraordinary woman before she came to her senses. Mom! I protest while Ariana laughs. And, Mom continues more seriously, to Brandon Desmond facing the consequences of his actions. May he rot in that prison cell for the rest of his miserable life. The mood shifts slightly at the mention of Brandon, but I nod firmly. The DA says with the assault charges, attempted murder, and his previous record, he's looking at 25 to life. He won't bother us again. Good, Mom says firmly. Now we can focus on what matters. She smiles at Gabriel, who's already attacking his plate with enthusiasm, like planning a wedding and spoiling my only grandchild. As we eat, I watch my mother and Ariana fall into easy conversation about wedding ideas and Gabriel's upcoming school year. The scene before me, my fiancé, my son, my mother, all together around our table, fills me with a contentment I never knew possible. This is what I fought for, what I bled for, what I'll spend the rest of my life protecting and cherishing. My family. Finally, beautifully, completely whole. By the way, Mom says, reaching for another crostini, Dallas called me yesterday. He said you're handling everything remotely like a champion despite what happened. I nod, grateful for the change of subject. Dallas has been incredible about the whole situation. Insisted I take as much time as I need and set me up with everything to work from home. The team's been running video calls with me every morning. That cousin of yours, Mom says with a fond smile, he's grown into such a good man. Remember when you two were teenagers? Always competing over everything. Still are, I laugh. But now it's who can close more deals or land bigger clients. Dallas was always so driven, Mom muses. But he's softened since he married and had children. Fatherhood changes a man. I glance at Gabriel, still absorbed in his coloring. It does. Ariana squeezes my hand. Dallas and Monica have been amazing through all this. They brought over dinner 3 times last week, and Monica helped me organize the guest bedroom into a home office for Eric. And Uncle Dallas gave me a real football signed by the whole team. Gabriel pipes up, suddenly tuned into the adult conversation. That's right, I confirm. Wilson Athletics sponsors the Giants, and Dallas made sure they all signed it specially for you. Mom beams at Gabriel. Your Uncle Dallas has always had a generous heart. Even when he and your daddy were boys, Dallas would share his toys. That's not how I remember it, I tease. Pretty sure I had to fight him for every Hot Wheels car. Well, he's certainly stepped up now, Mom says, taking on your workload, arranging for you to work remotely. It's good to see family pulling together when it matters. We all agree on that, Ariana says warmly. Family is everything. I catch her eye, and the love I see there still takes my breath away. Even after everything we've been through, or maybe because of it, we've built something unbreakable together. Grandma! Gabriel suddenly abandons his coloring book and dinosaurs, racing around the coffee table to stand before my mother. Want to see my room? I have all my toys in there now, and a space lamp that makes the stars on my ceiling. Mom glances at me, and then at Ariana, clearly torn between continuing our adult conversation and indulging her newfound grandson. Go ahead, I encourage. Fair warning, though. Once he gets you in there, you might not escape for hours. The kid has a museum-worthy collection of dinosaurs. 17 of them, Gabriel announces proudly, and I know all their names. The scientific ones, too. Well, I simply must see this impressive collection, Mom declares, setting down her wine glass and standing up. Lead the way, young paleontologist. Gabriel grabs her hand, practically vibrating with excitement. And I can show you my books. I have one that shows real dinosaur bones, and my space rocket bed that Dad got me. Slow down, sweetie, Ariana cautions with a laugh. Grandma can only see one thing at a time. It's quite all right, Mom assures her, already being tugged toward the hallway. I've been waiting my whole life to be a grandmother. I intend to enjoy every minute of it. As they disappear down the hall, Gabriel's excited chatter floating back to us. I pull Ariana closer on the couch. Your mother is wonderful with him, she says softly. He's never had a grandmother figure before. She's making up for lost time, I reply, pressing a kiss to her temple. Pretty sure she's already planning to spoil him rotten for every birthday and Christmas from now until college. Ariana rests her head on my good shoulder, her warmth against me healing in a way no medicine could match. This is nice, she murmurs. All of us together. Family. I tilt her chin up, capturing her lips in a gentle kiss. Just the beginning, Mrs. Almost Kellington. Her smile against my lips is everything I've ever wanted, everything I never knew I needed until I found her and Gabriel again. My family, finally complete. From Gabriel's room, we hear my mother's delighted laughter as he presumably demonstrates one of his dinosaur special abilities. The sound of joy echoing through our home is the perfect reminder of why every moment of pain was worth it. We made it through the darkness, and now, together, we get to enjoy the light.
Chapter 29. Ariana. I wake up with the now familiar churning in my stomach, my body's daily reminder of the tiny life growing inside me. The nausea hits in a wave, and I barely make it to the bathroom before emptying what little remains in my stomach from last night's dinner. Leaning against the cool porcelain, I breathe deeply, waiting for the worst to pass. 3 mornings in a row now, I can't keep blaming it on stress or Eric's mom's cooking. Ari? Eric's voice comes from the bedroom, thick with sleep. You okay? Fine, I call back, wincing at how unconvincing I sound. Just washing up. I flush the toilet and rinse my mouth, checking my reflection. My skin looks a bit sweaty, but otherwise I look normal. Not like someone growing an entire human. The thought makes me press my hand against my still flat stomach. A baby. Our baby. I haven't taken a test yet, but I know. My period is 2 weeks late, and the morning sickness is unmistakable. I had the same symptoms with Gabriel. Gabriel. How will he feel about being a big brother? I splash cold water on my face and return to our bedroom. Eric is propped up against the headboard, his bandages still visible under his t-shirt. He watches me with those perceptive blue eyes that seem to see right through me. That's the 3rd morning you've been sick, he says, his voice gentle but knowing. Want to tell me what's going on? I hesitate, sitting on the edge of the bed. I was going to wait until I was sure. Sure about what? His eyes never leave mine, the words catch in my throat. We haven't talked about more children. Everything happened so fast with finding each other again. The situation with Brandon, the engagement. Another baby wasn't part of our immediate plans. I think I might be pregnant, I whisper, watching his face carefully. For a moment, Eric just stares at me, his expression unreadable. Then his eyes widen, and the most beautiful smile spreads across his face. Pregnant? He repeats, reaching for my hand. You're serious? I nod, relief washing over me at his reaction. I haven't taken a test yet, but all the signs are there. Morning sickness, missed period. Eric's hand trembles slightly as he places it over mine on my stomach. Our baby? Our baby, I confirm, tears suddenly springing to my eyes. In one swift movement, he pulls me against his chest, wrapping his arms around me tightly despite his injuries. His heart hammers against my ear. "I love you," he whispers into my hair. "God, Ari, I love you so much." "You're happy about this?" I ask, pulling back to see his face. "I know we didn't plan it." Eric laughs, the sound vibrant and full of joy. Happy doesn't begin to cover it. Another little piece of us in the world? A sister or brother for Gabriel? His eyes shine with unshed tears. It's everything I didn't know I wanted until right now. The wave of love I feel for this man nearly knocks me breathless. I was worried about the timing, with everything that's happened. "The timing is perfect," Eric says firmly. He cups my face in his hands. "We're getting married. We're a family. This baby is just one more blessing." A small noise from the doorway makes us both turn. Gabriel stands there in his dinosaur pajamas, rubbing his eyes sleepily. "Why's everybody awake?" he asks, shuffling toward the bed. It's still dark outside. Eric and I exchange a look, having one of those silent conversations parents master. Is it too soon to tell him? But Eric's slight nod tells me he's thinking what I am. Gabriel should be the first to know. "Come here, baby," I say, patting the bed between us. Gabriel climbs up, immediately snuggling against my side. "We have something to tell you." "Something super awesome," Eric adds, his voice light with excitement. Gabriel perks up, suddenly more awake. "A surprise. Is it dinosaurs?" I laugh, smoothing back his wild morning curls. "Not dinosaurs, sweetie. But it is pretty amazing. How would you feel about being a big brother?" His eyes grow wide. "Like Tommy at school?" "He has a baby sister." "Exactly like that," Eric says. "Your mom is going to have a baby. You're going to have a little brother or sister." Gabriel sits up straight, looking between us with an expression of wonder. "A real baby? In your tummy?" I nod, holding my breath. This is a big change for him after being an only child for 5 years. "Awesome," Gabriel shouts, bouncing on the bed. "I can teach them all about dinosaurs and spaceships and stars. And I can be the boss because I'm bigger." Eric laughs, grabbing Gabriel mid-bounce and pulling him into a hug. "You're going to be the best big brother ever." "When is the baby coming?" "Tomorrow?" Gabriel asks, his face serious. "Not quite that fast," I explain, smiling at his enthusiasm. "The baby needs to grow in my tummy for a while first." "About 7 more months." Gabriel's face falls slightly. "That's forever." "It'll go by fast," Eric promises, "and you can help us get ready. We'll need to set up a room for the baby, buy clothes, toys." "I can give the baby some of my toys," Gabriel offers generously, then quickly adds, "Not my dinosaurs, though." "The baby won't need dinosaurs for a while," I assure him, pulling both my boys close. "But they'll be lucky to have such an amazing big brother to look out for them." Gabriel beams with pride, then places his small hand on my stomach. "Hi, baby," he whispers. "I'm your big brother. You can come out soon, okay? But not until you're ready." My eyes meet Eric's over Gabriel's head, and the love shining there makes my heart swell. Despite everything we've been through, the years apart, the danger, the uncertainty, here we are, building our family, creating a future filled with love. "I love you," I mouth to Eric. "I love you more," he mouths back, reaching across Gabriel to take my hand. After Gabriel dashes out of the room, Eric reaches for his phone. "What's everyone in the mood for?" I was thinking Biscuit and Bean might hit the spot. They deliver now. That sounds perfect. I sink back against the pillows, still processing the incredible news. I'm not sure I could manage cooking this morning. You're not cooking anything for the next 9 months except our baby, Eric says firmly, his fingers already tapping away at his screen. Let me take care of you both. Gabriel bounces back into the room. Can I have chocolate chip pancakes? And bacon? And strawberries with whipped cream? Eric laughs. Sounds like someone knows exactly what he wants. He looks at me. What about you, beautiful? Cravings started yet? Just their sourdough toast with avocado and those poached eggs. My stomach rumbles at the thought. And maybe some ginger tea for the nausea. Done. Eric finishes placing the order, then sets his phone aside. Food will be here in 30 minutes. Plenty of time for us to relax. Gabriel climbs back onto the bed between us, his energy seemingly inexhaustible. Is the baby hungry too? That's why you're sick in the morning? I smooth his wild curls. Sort of. My body is changing to help the baby grow, and sometimes that makes me feel a little sick. I felt the same way when I was pregnant with you, I add, touching his nose gently. And you were totally worth it. Eric wraps his arm around my shoulders, pulling me against his side. I wish I'd been there, he says quietly, his voice tinged with regret. You're here now, I remind him, leaning into his warmth. For both of us. And for this little one. Gabriel places his small hand on my stomach again. Will the baby like dinosaurs too? I'm sure you'll teach them everything they need to know, Eric assures him, ruffling his hair. The moment feels so perfect, the three of us huddled together in our bed, planning for our future as a family of 4. After everything we've been through, this quiet morning feels like a miracle. I promise you, Ari, Eric says, his voice low and serious. I'm going to take care of you and our children forever. You'll never have to do this alone again. Tears spring to my eyes at the sincerity in his voice. I know, I whisper, placing my hand over his where it rests on my stomach. That's why I love you. Gabriel wiggles between us, seemingly uncomfortable with the emotions saturating the air. Can we watch cartoons until breakfast comes? Absolutely, Eric laughs, reaching for the remote. What's it going to be? Dinosaurs? Superheroes? As Gabriel debates the critical cartoon selection process, I catch Eric's eye over our son's head. The love I see there still takes my breath away sometimes. Pure and unwavering, despite everything we've faced. We've come so far from that chance meeting at the food bank. From fear and hesitation to this. A home, a family, a future together. Brandon's shadow no longer looms over us. Instead, we have morning sickness and breakfast deliveries, cartoon debates, and baby plans. The doorbell rings, and Gabriel leaps up. Food's here. I'll get it, Eric says, dropping a quick kiss on my forehead before sliding out of bed. As he heads toward the door, I place my hand on my stomach, thinking of the tiny life growing inside me. Our baby, created from love, not fear. A child who will grow up knowing both parents, surrounded by security and affection. We're so lucky, little one, I whisper. You're coming into a family that's already waiting to love you. Gabriel bounces back onto the bed, remote in hand. Mom! I found dinosaur cartoons. I laugh, pulling him close. Of course you did. This is my life now. Messy and beautiful, filled with messy living room scenes, breakfast deliveries, and prenatal vitamins. And with Eric by my side, I wouldn't change a single thing.
Chapter 30. Eric. I closed Gabriel's bedroom door quietly, my body tired but my mind wide awake. The bedtime routine took longer than usual tonight. He insisted on reading 3 dinosaur books instead of our usual one, claiming the baby needed to hear them too. Kid's already taking his big brother duty seriously, I muttered to myself, smiling as I head back to our bedroom. Ariana's waiting for me, propped against the headboard, her tablet in hand. She's wearing one of my t-shirts, the soft gray fabric stretching across her still flat stomach. The sight of her makes my heart race even after all these months together. "Finally get him down?" she asks, setting the tablet aside. "Barely." He's convinced the baby can already hear his dinosaur facts through your stomach. I sit on the edge of the bed, running my hand along her leg. He might be right. Poor kid's gonna come out roaring like a T-Rex. Ariana laughs, the sound warming me from the inside. I'd expect nothing less from Gabriel's sibling. I stretch out beside her, wincing slightly as my healing wounds protest. "How are you feeling? Any more morning sickness?" "Not since this morning." She places her hand over her stomach. "I think the little one's decided to give me a break tonight." I cover her hand with mine. "Good. You deserve it." Her eyes meet mine, warm and full of love. "Can you believe it? We're having a baby. And getting married." I lean in, brushing my lips against hers. "Best year of my life." Ariana's fingers trace my jaw, her touch sending electricity through my veins. "Have you thought about dates? For the wedding?" "I was thinking soon." I press another kiss to her lips, lingering this time. "Like very soon, before you start showing." Trying to make an honest woman of me before I get all round and pregnant?" She smiles against my mouth, her hand sliding down to rest on my chest. "I'd marry you tomorrow if I could." My voice drops lower. "You know that." "I do know that." Her fingers play with the collar of my shirt. "But I also know your mother would kill us if we eloped." I groan, pressing my forehead against hers. True. She's already got a venue shortlist and a wedding planner on speed dial. Ariana laughs again, the vibration of it traveling through both our bodies. Let her have her fun. She's excited. So am I. I capture her lips again, more urgently this time. Very excited. Her hand slides under my shirt, warm against my skin. I can tell. I deepen the kiss, tasting the mint of her toothpaste, inhaling the scent that's uniquely hers. My hand moves to her hip, then under the t-shirt, tracing the soft skin of her waist. Well, things are heating up here. You know what to do. Go to VicSavonRomance.com to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts, and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story. I can't wait to make you my wife, I whisper against her lips, meaning every damn word with everything I am. The thought of having this for the rest of my life isn't just a want anymore. It's a goddamn necessity.